One love, bro. Just JP, good to see you, buddy. We're on Restream, so obviously no music. No, I'm not playing music on this stream. No worries, just JP. Just the three of us, lads. Just the three of us at the moment. I'll just give it a couple of more minutes, and if no one else arrives, I will just start anyway. It can just be the three of us, so you can have my musings on artificial intelligence and chat GPT or whatever it's called. Actually, I wanted to pre-record this, but Restream stopped letting you record if you're not paying. Now you have to pay for it. They let me record one before, but now they're saying, no, you got to pay for it now. Right. Huh. All right then, wankers. So I thought I'd be smart and I'd do a record the screen. But the trouble is that it shows me. It's no good doing it like that. It doesn't work. So yeah, we'll do a live one. Who are we? How you doing, mate? Greetings. Walter Bosley. The name Walter Bosley is familiar to me, but I'm sure it's from a Dickens novel or something. I don't know. Anyway, what I want to do, I want to talk about this chat GPT and what the guy was saying on Joe Rogan's show. Guy Fawkes, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I was a bit disappointed with that guy, if I'm honest. George Galloway is not who he pretends to be. He's not a truther. He's not on our side. He's controlled opposition. I've seen it. He didn't ask questions that should have been asked. He didn't I forget who it was that he interviewed. He's a two-faced piece of shit. I forget who it was. I'm trying to remember. There was somebody that he had on his show, and he should have called him out. He should have called him straight out and asked him some questions, some specific questions, and he didn't. He just fawned to him. Totally fawned to the guy. So I've got no time for George Galloway. Galloway's tarnished by his own bloody performance on his own show that I listened to, as far as I'm concerned, Guy. I listened to his show. I was sat there and waited for him to ask the right questions and say the right things, because he should have done, because of what he'd been saying to somebody else. He said he would call him out, and he didn't. He's full of shit. He's just doing it for his own benefit, his own gain. He didn't achieve the status that he wanted to achieve in life, and this is the only way for him to do it. So that's what he's doing. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I do really like Mike, and you know, that's my opinion of George Galloway. But there is lots of people that watch his show. There's lots of people that do think he's, you know, he's worth listening to. And I mean, to be honest, man, just don't listen to me when I go off on one about somebody like that. Don't listen to it. It's my opinion. That's all it is. I have been known to chuck the baby out with the bathwater, you know, and I'm trying to not do that. So I don't want to. I don't like George Galloway. I don't like him. I don't like the feeling that I get off him when he's talking. I don't like his face. I don't like him. Voynich, all right, mate. How you doing? It's time to call them all out. Absolutely. Absolutely. We could turn this into a panel if you want. Should we do that? Let's. There you go. There's a link. You can join me on this discussion, so it's not only my opinion. And some other opinions as well. And you know me, I don't like doing streams on my own. I always prefer it if somebody comes up here. I did intend to turn my camera on. So I'm going to join me. Right, listen. There's the link. Right. Let's listen. And I'll chime in. Just wondering if it'd be better to put some earphones on. All right, dude. Yeah, just I'll carry on. You come and join when you're ready.
About Chat GPT?
Fascinating question.
Yeah.
Have you experimented with it at all?
I have not, but someone, the gentleman who runs the JRE companion page, made a rap with Chat GPT. Like, was it if Kanye West wrote a rap for Chat GPT? They put it on Instagram, but it's like it seems like a person saying it. I mean, it takes a long time. His thing took like 48 minutes to do.
Well, whatever you want to look up right now, we can do it.
Yeah, the problem is you have to cajole it. It'll get something wrong, and you have to say,
Let's just
no,
explain
not
what
that.
it is.
So
That right there, straight away, that is an indication straight away, right? I know that this is something, it's something that's being developed, but they're making out as if artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence, but people just mishear the word artificial or something, you know? Artificial is fake. That's what it means. That's what it means. It means in this sense as well. And people don't want to accept it. And there's loads of people that get really hurt and offended. Like, I don't understand why people get so offended by the fact that artificial intelligence is fake intelligence. It's fake. That's what artificial means, really. It means fake. It doesn't mean it means it's nowhere near as good as what it was copying or what created it. And it never, ever, 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 ever will be. All it is incredible processing power and the ability to access stored information rapidly. That's all it means. Vertec. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Richard. Is that oh God, is it Space Odyssey? Is that a reference to that? Or is that a serious, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Richard. I know, I'm going to piss off artificial intelligence. All you bots that are listening, I'm really sorry, man. I'm really sorry. I understand it's probably you that gets most offended and most hurt by it. But the thing is, it's just reality. That's all. And the reason for that, we'll go into that later. We'll go into the reason for that later, so you can stick around and listen and find out the reason for that. Yes, Hal. That's it, Hal. It's funny because when I read it, that's exactly what popped into my mind straight away. Let's continue.
ChatGPT is a large language model trained artificial intelligence, which is, let's
Fake.
just say, it can be awful, but it is often
As in artificial is
surprisingly
fake.
good at
Not that
answering
this is
questions
fake.
you might have
It's
about
real.
how to do things. One of the great triumphs of it is that coders are now asking it to solve coding problems, and it will actually write code that is functional.
Right. So this is these are the people that this actually threatens most, and also artists. The ability to solve problems. It's going to be faster for a computer to solve a problem than a human. Yes, okay, granted. In that sense, computers are better. But only mathematical problems. Only a computer or artificial intelligence cannot solve a moral dilemma. How do you solve a moral dilemma? You have to be sentient. You have to have consciousness. You have to have emotion. Here he is. Here he is. Oh, dude, hang on. That's not working.
Good morning, good day, hello.
That's not going to work either. Actually, we'll take him out for a sec. How you doing, buddy? You right?
I'm okay.
Let's swap us over. So it looks like I'm looking at you. I'm surprised you're on camera, actually. Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Honoured.
why not? It's early in the morning.
Honoured. So let's continue. Hang on. I need it to be on small for copyright. So apologies for you being small down there, boy.
Oh, that's okay, dude.
It's pretty amazing. And it also, there's an implementation of it that if you feed it up to 3 tweets, it will write a New York Times story.
And there we go. And it'll be
genres,
bad for
optimistic, pessimistic, neutral.
writers.
And, you know, you don't really need the New York Times anymore because it's pretty good at this job.
Talking about
right?
about the moral dilemmas, right? And just a bit earlier, like it's not going to solve any moral dilemmas, right? Yeah, I think you're right there because the way I see the AI chatbots or the things that they put out as AI interacting with human beings, it's like so disingenuous and so I think it actually can solve way more problems than it's presented to us. I think it's presented to us like a stupid fuck, right? That's because that's what they need. So, but there's I think there's way smarter programs out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are.
It's like the people they put behind the bar, not behind the bar, but like behind the desk. I have a question. Oh, I do not know that question. No, that's not my department. No, you have to go to the next. It's like you're not dealing with intelligence. You're not dealing with responsibility, or it's the same game with another name.
Yeah,
it's intentionally stupid.
This one that they've got running now it's incredibly. It's learning. It's still learning. That's the thing. It's still learning. There's some.
So, on the one hand, it's all very interesting that we're living in an era in which there is at least, and this is a prototype, right? This is a prototype that was specifically trained and then placed on the internet so people could play with it. And I've seen lots of interesting uses. It's going to get better, right? We're dealing with ChatGPT 3. There's going to be a ChatGPT 4. But I have to say, I am quite alarmed. Not only that this thing exists, but I don't think we're ready for it. And I don't think we're ready for it in a couple different ways. I mean, if you want to comfort yourself and say, well, this isn't that serious that we have this AI that can do these really shocking things. The comforting thing is that the way it's programmed, it doesn't know what it's saying. It doesn't matter that it convinces you that it's saying something and it means it and that it seems like a creative entity. What it's doing is it's basically using a predictive model.
Did you hear what you just said then? Right? It doesn't know what it's saying. it can't remember what it told. Like it doesn't know what it can.
Use it, and that it seems like
it can remember what it told you, but it doesn't know what it is
entity.
it's saying.
What it's doing is it is basically using a predictive model that has been trained on a huge data set of
using certain
language,
inputs
right? So
in the outside world, and he tries what works, but nothing is generated inside itself. It's just
predicting.
It's like
it's
gonna try this
and
one,
it's miss.
I'm gonna try that one. I want that result. Oh, this one works best, so I'm always gonna use that one. That's what it does.
It's hit and miss. It's just stopped bloody sharing. I don't know what's done there. Guy, you've just touched on what actually triggered me to do this. You just touched on it about consciousness.
The answer is, if you take 3 words in a row, can you predict what the next word is going to be? And they've allowed it. They've exposed it to a large data set, and it's gotten really good at predicting basically these sequences to the point that it can now, if you prompt it correctly, it can spit out these.
If you prompt it correctly,
long explanations. Some of them are dead wrong. Sometimes they're right on target. But I have 2 concerns about it. One, if you imagine that this thing just gets a little better than it is, which is inevitable. In other words, if you become expert at operating this thing, at querying it, and it becomes better at understanding a wider range of topics because they turn it loose on everything that's written on the internet, for example, right? Then the point is the ability to fake expertise is going to go through the roof. I don't think we know how we're going to police a world in which, this problem is already bad enough. Most academics are fakers. They don't know that, right? They trained in something, they wrote a dissertation, they think they're experts, but you can see when something unexpected happens, like the pandemic, you get just broad-scale failure across entire disciplines.
Such an interesting observation that he makes there, where he points out basically.
So unsuspected. Nobody expected that.
Well, he sort of shows it's the academics, right? It's all of those with PhDs who went through. Basically, the longer they were in university, the more indoctrinated and dead set on the official narrative they are. The harder a person is to get to open their mind, the more indoctrinated they are, and it's the same with everything, really. You know, it's not just what happened, but it really surprised me to see people with doctorates in medicine going along with it.
And this guy talking about AI and talking about the pandemic like it was unexpected. It's called a pandemic by everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Plans don't come unexpected. Those aren't called plans.
But that's what you call head buried in the sand. Right. I think all of those people like him and Joe Rogan, I think they really truly believe what they're doing. And they've had their heads buried in the sand because life's been so cushy for them. They've kind of known that there's shit going on, but they haven't really wanted to think about it or look at it or go into it too much. They want to stay clear of it. That's not what they're about. But they know they've known it's been going on, but they just buried their head in the sand, basically. Like the amount of celebrities that have just buried their head in the sand to keep the checks coming in, keep the checks and the fame, the attention, the adoration. But the amount of people, educated people, that I guess it's complacency, just really complacent in the belief that everything that they'd been taught was true, and that everybody is who they say they are.
Yeah. And of course, there's people lying, but not those, not here, not now, not in this country, No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and of course, that's how they did it back then, and that but we've changed now.
Yeah.
We're not like that now.
They wouldn't create a crisis. No, they wouldn't. No. Yeah, they might have done so in the past, but
I want to get to this bit that he said that it just made me.
Nobody
I just
seems
laughed.
to get it right? So in that world, this is going to be even worse because now you have an artificial intelligence able to generate things in plain English that are often full of true information, but you don't know whether what generated it is some brain dead model or something else. That's one concern.
I mean, that's how I feel about anything that's written in a newspaper.
And then the other concern is when we say, well, ChatGPT doesn't know what it's saying. It's not conscious. We know it's not conscious because it's not programmed to have a consciousness.
Right, here we go. It's not programmed to have a consciousness. This guy believes that it's possible to program a computer to have a consciousness. So now, obviously, we understand what consciousness is now. Obviously, we understand what consciousness is. You're on mute, I think.
Yeah. Here's your consciousness.
Yeah. Oh, eyes are open. Eyes are open, looking around, breathing. That's conscious.
Start breathing. Yeah.
Consciousness. So obviously, if we can create a robot that simulates breathing, copies the movements of breathing, and simulates the movements of being awake, and we can tell it that it's conscious. We can tell it that it has consciousness because it is conscious and its eyes are open and it's simulating breathing and it's awake. And there we go. That will be a sentient, artificially intelligent robot. It's just ridiculous that anybody, because if he thinks that, then other people think that.
Yeah, or they want people to think that way, right?
Yeah, and people that just that haven't thought about it because they watch shows like this, because they listen to people like this, they think, oh well, they wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't true.
Yeah.
But that's why artificial intelligence is dangerous because they're putting it forward as something that it's not, and they're going to give it the responsibilities of something that is
Yeah, that is
if what they created was real, there might be something behind giving it responsibilities. If it was able to solve a moral dilemma. It's like, it reminds me of the is it King Herod, who the dispute, the two women disputing over the baby, and they're both saying, no, the baby's mine, no, the baby's mine, and they're really, and he says, Solomon, and he says, well, okay, I'll cut the baby in half, you can just have half each. And that's how would an artificially intelligent robot or whatever, it would just split it. It wouldn't even ask, would it? It would just cut it in half. And there you go. Right. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it would cut it in half, say, or maybe in three. It will say like a part for you, part for me, and a part for her. I don't know.
Actually, do you know what I think it would do? I think it would say, You two are both deluded. Off to the loony bin. The baby is mine.
Yeah, right.
The baby belongs to the state.
Yeah, baby belongs to state now. Where it will say like, oh, where there's two fighting, there's two guilty. So the child is still innocent. I'm going to protect the child for the greater good. Yeah, indeed. That's what it will say. Yeah.
Is anybody else going to join us? Vertec, dude. I haven't seen
He's
your
going to say
face in
something
a
like,
long
well,
time.
there's a bit of truth in everything. So you're half right and you're half right. Therefore, you both don't get it. You don't get the baby. None of you get the baby. I get to keep the baby. Baby for computer.
Baby for the state after work in the mines.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Stop quarreling.
That's one of the things that Elon Musk. One of the intentions he has for his robots is for them to actually do the manual labor in the mines, mining lithium and stuff.
Isn't that nice of him? Oh,
It would. I mean,
no.
It is a nice thought, isn't it? That would be good if that could happen. That would be good. Robots would be the best things to send down into those sorts of conditions. They'd be able to dig deeper than a human would. They'd be able to dig all day long. They'd need maintenance, wouldn't they? But really, they'd be able. They would actually be a lot better than humans.
Yeah.
Here he is.
They're pretty much able to do that already. Yo, Patrick.
All right, sir.
Morning.
I'll give you the big one on the bottom because of the beautiful artwork.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
5 a.m. Grand risings, sir. And good evening to Joe. Joe Gifford, yeah. Good evening. Yeah, so... Oh, hang on. Somebody's at my door. Hang on. You boys, take it away.
Yeah. Peace out to the chat. Hi, everybody. What's up, boy?
Coffee is up.
Hey, I'm glad to see you this morning. I just wanted to tell you I unsubbed about 10 channels yesterday. Got rid of all the hypocrites. Unsubbed? Yeah. I unsubbed I got rid of all the hypocrites.
Yeah.
Dude, it was incredible how many hypocrites I figured out that existed on YouTube yesterday just by watching a couple of live streams, man.
Right.
That was crazy, man. I got like, oh my God. Oh yeah, you're one of those. Okay, click a fucking unsub to you. Okay. Oh yeah, you're like that. Okay, fuck you. I'm gonna click and unsub to you. Man, it was like 10 in a row. I was flipping.
Yeah, and I didn't see all these characters past the parade, so to say, but I saw a few of them in the show, and I was like, really? Yeah, really?
I'm not even shy to mention a couple of them because I know they're not watching right now. I unsubbed to Christos, I unsubbed to Pineal Power, I unsubbed to a bunch of these guys, man, that I thought were fucking, honor able, but obviously I can plainly see that these guys they don't even fucking
they don't even remember.
They don't even honor themselves. Okay, so
no,
I mean, exactly. If you can't honor yourself, you can't have any fucking self-respect, man. I don't even fucking want to hang with you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, this wishy-washy.
Somebody treats you like shit, like a piece of garbage. Fucking laughs at you with other people. And you're fucking going up there and, kissing his ass and licking his
ass and keeping everything in the middle. And no, indeed, not even keeping it in the middle, just kissing ass. Yeah. Because you don't want,
Because 150 viewers. Fuck those. No, man.
Yeah.
I'm not a sellout, man.
Yeah, it's very particular and peculiar behavior.
Well, it
For
shows where you
everybody to
come from,
see.
man. It shows what
For
kind of
everybody
person you
to
are.
see.
Yeah.
Everybody can see life going on.
Yes, sir, man. It's like
it's
what they
nothing.
must think that we're stupid. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people from I don't know why, but their lack of integrity makes it to fucking step on their own morals, fuck for views, for fucking subscribers and people watching. What
Mhm.
kind of a fucking disgusting thing is that, man?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't take the Jibby Weeby.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying, dude. It disgusts me too. I see the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm glad to be on Richie's stream because this is like a great place to be because no one on the other side of that community hangs here. So fuck, I want to change the group of people that I'm hanging with, man. I want to be with people with integrity that fucking have values that are well spoken and but not just well spoken in a sense like they speak from the heart. That's the kind of well spoken I want to be around, not the intellectual well spoken fucking heartless son of a bitches.
Two-dimensional characters, dude. I said it yesterday. You like my rant. Well, I wasn't really ranting, but my musings. Yeah, two-dimensional characters, aren't they?
It's
There's
just
not much.
and they think they're smart.
Yeah,
It's like wow, it just blows me away, man. It just blows me away. All right, people, whoever's watching right now, smart has nothing to do with your brain intellect. Okay, intellect and being smart are two different things, man.
Oh, sorry about that. So, yeah. I'll come back and you switch your camera off.
I'm gonna make myself some tea, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. No, sorry about that. That was Manuel. So Manuel is the
Unmuted.
landlord's one, a handyman, and the agreement that we got now because of the situation, because of Caesar's situation, the landlord, I pay Manuel, and I don't deal with the actual landlord anymore. I just deal with Manuel, and that's how Manuel gets his money. So if I don't pay him, he doesn't have any money, and so he hasn't got any money right now, and he needed a cigarette. So I just share my tobacco and my coffee with him, and he's a really really decent guy. He's understanding, but
That's cool.
it's obviously he's got himself to worry about as well. So,
Yeah.
he's a really nice guy. We find it's interesting trying to communicate with him because he speaks pure Canarian, which isn't quite the same as Spanish. It is Spanish, but a lot of Spanish people can't understand Canarians, because it's like
It's like the France and the French from Quebec. The people from France do not understand our French here. To them, it's like Chinese.
It probably is. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same language, just developed. It's like the evolution of the language. The language evolves.
It's the dialect. It's the dialect. It's the way the words are pronounced, and plus we use different words in French that they do. Yeah.
Parlez français.
Oui, je parle très bien le français, inquiète-toi pas. Mais c'est ça. I'd have to take a French accent. All right, so there's a difference. I'll show you. From where I come from, nous autres, on parle comme ça, tabarnak. OK? Ici, là, au Québec, là, on est des parleurs on parle comme ça. OK? In France.
Wow, because that doesn't sound like French at all.
No, I know, but it is. But in France, nous parlons comme ça. nous avons une façon très, très particulière de parler le français. You
Ah,
understand? They have this
oui.
little fucking accent là, un petit
Ah,
accent
yeah.
qui fait.
Ah,
Oui, oui,
si.
oui.
Ah,
Ils ont
mais
un
oui, mais
accent
oui.
qui fait qu'ils sont très
They are,
distingués.
the French, it is what gives them. They are, they're je ne sais quoi.
There you go. So us Quebecers, we freaking understand the French, no problem, man. It's like they're speaking the same language as we are. But the difference is when we speak it, we it's such a slang to them that it's not proper French. It's
Mm.
dirty French. You know what I'm saying? We're slanging it out. It's like the black people when they're talking the way they speak in the hood, you know, like they got these
Mm.
y'all and all that stuff, yo yo and whatnot. That's like a slang, an English slang, you know, that they use because they have like these their own
Yeah.
words. You know what I'm saying? So,
It's the
sometimes,
same, I imagine. It's very similar, I imagine, in like Morocco and stuff, isn't it? Because they're French speaking in Morocco, and other parts of Africa.
well, it's like Chile and Spain and Mexico. They speak all Spanish, but it's a different type of Spanish. Because I used to go with a girl that was speaking Spanish, but she was from Chile. So she
Mm.
says, I can speak Spanish, but it's not the same kind of Spanish that in Mexico. It's a little it's slightly different. So it's probably the same kind of nuance that you have between the French and the Quebecois, you know. And yeah, so and she could also understand Italian.
Mm. Yeah,
Most
I've
probably because the Chilean language was closer to the Italian language than it was to
my
the
well,
Mexican.
I mean, Spanish is look, my Spanish girlfriend learnt Italian really quickly, working with Italians, and she picked it up really quickly because it's so similar. Um, this I think the grammar and stuff is similar to Spanish, and some of the words. And we've got like the people that live here, the family that live at the end, they're Italian. The guy that I really got on with, who lived next door, who used to cook for me and stuff. Well, he didn't used to cook for me. That's the completely wrong way to put it. He used to cook, and he always used to cook for 3 to 4 people. And if I was here when he cooked, he always offered me a plate, or offered to save me a plate, or because he just always cooked too much. Because it's easier to cook for more, isn't it? And it's cheaper, really. It's cheaper to cook for 3 or 4 people. Maybe not in that one instance, but it works out per meal much cheaper.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but
You
so
might have to you might
you
have to
weren't
spend
lying.
more in the moment, but it lasts for 4 days instead of one.
Yeah, well,
So I said,
you weren't lying. You were just like, you know, it was like
You can
he
you
was
cannot cook for
he
one
was cooking for
person.
you in a sense, you know, like he
no, I didn't ask him to cook though. That's
no
the
no
thing.
no,
I
but
didn't ask him to cook,
it
man.
was a natural thing. It was like he's a cook, so he
He
cooks for
was
everyone. So you know, it's
he was
so
a
you
I mean
weren't
he was a
wrong.
waiter. He was a waiter. He wasn't even a chef. He was a waiter. There's actually a guy. There's the guy that's living next door now, Luigi. So guess where he's from? And he's a chef as well. But he doesn't cook at home. As he said to me, I don't cook here at home. I cook at work and I eat at work, and that's it. So I don't think he's going to be cooking any meals. But
Cool. Hey, I'll be right. I'll be right back, Richie. Give me a sec.
yeah, no worries, no worries. Are you back there, boy? This little shit. When I went to answer the door, there's a few little parcels on the floor for me. He didn't want to come out for a walk this morning because it was too cold. So, yeah, Guy, absolutely, man, spot on, spot on. they've got words. The bus here is called the Wawa, and if you want chips, you just ask for papas. But in Spanish, I don't know what the bus is in Spanish, but it's not Wawa. And chips are patatas fritas. So I don't know where they got papas from. Anyway, artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I want to listen to some more of what he was saying. Where's it gone?
Dude, wait a sec. Just before you do that, I wanted to say something about that. I tried Chat GPT. Have you tried it?
No.
Okay. It's absolutely freaking mind-blowing. It is freaking mind-blowing, dude. It can write songs. I've tried all kinds of stuff, man. It can write you a song. It can freaking write you a dissertation. It can write you an essay. It can write you a book report. It can write you freaking anything you want, man. You can have a conversation about life with it. And dude, I actually freaking copy pasted everything it said and I recorded it onto a Word document because what it was saying was absolutely freaking crazy, and I had to keep, because
But
I don't
but
know
you
if it
heard.
records the conversation.
I mean, what he said was absolutely accurate, though. All it is predicting words. It doesn't know what it's saying to you. It's just saying words. That's all it's doing is saying words, spitting words out that have been predicted
Yeah, but
according
it's so
to.
coherent though. When you're reading it, it doesn't. There's and no. Well, yeah, it does
But
happen that
that's the trick.
there's.
But that's the trick, isn't it? Because you feel like you're talking to a person. You feel
Well,
like you're
no,
talking
actually,
to a person,
it
but
feels like you're talking to something smarter than a person because
right,
a person can't
right.
answer all those questions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But
it's really
but if
rare
you
that.
had, but dude, if you were actually operating at full capacity, and there had never been any chemical or mental or emotional programming from the state, and you were a fully realized
Sovereign
man,
being. Yeah,
right?
right.
You'd be able to access all the information that your body has accumulated over your entire lifetime, right?
I would believe that's
Every
true.
single
Yeah.
piece of information. So if you were able, right, I think all they're doing with artificial intelligence is they're copying intelligence. Well, where have they got intelligence from? From us, from measuring people, from observing people and observing just how intelligent people actually are. And we're dumbed down to an extraordinary level right now. We're dumbed down to the point where people believed that wearing a mask and getting an untested thing put into their arms would be safer than the 99.8% chance of survival that they would have had if they hadn't done anything. That's where we are right now,
Stop!
you
You're
know?
gonna kill me.
So if we were actually what we should be, right? If we hadn't been dumbed down to the levels that we've been dumbed down, this processing power that ChatGTP has, GPT, whatever it is, this ability to access information that it's scanned in and stored, and it's able to access it like it in milliseconds. It can do all this, access all this information really, really super quickly, and then predict what to say to you, versus being able to access all that information really quickly but know what you're saying. and know what it means. That's what we're talking about. It's only more intelligent, or supposedly more intelligent than us, better than us in that sense, because it's able to access all the information that it's scanned in and stored and do it quickly. And that's what we should be able to do. But the information that we're accessing is corrupted.
Yeah.
We don't have access to the
You-
entire internet.
No,
You're
that's
actually
for
pretty
sure.
much talking
We're
about the
probably-
Google algorithm that you've built up with your search history, right?
Mm.
Because the search engines on Google and the other, they actually they used to work fine. You know, they knew exactly what I was searching, and then it became a bit more commercial, and then all you had to do is like click away the commercial things, and you would get back into your old algorithm. But you know, such a thing doesn't exist anymore because everything has been cultivated. You know, every algorithm that you build up in that history has been largely erased or not allowed, you know, and not because you're such a big criminal, but because your interest was just in the wrong direction.
Yeah, because
And
they're probably
that's
going to
what,
feed you what you're looking for.
yeah,
You know.
yeah, and just enough, just not more, just not
Yeah.
anything beyond it,
Just-
you know.
Exactly. There's like a box, and they'll give you what's
Yeah.
inside the box, and that's it.
Yeah.
Whatever's outside the box, you have to. It's probably on the internet, but we only
It's
have
like-
access to 1% of that.
It's like you can
Nothing
get the book
exists
from the
outside.
library, but you have to know the title. You can't wander in the library. Just give me the title of the book that you're looking for, and you can get it. So that's not how a library works, right? You want to wander through the library and see you know.
Yeah, you're right. I remember walking through and looking at all the titles, pulling out a book, looking at the cover, going through the pages, checking a couple of things, putting it back, grabbing another one.
Never judge a book by its cover.
Oh, well, I do.
I do as well, and I did, and I still do. I look, you know, to look at the ones that are like David Gemmell covers, you know, like
And the book salespeople know that you judge a book
anything
by
that's got a cover sort of like that, and I'm like, oh, what's that? That looks
Looks like
it might be
Danielle's
good.
field
What's that?
cover.
No, no, mate, no. I suppose it's a little bit homoerotic, isn't it? But yeah, no, it's not. There's none of that sort of stuff in here.
No,
There's
obviously,
no
I'm just
there's
saying
no
the
men
cover.
that think they're women. There's no men that think they're women. There's no men. Actually, no, there is. I think there's a gay man in it. But yeah,
No,
it's
no.
more of a heroic fantasy.
He's flamboyant, man.
He's a singing
Yeah.
man.
He's
He's
singing
a
man.
singing man, Patrick. Some
Yes.
some men singing man. He's an entertainer.
I fucking love that skit, man. I fucking crack up every time Boy plays it, man.
Right.
It just kills me.
I just want to shout out Discrimination and Alex, two new fresh names I've not seen or I don't remember seeing. And also On, is it On or No? Sorry, No. It's got a weird, just the new people. I've got new people in the chat, man. It's nice.
Oh, that's
And obviously
All right.
shout out to the regulars as well.
Peace
Brian
to the
and
new people, and
Guy
I've already said hi.
Fawkes and stuff. Who are we? And Vertec, mate, it's good to see you again, buddy. It's been ages. So yeah,
ambulance
got it.
daily. I hear sirens daily now, like usually twice or 3 times. Like, you know, just like in the movies in New York, where you always hear it in the background. So weird, dude.
They're picking up the GB Weebies.
Yeah.
I've not noticed that. I have to be honest.
Well, I
It's
live
not
out in the
something-
country, so not a lot of ambulances around here. So.
Well, I've heard. Actually, no. I suppose. Well, I haven't heard any for a little while. I don't know, probably a week. But everybody here, that's the thing. Like, most people here, at least all the people that come here on holiday, you can pretty much guarantee that they're all
Yeah.
boosted.
Yeah.
Not everybody that lives here is.
You know what's striking me this lately, Richie, is considering the fact that in the past 2 years there's been a great divide between people that follow the storyline or the timeline and the
The
ones that don't,
narrative.
right? The narrative, yeah, and the ones that don't follow the narrative. Okay. But then there's another divide inside the ones that don't follow the narrative. You know what I'm saying? There's like this kind of war between truthers with it. You're probably not even aware of it, but it's going on right now. And it's actually really horrible to see what's going on because, like, the truther movement should be like one mass movement going forward to against tyranny, right?
Dude, do you know why that's? I know exactly why that's happened, and it's why I've not been a really active member of the communities
Can you
anymore because I
expound?
saw it. Huh?
Can you expound on that? Because I'd like to. I want to pick your brain there a little bit. I want to see
It's all been
what's in there.
infiltrated, dude.
Oh yeah.
We've been infiltrated. We've been infiltrated for a long time, and there's been sleepers.
Right.
A lot of sleepers, mate. A lot of sleepers. There's still sleepers that haven't activated yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's not time. It's not. You know, they're the ones that are really, really deeply embedded because they know that
We're
as
into
soon as
this
they see
James
something.
Bond shit right now. That's what you're telling me, right?
Well, yeah, it is. It really is, mate. We are in a movie. You're in a movie. You're the main protagonist of yours, and that is exactly what it is. It's pretty cool when you think about it, you know. But I mean,
Well,
you
I guess
can't
when
be.
you look at it objectively, I guess yeah, it's a pretty cool movie. But at the same time, we're living it, so it's the ones who are living the movie. Maybe it's not just as cool as the ones who are watching the movie.
And in this one, there aren't any special effects. There are only real effects. They're like, you know.
Well, besides all the montages that you see on mainstream media, those are special effects.
And
Oh, yeah.
what about those? What about those Mandela edits? What about the Mandela room? What about the Mandela editing room? That's messing around with my movie.
The
Yeah,
Mandela
What's up with
editing
those
room.
people?
that's what. I mean, one of the things I recognise the Mandela effect as being when it first popped up, or when I first saw it being referenced around 2015. I remember thinking, "Wow, this is how they're going to try and destroy." That this is an attack on the church. This is an attack on faith, on the word of God. Because all of these people that were, because it was quite early that the effects started happening in the King James Bible.
Yeah.
And so everybody was talking a lot about the effects in the King James Bible. And I was just thinking, yeah, this is a direct attack on the church because so many people have been, or maybe not an attack, maybe it's just highlighting, it's getting people to see and to look closely at what's going on. I don't think it's I don't think there's anything malevolent or devious about it. I think it's basically like the veil lifting, and just for those with eyes, and
Yeah.
it's like it made people start to pay attention and look closely at things, and then question things and get deeper into things. And me thinking about the Word of God, it made me think, oh well, the Word of God isn't written. That's why the word of God can never be changed, because the
There
word
you
of God has
go.
never been written. The word of
It's
God is here. It's here in my heart.
Exactly. The word of God.
And
You know, that's it. Because in the Bible, they'll mention the word of God throughout the whole Bible. But notice, they'll never say what the word of God is. I've read it and thoroughly, and I've been going through it, and I've read the. I was just like, what's going on, man? How with the word of God here or the other? They sent them over there to speak the word of God. That's in the word of God, word of God everywhere, but no specifics about what the word of God really is. And when you figure out what the truth is, you understand that the word of God is truth. It's just truth. That's it. It's nothing more, nothing less. The word of God is truth. Truth. There. It's plain and simple. There's nowhere, you don't have to look further than that. The word of God is revealing the truth, unveiling all the lies. That's what the word of God is bringing light to the darkness. It's that simple. It's fucking.
In the beginning was the word. I tend to lean more towards the idea that Genesis is the start of a restart, not the complete creation of the entire universe and everything within it. I think it's because it says in Genesis, it says like in the beginning, it was void, it was desolate, and it describes this place that God reshapes. It doesn't describe a big bang. I mean, it says, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But it doesn't say that there was nothing there. It's just the light came, and the light then illuminated what was there. It doesn't say that there wasn't. It suggests more that there was a destroyed landscape. And if you look at in the Quran, obviously the jinn had this earth before we did. It belonged to the jinn first. So it already existed before man was created. The realm. I mean, I
And I think the
personally,
realm was created through us. That's what I'm always coming back to the fact that Genesis is an explanation or a detailed scientific biological study of how the human being became to exist in reality, not explaining how the universe and the world was created, but how the human body was created, and how this is what Genesis is explaining. It's not explaining, and it's also explaining the alignments with astrological constellations, right? So all of
yeah,
these things are connected together.
the story of the birth of Christ is the movement of Jupiter, isn't it, or Mercury through Virgo, and it happened again, like in 2017, I think it was, somewhere around then. It passed through what would have been the womb of Virgo. It stayed
Right.
there for 3 days or something, and then came out, and it's all very.
Yeah.
And
It's Jupiter that was in the womb, and what they say is Jupiter is, in other words, is Peter from the Book of Revelations. Jupiter. So you have to well, not that you have to, but when you're
So he
reading the
was
Bible,
he was a Jew and he was a Peter.
there you go.
Jupiter. Zalmoxis, g'day, mate. How you doing? Great to see you, man. Is it what is it, like 11 o'clock at night or something with you? 11, 12 o'clock at night. You're on the same sort of time
So
time zone as Joe, aren't you? But yeah, it's definitely. I can't remember what it was that got us to this. Obviously, we're talking about AI, but now I can't remember what it was. Just before we were talking about
Because we got into the
Virgo.
jibby jabby, I think.
Into the what?
And then we went off to let's see, my doobie's affecting me now. Short-term memory.
Yeah.
Okay, let's smoke another one. It might come back to me.
I need a cold drink actually. I'm just going to get my glass. 1 second.
We were talking about AI, and then we branched off onto the Jibby Jabby, and the Jibby Jabby brought us to what we were just talking about, which that's what I forgot. Having a great time this morning, boy.
Cool.
Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah,
Isn't its energy much better?
Yeah, dude, I can't stand it. I've heard about it like on all the other channels, like, oh, there's so much going on, and they're actually doing the exact same thing by giving it attention and constantly naming the names. And I just want to talk about the behavior and the patterns. It's not so much about the names and when it happens and what happens, but that it's constantly happening. How about that?
Well, obviously I got involved because I have to stand up against tyranny. But if you noticed, I haven't put myself out there. Like, I didn't go on fucking Z's panel. I didn't go on fucking Paul's panel. I'm not gonna go provoke the beast. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if they come looking for me and they're come looking for trouble, they're gonna hit a wall. Obviously,
They're not real truthers. They're not there to.
Oh, that's why we branched off onto this is the conversation. This is it. Yeah. So it comes back to what we were saying.
Real truthers don't sit there just dissing other people.
No.
You identify people that you don't want to pay attention to, and I think we all go through a stage where we feel that we have to tell everybody that they shouldn't pay attention to this person. But if you're on the real journey, you then reach a point where you say, hang on, I don't have the right to say that. I don't have the right to tell somebody else that they shouldn't look at this, because I can still recognize that there might be something. It might just be, there might be something that I'm missing. There might be something that I'm missing because I'm triggered because I don't like the person, or because there's something that's triggered me about that person, and it's blinded me to something else, and so I chuck the baby out with the bathwater. But somebody else who's not triggered by that person might actually be able to discern something that I haven't discerned. So why do I, it really annoys me when Matt, Quantum of Conscience, says, I watched this so you didn't have to. You can all be grateful to me because I watched
Let me be your father.
so you don't have to. It's like, well, hang on a second. What happened to taking responsibility for yourself?
There you go.
Yeah.
And not, I mean, you can take responsibility for other people. Hey, Vividness. Hey, you can take responsibility for other people, but you can't.
Tell them what to do, man.
You can't take that too far, man.
No,
take responsibility in the sense that you'll look after people, and you can advise somebody, look, hey, I really wouldn't do that if I were you. At the end of the day, it's up to you. But if I were you, I wouldn't do that. And maybe put up, metaphorically or an analogy, there's the edge of the cliff there, and you put up signs saying this is the edge of the cliff.
But it's only fun for these people when there's enablers, when there's simping. That's what breeds the whole situation. It needs a fertile ground to breed the whole situation. So it relies on the simping and it relies on exclusion. These are what I see is like guru complexes. Guru complex.
Well, what I see is like Richie, and when I say this, I'm going to say like the word sheep, But when I say the word sheep, it's not to demean anyone. What I'm going to say is the sheep usually recognizes the voice of their shepherd. Okay.
Yeah.
So that being said, means that when you speak, Richie, the people that resonate with you will follow you. You understand? So it doesn't like it's the same thing for me, or it's the same thing for Voy. Um, when the truth is being spoken and when it's spoken through the heart, the people that are of the heart will follow. Will and it's not necessarily because they're sheep or something like that. That was just an allegory to explain and to point out that like-minded people will come together. Okay, so this, in my mind, is the true truther movement. You understand?
It's
Because
the herd. Rather than saying sheep, we could say herd. Because then
right,
it
but I
doesn't
was using
necessarily.
the shepherd and the sheep. You
Yeah.
understand? Because
No, I know.
the,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree. I
That's
agree.
what
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's and the thing is as well, we're not all like it. You know, we're not all the same, man. We're not all the same. Not everybody. Absolutely, not everybody thinks like me. That I don't. There aren't. You know, there's very. You can tell I don't have a huge number of followers. You know, so there's not a huge number of people that resonate. Maybe that's because there's not a huge number of people that have heard it. Maybe I'm getting shadow banned, and maybe I'm getting hidden away by YouTube. But maybe not. Maybe it's just
No, of
that not
course
a
you
lot of
are.
people resonate.
Of course you are shadow banned.
but I would
Everybody is
rather
shadow
have I would rather have an organic growth where people follow me because they want to hear what I have to say, and they like my personality, they like the person I am, they like what I present, and and they like the way I present myself as well. And I want original, authentic people following my channel. Of course, there's gonna be subscribers that are probably gonna say, okay, not him again. Fuck, I'm not gonna. His videos are boring, but I'm still sub because once in a while. Where he comes up with
Yeah.
something that interests me, and there's those kinds of subscribers, and and there's people who watch your stuff, they're not even subbed, and they're not they don't even interact at all, so there's those
Mm.
ones. And that being said, um when you're creating content, if you're not looking for that organic growth, what you're going to do is you're going to do what everybody else does. You're going to try and get like the other guy's subs, and you're
I
going
mean
to try
that.
and do. You're not going to be original or authentic. What you're going to do is you're going to try and be like, oh, this YouTuber has like 20,000 subs, so I'm going to try and do like his thing, or I'm going to try to do something. It's true. That's what they do. They don't come up with any
Yeah.
authentic or original material. They're just like fuck it. Look at. I'll give you an example. I mean, look at fucking Paul there. That's look. Z's fucking licking his fucking ass right now. He's
disgusting, dude. I didn't
Z's Paul's
even know
goods
that.
right now, and there you go. That's it. And he said it himself on his own panel. Says, "Well, I'm the beta male, and the beta male supports the alpha male." And it's like, so you're a beta male, man?
Uh, are we
Okay.
talking about the warrior one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you're using that whole lingo, that
I
whole alpha, beta, gamma lingo. That's from 1980. That's from A Brave New World, isn't it? Defining people like alpha,
I don't
bravo.
know, but I wrote that. Like I said, I wrote that guy off a couple of years ago, man.
I recognize in all of this from these guys is a 1990s level sarcasm and fucking
Yeah.
it's just fucking stupid. Seriously. I've
But
gotten triggered, but I not enough to go click on the panel. I did go once. I clicked on the panel once, and I showed who I was on that panel, and then I never went back. I'm not gonna go back either because it's not the kind of energy I want to invest in. The reason I'm on YouTube is because I am obviously I want to create connections, and I want to evolve as a human being, and by creating the content that I create, I have feedback from the viewers, and they helps me grow and helps me bring in new material and continue to unveil the truth for other people to see. Because our mission isn't to wake people up. You know, our mission is just to
No,
unveil the truth, you know, just like
I
show the
thought
truth.
it was.
Yeah, after that, it's up to you guys. It's your choice if you want to decide to stay fucking blind or open up your eyes. It's all a choice.
I mean,
The
we all
the
go
clues and
through.
everything are there for you to figure it all out. All you need is a
We,
little bit of discernment and some time and a little bit of reflection, and it'll all come to you. And it's not our job to wake anyone up when you look at it.
I think we all, as you know, we all find this path and we all learn these truths and discover that we're being lied to, and we all go through this stage or period where we feel we are obliged. We have to let other people see this and let other people know they're being played, they're being ripped off, they're being used, they're being harvested, they're being programmed incorrectly, deceived basically. um
Well, that's what
but
I've been
i
doing
think
for the past 2 days. Past
i,
two
I
days, I've
think
been trying to go up on panels and tell these guys, what are you doing? You
yeah.
know, and obviously my words have gone in one ear and absolutely out the other one. And
Well, the thing is, they don't want to hear that because this is what they want to do. This is where they are. They're in it. They enjoy being in that energy of tearing people down. It makes them feel better because they have nothing of substance to give to anybody. Nothing of
yeah,
substance at
yeah,
all to
yeah.
give to anyone. The only thing they can do is tear down others
That
to
well,
try and elevate themselves.
yeah, that's what they do. But like you said, like they have nothing. That happened yesterday in my stream too. Somebody clicked the link, and I said like, well, I don't know if I need to let this
Oh,
person in,
oh,
and
Oh,
then I
I
let him in.
remember that.
hey,
I
wait,
I
remember
wait.
let
that.
him into the
What was
room,
he called?
and right,
Something
and that's my
states.
and
Something states. Flow state. Flow
Oh,
no,
state.
no, Biswoofer,
oh,
and
well, yeah.
so
There.
he entered the room, and well, first out, it was funny. He started out talking as a lady, and then said like, so he says, "What's happening?" Yeah, I've been streaming for 3 hours. Was my response. What's happening with you? Oh no, nothing. No, I just thought I'd hang out with you. I said, that's it. Yeah. So you have nothing to talk about? No. And then he said, if you want me to leave, I said, well, if that's the first thing that you have to say, yeah, I'll click you away, because I thought I know that this guy has nothing to bring. And what does
And
he bring? Actually, nothing, just
Yes,
emptiness
I've always
and
thought
like
this is cool. I always thought this was
literally
guess whose
as well.
panel he was
nothing.
on? Guess whose panel he was on yesterday?
Yeah,
Biswoofer.
that's what I saw. I was like, dude, and he was just
There you
saying
go.
nothing. Like I can. Well, on the let me talk like these people do talk about on this growth of spiritual path. You're always developing yourself, and once you get it all in line, the blue and the right, and to the chakra and point of your head where the white line
They're
shines,
just
and
saying words.
into the clouds, and it made me feel so good. And I know you share that feeling, right? I mean, they just continue throwing words out there, and I'm like, guys, come on, please. It hits no wall, it hits no it just floats around there in the middle. Like, please, like nets, they keep on flying in the most in the, how do you say, in the area where there's no wind, like nets. They fly around like nets, and I don't need that. So yeah. And still, yeah, that bothers me, that kind of.
Re, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I hate it when people regurgitate just things that they've heard. It's like, oh, this is what people say in these, love and light and blah, blah, blah. I forget who it was I was listening to, and I think it was Mark Bajerski, and he was talking about he went to this he went to this group and they were meditating, and he the first time he went there, they went round and each person said what they had experienced in their meditation, and he gave his thing, and it wasn't. He didn't see, he didn't feel powerful compared to these people that were, they're all these wonderful things that they were talking about. But he recognized very quickly that
The
each person,
lingo.
like, it just kept getting better. Like the next person, they walked into, well, the first person walked into a garden, and it was, and they sat in the middle of the garden, and the tree and the flower, the birds came to sit on them. And then the next person, they sat in the garden, and the birds came to sit on them, but Buddha appeared to them. And then the next person, and Buddha appeared, and he spoke to me, and we had a cup of tea. And it's like each one was
Yeah.
trying to better the one before. And the person who was leading the group basically recognized that it was all ego. All of
Yeah.
it was ego. It
Yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't. They weren't having these spiritual. They were saying what they thought they needed to say.
Yeah, dude. Well, yeah, I would think like, are they talking about meditation? Yeah, but they are talking about meditation, and they view it as like that they should be tripping and they should have this like deep experience. Well, I've done meditating that usually doesn't happen, and everybody that meditates, it's not like, oh, I know how to meditate, and so it will always calm you down. You will always be more centered, but not you don't reach your center each and every time. You will be more centered. It's not that easy
It's
unless.
difficult, man. Meditation
Yeah,
isn't always easy. You can't just bing, oh, meditate, and I'm in a flowery garden with it doesn't work like that.
yeah,
I always thought that
We're too
meditation was a
unpracticed.
technique. Yeah, I always thought that meditation was a technique that was used to bring you into the present moment.
hmm
To bring it into the now.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the only thing I thought meditation was for. Like it brings you into the present moment. So you're not living in your past, you're not in your mind, you're not elsewhere, but you're here and now. And that's what
Yep.
the present moment, that's where God lives in the present moment. So,
Because
all you have to do is
because
be still and know that He is God.
if you're in the future, if you're feeling anxious, you're living in the future. If you're feeling depressed, you're living in the past. And if you're living in the present, it's
I guess more you practice meditation, more you have the faculty to be able to stay in the present moment, in every given moment. So that means that you're not clouded by your past, and you're not blinded either by your visions of the future.
I think with meditation, it's always keep it simple, really. And if you find it hard to meditate in a room, just in a quiet room, and just sit there and meditate, because I found it really, really difficult to do that. So I found that focusing on tones was really, really good. Or if you get a candle and you light a candle and just focus on the flame, and you don't think about it, you just focus on the flame. It's all about focus, really. So that's why they say focus on your breathing. Like if you can focus on nothing else, focus on your breathing. But using the tones helped me go into a more of a meditative. I could sit there and focus on my breathing, and nothing really seemed to happen. And then I added the tones, and I used the Tibetan singing bowls, the 7 chakra tones. So low to high, and then high to low. And you can do it 10 minutes on each tone, or 1 minute on each tone. Have a 7-minute one, or a 70-minute.
Yeah, I did the same thing as you, because when I tried the meditating without any sound and everything, I reached a point where I was hearing that ringing sound. Okay, so all I could hear is like, you remember when you get off stage and the music was loud all night, and then you'd like go talk in the back, and then you'd have that ringing sound in the back of your ear going.
Yeah, it was like after a Metallica concert, basically. It's like after going to see Metallica live in '93 or whenever it was. Yeah.
Okay. But if you remember in the story of Ulysses, when he travels in the ocean on his ship and everything, and he ends up in a place where the sirens are singing, and he has to melt wax in his ears to not hear this. That was an allegory, that story, for meditation. Okay.
Right.
So most probably that ringing is some kind of barrier that you have to fucking pierce to be able to pass through that ringing barrier to go to to some other place. Hold on a sec. What I'm thinking is, when we use the music, we're musicians, so that probably helps us as musicians, because that's kind of a language for us, right? So I think maybe when we're using the music or those tones, as you say, we're kind of like muffing out the that underlining tone that's always there. Because, like I said before, when you're meditating and you're in silence, you end up in a point where you hear that ringing sound. And the first time I was really deep in meditation, and I was hearing that sound, I was like, what the heck is going on? So it got me out of meditation, all right? And because I figured there was a machine on or something, or the fridge was on, or I don't know what, like something in the house. I guess I was so deep into meditation, I could hear everything around, right? So I figured, so I get out of meditation, I stand up, I go look, I check the fridge isn't on, the compressor's not on, nothing's on. There are no lights on in the house, nowhere. I don't hear any heater or nothing, but the sound, I could still hear it. You know what I'm saying? So I was out of meditation, but I could still hear that sound, and I was like, "What the fuck?" So
I've had three tones for the last.
And what it was, you actually just
15 years.
I opened up the door of the house. Yeah, I opened up the door of the house, and I go outside, and I'm still hearing the sound. So I'm like walking.
I hear it all the time.
Yeah,
it's like I hear it right now.
You would while meditating. You're tuning your mind, and your mind got so tuned that it tuned itself to that frequency, literally. So that takes you a pitch higher, but where you want to go, like you were talking about, you have to go beyond the sirens. You actually have to hear a way higher tone, even like almost deafening, and then you get there, and then you get beyond.
Shit.
So I've got right now, I've got three
that
tones.
That realm is being blocked,
Today I've got two tones in this ear and one tone in this ear. They're all slightly different, right? But sometimes I've got two tones in this ear and one tone in this ear. Sometimes I can actually hear the tone move across from one to the other. Sometimes one ear, the tone gets so screamingly loud, I can't, it's like deafening, absolutely deafening. Sometimes it's in both ears, and it's deafening except until you hear something. So I'll be in silence, and it's screaming in my ears, and then I'll hear a sound on the TV, and suddenly it's like, well, it can't be that loud because I heard that clear as day on the TV, but this is like, but I have to have the TV turned up a bit more than I like. My ex-girlfriend, it used to drive her nuts because she said, like, the TV's too loud, it's too loud. I'm like, if you put it any lower, I can't hear it because all I can hear is this fucking ringing in my ears. And I've had this for, like, I don't know, 12 to 15 years, something like that. But I've had two experiences meditating that were like woof out there. One of them was meditating on the ringing in my ears. I actually purposely sat there in a quiet room and I focused on the ringing in my ears. And what happened was a bit weird. To tell people to speak what happened, it sounds really,
Well,
unbelievable.
please
Whatever.
do,
But
please do,
so
because I'm like fully interested.
well, so I was in the I was in a void. But these colours are, you know, reds and oranges and blues and yellows and stuff. Sort of, there were pinpoints, and then basically what happened was an eye opened in front of me, and then I realised it was a lot of eyes, and they were different. They were different eyes, different shapes, different sizes, and they were all around me, and they were just. I was in the middle. It was like I was in the Senate, you know, in Star Wars, and all the Senate were all sat around, and I was down in the middle with all the lights shining on me, that kind of thing. And there was no talking, but there was communication. And they said, "So what do you want?
Really?
Why are you here?" Yeah, they said, "Why are you here? What do you want?" And I said, "I'm here to claim it. I'm here to claim what's mine. I'm here to claim my gifts, my power, everything. Like, bestow it on me now, basically. I want my memory back. I want all the power that they have kept from us. I want it." And what happened was intense, and I suddenly realized just what that meant. And I said, all right, okay, all right, sorry, I was wrong. Don't worry, you keep it. I'm not ready for it yet. You keep it for a little bit. All right. I've recognized, yeah, I'm not ready for that. I'm absolutely not ready for that. But then, back then, I was not ready for it. I was like, whoa, because the feeling, the overwhelming feeling that I got was of responsibility.
Yeah.
Overwhelming responsibility. It was like, holy crap, I could just accidentally just kill someone and wipe them off the face of the earth. I could, you know, it's feeling like you've got that sort of power that you could just go, fuck off, and destroy an entire town, you know? That's what it
In
felt
one
like.
thought.
You
Yeah.
know? So that was
That's crazy. You know
one.
what? That's you just because when after my awakening, some things happened pretty strange, a bit like you, but I woke up one morning to a fractal universe, and I wasn't on any psychedelics, dude. I woke up, opened up my two eyes, and I wasn't seeing reality as it was. I was seeing like trillions of triangle, you know,
You were having your acid flashback, dude.
it was like a you know, geometry shaped everywhere, like trillions of triangles spinning in
That's
the.
DMT.
But no,
That's
wait. But this was fucking crazy because a face showed up in that fractal, and the way it was communicating to me was like, okay, well, let's go. It's a, we you can. I could literally just leave this reality at that right moment, right there. In that, I was like, I was fractal. Everything was fractal. So it's like I could have. It's as if God just came up to me and says, "Well, it's all of this isn't real. It's just literally an illusion, and you know, you can decide right now that it's all over whenever you
It's an
want."
illusion, but
The
it's
difference,
careful.
but the
We have to
difference
be
is
careful about the perception of the word illusion. It's not
I
an
know, I know,
illusion that it's fake. But it's, you know, it's a hologram. Like,
it's even more complicated than a hologram. It's a living hologram. Okay,
mm,
the hologram is alive, and what's happening is At any given moment, you can choose to step out of the hologram whenever you want. The only thing that keeps you attached here is your attachments to the people and the things that you love. This is what keeps you here, because at that given moment, I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay because of the reality that I, in other words, created for myself here.
Mm.
So this is like my realm. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because I'm the only one inside my eyes and sees what I see right now. So in my mind, this whole place is a creation of my own essence. Like you would meet you, like, you know, you would be me. You're a reflection of myself. You're in that fractal universe that I created for me.
That's
And
kind
at
of,
any given
yeah.
moment, God can come in. He came in, or it comes in and says, "Hey, dude, don't forget. You can leave here, man. You don't have to stay. It's your attachments that are keeping you here. Your attachments to the place that you created. It's the same principle as when you're playing Minecraft and you're building your whole universe, okay? And you spent 150 hours creating this beautiful world, and boom, your computer
Bunch of
crashes and
grifters come in.
your hard drive fucking crashes, and boom, it's all gone. What happens? He's like, oh my
Oh, right,
God, I
yeah, yeah.
love myself, 150 hours of you fucking you break down, man. So
How
imagine
long does
what
it take you? How long does it take you to find the excitement of, but I get to do it all again?
But I don't know
You
if
know?
that's the thing, man. I mean, do you really want to do it all over again? Maybe you want to create something else next time? Maybe you want to, you know?
Exactly. But exactly though, exactly. Like when that happens, do you think? How long does it take to think? Right, I'm going to go at it again. And when you do go at it again, do you try to recreate what you created before, or do you go for something different? If what you created before was really good, and you were really happy with it, would you try and recreate that,
Hmm.
or would you? I mean, yeah, I think probably you'd set out trying to recreate that, but in recreating it, it would naturally branch into something else, and you'd be like, you just go with it, don't you? You start off with the same idea, but it ends up going somewhere else, ends up going
Okay.
somewhere different this time.
Yeah, but imagine every decision that you made, every single little decision that you made, like even moving a finger like this, would
Mm.
create a butterfly effect, okay? Which in Dell would create the rest of reality, which would be all the way up to the UKR, all the other countries. Let's say you in your case, you're in where are you right now?
Tenerife,
So
off the west
well,
coast
then
of
then
Africa.
in your reality, let's say you would recreate the United States and all of these things, and the whole story and the presidents and all this would be all depend on every single choice that you make. So your brain or your entity or that power that's creating this realm is everything depends on the choice that you made, which would branch out as a butterfly effect, like a drop in water, which it spreads, the waves would spread out going out through this realm. I don't know if you're
Mm.
getting what I'm saying. Every
Yeah,
choice
yeah,
is a drop in the water.
yeah. But the the it's gone. I was going to say something, and it's just gone.
Think
Um,
about one word that you were thinking about when you were thinking about that. It'll come back to you. Just one word.
it's
Like
more of the
before,
image that I had in my mind. It's more of the image that I had in my mind. You
I was
know?
talking. I wanted to talk to you about the sheep, and I had forgot while you were going and speaking. I forgot what the sheep thing, and then all of a sudden I thought about the word sheep, and then the whole thing came back to me. So I was,
That what you said about what you woke up in, the state that you woke up in. I think absolutely what happened there because of how you described it. It just made me. It just reminds me of all of the testimonies I've heard of the people that have gone to Peru and drunk ayahuasca, everyone says they see geometric patterns in everything. Everything is geometry.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that is unlocked by DMT more than any other hallucinogenic. I've seen it with LSD. I've experienced it, but there's a lot of other stuff that goes on as well with LSD, and I think that's because it's manufactured.
I have a picture here of. I have a picture here of what I think, what I remember, what everything looked like when I opened up my eyes, and I think you can like literally walk in this realm, you know, like walk through it. It's here, but it's like behind the scenes. I don't know how to explain it. It's like the underlining reality that we live in. It's the reality that's like the one that we live in, the one that we see is superimposed on top of that reality.
Yeah. There's a channel called 434, and he's got a lot of experience with hallucinogenics, various different ones. I think his favorite thing was mushrooms, and he was in regular contact. He certainly believes himself to be in regular contact with the machine elves, and been shown things. He's been shown things by the machine elves. The machine elves you don't get to see them every time you trip, right? So he's saying, you know, he's tripped so much because you don't really get the information back. In my experience, I've never really been able to explain what it is that I've seen, you know. But he's not the only one to talk about machine elves, and it is, like you say, it's like this reality. What we're seeing isn't actually reality. This is something overlaid over the top, and it's what we're allowed to perceive, which is like 5% or whatever it is of the spectrum of energy that's here.
Hey guys, I'm stepping out for a minute. It's nice and sunny.
Richie.
Do some
I'm gonna
groceries.
share my screen.
And I might be later. I might be back later.
All right, mate. No worries.
All right, man. Peace,
Good
boy.
one. Good one, dude.
Now, when you look, this is exactly, or it's the closest approximation of what I can tell you what I saw when I woke up.
Yeah.
So if
like flower of life sort of stuff, man.
Yeah, and okay, so imagine this, but all those little triangles that you see are like the color spectrum, like you know, all different colors, like the rainbow, and they're spinning. They're all spinning and constantly moving. You know what I'm saying?
There must be there must be a bit of kind of Mandelbrot to it as well. That those within those spinning triangles, this is happening.
Yeah.
Like if you were to zoom in to one of those triangles, it would be like the Mandelbrot set, where it would just end up being looking at the same thing, maybe arranged slightly differently.
Right. Or the way I see it is if you would zoom into one of them, it would most likely probably look like a Merkaba. I don't know if you know what a Merkaba looks like. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure
it's the Taurus field.
It's two triangles. It's like two triangles. No, not even. It's not two triangles. It's two pyramids. One pyramid is upside down, and the other pyramid is up right side up, and they're connected. You know, both fused together, and that's a Merkaba. So, and this is what this thing, like trillions of those Merkabas spinning simultaneously, omnipresent, underlining the reality that we're living in right now. This is the way I perceive reality since of that morning I woke up.
it's like what you were saying, that this is all like, it's your reality. Like it none of it's real. I'm a reflection of you. It's exactly the same. It's like this is happening for every
Yeah,
single
but
one
you're
of us.
alive. You're alive. You understand?
Yeah,
That's the whole
I'm
thing.
the protagonist in my. This is my. It's like we're playing a game, and you've got your headset on, and you're doing. You know, but the genius behind the program is that our programs can intertwine. You know, we'll become co-producers in our movies. Like if you, I was thinking about it earlier. I was thinking when you were saying that, I was thinking about what my vision of the area that you live in. You know, because you were saying, oh, would that be my vision of America, or whatever? I'd put America there, and I thought, oh, and how would I draw America? And then how would you draw America? And then how would every other person draw America? If you got everybody to sit there and draw America, or draw their town, or
And take,
draw
yeah,
the area that they live in. Get every single person to do that and put them all next to each other and see if any one of them is the same.
that's a great idea, man.
And
Because
then that's
everyone bases this reality on everybody else's imagination. All right. This is the way I see things, because when you're looking at maps and stuff like that, well, somebody drew that map, right? So that's someone's idea of what that map looked like. Now, so someone's going to go, okay, well, they have Google Earth and they have all of this. They have this, they're taking pictures and stuff of that. Okay, fine. But that's still all a construct of your own mind. This is your mind working out the questions that you're making up for yourself. So your mind is creating a response and the answer without even you realizing it. It's out there in the world, but you're oblivious to it because you don't realize that you're the one who's creating it. So
that's why they
it's a paradox in itself.
That's why that, like, from a very, very young age, they started indoctrinating us with and imprinting an image, an imagination, an image of what Earth looks like, and where we are, and how it's all made, and trying to get us to, in our minds, become really, really, really tiny, tiny little things. Not even specks of dust on this rock that's spinning round, flying around a sun that's inside a galaxy that's inside a universe. Trying to get us to visualize that and incorporate it into our background programming.
Because when they made the Matrix, Richie, they had a pretty good idea of what, but they couldn't show the real Matrix the way it is. Show you like these green lines, and they give you an idea of what this reality could be. But
codes, they were trying to sort of.
Right, but this is beyond code. This is beyond code. You understand? This is not even code. It's not numbers. It's GM. Fuck, I always have a hard time saying that word.
Geometry.
Yeah, but
geometry.
Isn't there a way to say it with a, like, you finish an AL? It's like
geometrical.
Geometrical. Thank you. Okay, so it's geometrical shapes. Constantly spinning and moving in this fractal reality that we live in, that we think we perceive that things are matter and they're physically there, but they're really not. You can make that disappear at any given moment. It's written in scriptures. You can move mountains. When you tell a mountain to move, it'll move. It's like
I think that's an analogical
allegory.
It's like metaphorical kind. It's like what the idea of moving a mountain. It's like moving the impossible thing. It's doing the impossible. It's basically signifying being out, like there not being anything that will stand in your way. You will be able to do whatever you put your heart and mind to. And if they're in unison, if they're in agreement over it, whatever it is, and if there's more than one of you in agreement with it, with your heart and mind, nothing can stop it happening.
I believe
And I think that,
so. I believe you're right, but I believe
I think
also
it's
that
absolute.
about the absolute, because if you agree with me on the fact that this is a fractal place, then you could literally move that mountain if you take control of this fractal universe.
But in order
Because
to move that mountain, you would need the subconscious agreement of every other conscious being aware of that mountain.
exactly, yeah, you would have to affect, yeah, that would be one heck of a trick there. Obviously, that doing that would affect the whole paradigm. It would be a butterfly effect on a massive scale. Like, so this is why I think that the Mandela effect is linked to that. You understand? That's why we see the changes, because the fractal is not. It's not something that's stable. It can be. It's malleable.
I think that, so one of my theories about Mandela effect was that as more and more of us take back our free will over what we believe and don't believe, and we become more consciously aware of what we're actually perceiving, right? The more of us doing that, it has this effect on reality.
Yeah.
So it's not right. Reality has changed. Like the girl in Jaws is a beautiful, gorgeous girl with perfect teeth and amazing cleavage and chest and everything, right? Because that's how a lot of conscious people remember it being, and it's sort of imprinted that on reality. And not there's a maybe not as many. There's not enough conscious people that actually remember. Oh no, she wasn't that hot, man. She had fixed braces top and bottom. She had a spot. She was wearing dungarees. She was like, she wasn't in a pristine white dress. What? Where the heck did that come from? She was wearing like blue dungarees with she had a flannel shirt on and glasses. Maybe she would have looked good after a Ricky Lake makeover. She was that sort. But
I remember that. I know. I know that Mandela effect. You know what? The one that really strikes me the most, honestly, right now, the ones that is actually affecting me to the core, is the North Pole has disappeared. So it's like, that one is like,
no,
fucking.
But I don't believe
wow.
it is. This is how you fix that. Fix that straight away, dude. You're getting the information from Google Earth. Google Earth is telling us that the North Pole has moved. Google Earth is telling us that there's no ice caps up there anymore. Google Earth, come on.
No, I agree
It's
with
a
you.
complete propaganda tool. They're showing us what they want us to believe. They want us to perceive the world like that, so that's how they're portraying it. We don't live on a globe, so that whole model is completely in error because we do not live on that globe. Maybe we do live on a globe. Maybe we do, but we don't live on that globe because that globe says that we've got a circumference of 25,000 miles and a radius of 4,000 or whatever it is, right? And if that were actually true, I wouldn't be able to see El Hierro and La Palma. I wouldn't be able to see them because they'd be hidden by the curvature, because they're only 2,500 meters high, but the curvature at 125 kilometers is more, or is like about 2,500 meters. So you wouldn't even see the tops. Maybe you just see the tops of the mountains. We can see the entire island. So that model is completely flawed. I'm not saying that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying it's not what they're telling us. It's observably flat because we can see what we can see. But so right from the start, that model, you know it's a lie because we don't live on that globe. So everything that they portray, everything that's portrayed on that globe is propaganda. It's just what they want you to see.
Right. And you just made me think. You know how I can't wrap my head around the globe? I'll explain why, okay? Here's a representation of what they're supposed to tell us that this is a globe. I have the.
Oh no, but hang on.
Wait.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it's more oblate.
I understand, but my point being is, when I'm holding this in my hand here, how do you explain to me? All right, let's say this is the outer shell of the world. Okay, let's say this is the supposed to. So you're telling me inside of this, there's a mass of land, okay, and there's water inside of there, and all of that is holding at the center of this ball in space.
Oh,
that's what they're trying to have us believe.
No, it's better than that. It's even better than that. They're trying to make us believe that space is a near perfect vacuum, and that on this globe, all of the water and all of the air is all kept in by
like a bubble, and like a water bubble
by atmosphere. There's no, they according to them, there's no firmament holding the pressure in the vacuum. So it's exactly the same as maintaining the pressure in this can, but removing the metal, removing the membrane.
Okay, and how is that possible?
Exactly.
They can do that with air.
Because of gravity. Gravity. It's because the mass. It's because the mass of the rock inside is so powerful that it can hold all of that in, whilst allowing a butterfly to fly.
All inside a ball like this, in space. When you look at when you go to NASA and you see the planet turning, okay, you'll notice that when the land masses get to the edges, okay, that the distance between it just doesn't make any sense. Okay, the distance between the end of what you're seeing when it's as if like the landmass was touching space. You get it? All right. When you see the globe turning, it's turning like this, and in on the NASA thing, you see it. It's turning and it's turning, and you see the land masses move and turn at the same time. You understand? But on each edge of the planet, you don't. In my mind, you should be seeing a ball inside a ball. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's a protective thing around it, like an invisible force field on the world that's keeping all that.
All it's got is a glow. All there is a glow. There's this sort of glow.
So just anyway, what I'm trying to prove here is by trying to explain their model, their model falls completely apart, because there is no fucking way in the world I could put a planet in here, okay? And let's say the inside of this is air, okay? And in the middle of this, I would put a water and land Okay, like matter and liquid in there. Let's say that we'll use scientific terms. We'll put matter and liquid inside there, and we'll arrange that to all stay in a spherical shape because of air pressure.
Stuck to something inside, right? You know how it would. There's one way, but it doesn't work around a ball. It doesn't work around a ball. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Of course it doesn't work.
There's absolutely no circumstances that you can get water to stick to a ball.
I know. That's why I'm like, it's just beyond me. I just can't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. And their explanations are fucking bullshit.
The funny thing is, though, that nobody can explain it, really. So they fall back on, oh, it's gravity. It's gravity that's doing it. Gravity keeps the water in.
But
that's the only explanation that they have for it. At 1,000 miles an hour, whilst traveling through space at 246,000 miles an hour, or whatever.
If I spin this 1,000 miles an hour, man,
that's within our galaxy, and then our galaxy is meant to be moving at 1.3 million miles an hour through the universe. So, if you add that all up, I mean, technically, it means that we're going the speed of the galaxy traveling within the universe. So technically, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour whilst shooting off in some direction at 1.3 million miles an hour.
That's
but
insane.
There's no parallax.
To believe
there's
that
no parallax, dude. There's no parallax. We've been traveling like that through the universe for the last for our entire existence. So that's billions, 3 billion years we've been traveling at that speed. And that for as long as they've recorded the stars in the sky, when they recorded the stars in the sky 5,000 years ago with the pyramids, and they matched Orion's belt. Orion's belt hasn't moved, hasn't changed.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. What a great fucking point you made there. And to come back to this.
There's no parallax.
Yeah, to come back to this, guys. All right, even if you reduce scale this planet, okay, all right, and you spin it like, let's say you're supposed to be, I don't know how fast you should be spinning. You bring it down to scale. If the planet's going 1,000 miles an hour, I don't know how fast I should be spinning this, but at any speed I'd be spinning this little ball, nothing will stay on it. Nothing, unless you fucking glue it to it.
Because of centripetal. It's because of centripetal force. Isn't it?
I used to work in a caffeine extraction company, and at the top of the complete top, there's like 6 levels, and at the level they had the centrifuge. Okay. And this thing would extract all the liquid from the caffeine, and it had a filter. And then after all the pure coffee would be inside this, it's almost like when you dry your clothes in a dryer, that thing that spins when same kind of same principle, same thing. It spins really, really fast. All the water gets ejected from that machine, and it keeps all the pure caffeine, right? So it pushes everything to the exterior. So what they're doing, they're telling you that that's not the case. We are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but centrifuge has nothing to do with it.
Do you know how that could be the case? Right, is that we're on the inside of a ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but we're all on the inside, and so that means that
and not moving. Like in a plane that's traveling. Yeah, like a plane that's traveling, you don't feel like you're sitting there, and you don't feel like necessarily the sensation that you're moving. But
there's so many ways that their whole model and the physics of their model completely falls flat on its face, and one of them is what's it called? Shooting the thingy effect. when the bullet leaves the barrel, right, it's then suspended in space and not connected to the ground that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So
Right.
when you fire a bullet, depending on how long it's in the air, the Earth is moving, but the bullet will not. It's a name, the Coriolis effect, right? The Coriolis effect is a real thing that they really say it's a real thing when it comes to shooting projectiles. And this whole idea that the projectile, as soon as it leaves the barrel, is then suspended in space and not affected by, and not attached, not connected to the land. So the land will move, will continue to spin while the projectile. So they have to calculate all of that to to hit their shot. If it's a mile away, let's say it's a mile away, they have to work out how much the Earth is going to have moved in that mile while the projectile's in the air. So it's
Now,
a real thing.
is that true
right?
though? That's okay.
Well, if that were true, if it were true, when a helicopter takes off, it should be able to just take off vertically and stay still, not move, and the Earth will move beneath it. And then when it lands again, it will land somewhere different. If that were true, when an aeroplane takes off with the Earth moving, technically, when it takes off, it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour plus whatever speed it's doing. When it's taken off the other way, it's having to go against the spin. When it's flying from a route, when we're flying to say plane goes from London to America, if it goes with the spin, it's going to be traveling with the land because it took off at the same speed. So all of its speed will be relative to the land moving underneath it. But if it takes off in a direction that is, or it's flying in a direction that's against the spin, technically it should reach its destination faster, because as soon as it's left the ground, the Earth's moving at 1,000 miles an hour and it's moving at 400 or 600 miles an hour. So technically it should be a shorter distance, a shorter flight. But none of that is reality. None of that's real. Flights take as long as they take. Every single training manual that exists in NASA, the Air Force, any Air Force, all of it, every single piece of equipment, everything it states in the manual, basically, you have to treat it as if the Earth is flat and stationary, because that's how this operates. This machinery only operates. A gyroscope only works
That's what I was gonna say.
if it's
Gyroscope.
flat
Yeah.
and if it's flat and like it's on a flat and stationary plane. If there's a flat and stationary plane, there's so many ways that their argument just falls flat on its face, and they have no. Oh, but with the pictures from space, I mean, Red Eye brought up. There's more than 1,600, 16,000. There's like I did a video on it recently, a month or two ago. I did a video about it, saying, "Wow, Elon Musk, you sent all your satellites up there, your hundreds of satellites up there. How much does it cost to like? Because there are thousands upon thousands of satellites, bits of space debris, and bits of spaceship, and that's what they tell us. It's completely like just a mess up there. All this stuff flying around. How do your satellites not get hit? How do you fix them? It must be happening all the time, man. They must be getting knocked out of the sky all the time, but all the other debris that's up there. And what they say is that a speck of paint can blast through metal, can destroy things. A bit of paint. This is what they say. It's in there, like NASA say it. They say that one of their satellites got damaged by a fleck of paint.
Wow. They things that they get you to believe.
That's unbelievable. Things they get you to believe is unbelievable. It is. But for us, yeah, they can't get me to believe it. They can't get you to believe it. Like, But it always bothered me that whenever I looked for a picture of the Earth, there were never authentic pictures of the Earth. They're all composites. They're all. So Red Eye said, when all these pictures of the Earth, why aren't there any pictures of the satellites? Well, they'll say it's because there's not actually a photograph of the Earth. What they do is they gather all the data from their satellites and they compose that into a computer-generated picture. It's CGI. It's all computer-generated, but the information that it's taking is all correct from the satellites. But there's no actual photograph of Earth, no real authentic photograph of Earth from space.
It's got to be, somewhere it's. If that doesn't ring any bells, people. I don't know what will.
We've got guys with GoPro cameras going up to the edge of space and jumping, doing parachute jumps, needing to wear spacesuits because they need the oxygen and it's freezing cold up there. Using widescreen lenses, so there's definitely a curve because the screen curves the picture.
Yeah, because they have the fisheye lens.
We've got rockets that go out and go around the moon, but nobody can fix a camera to it. No, apparently there's no way to fix a digital camera in any way to a rocket to be able to take a real-time 4K video of a journey off this island, off this planet, and out towards the moon and around the moon and back again. They're not able to design a camera and a rocket that can do that. Just to put it to bed, just to put this whole fucking argument to bed and say, there you go. And yeah, we did use a GoPro, but you can clearly see that this is authentic.
Yeah, they could mount a GoPro on there with made of titanium or something, and all the money they invest in there. You can't tell me you can't put a $1 million camera that can go up into space. Yeah, exactly, with fucking 4K.
Well, no, but they can't do that because they sent 100 billion to the Ukraine. If they hadn't done that, they might have been. But what's the budget? What think of what NASA's budget is, man? And it's not just NASA. Every other space agency. Every other space agency.
$52 million a day lie. If you were given $52 million a day, I guess you fucking oh yeah, we live in a globe. Yeah, it's round, yeah. And we got this other thing, it's gravity, and it keeps everything in the middle. And I just boy, man.
Yeah.
It's just good. Okay, sorry, man. I'm euphoric because it just makes me laugh sometimes, especially the way you were explaining it before. I was I couldn't help myself but laugh because it's just laughable. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all whatsoever. None. It's not explainable. Until they have a model. Okay, let's say museum, right? And they have a model of the Earth inside this thing where the water sticks on it, and you have a literal model that you can go up and touch.
They need to create what they need to do, right? They need to recreate a near perfect vacuum. The unfortunate reality is that here on Earth, it's impossible for them to create a near perfect vacuum. They've been able to create a vacuum, but it was only 1/10 or something of what the vacuum of space is. It didn't.
So they
simulate space.
They cannot miniaturize their own model and recreate it to prove to the masses that this is what we live on. So we can literally see for ourselves what we. So in other words, their
No,
model
they
is not
can.
demonstrable.
They can, but they can only do it using computer generated.
No. That's what I'm saying. Fuck computers. You understand? Fuck computers.
Yeah.
Make a
It
model
is
of the
non-dimensional.
Earth. Show me physically make a model of the Earth. If you guys are so fucking smart and you want to tell us where we live and what the show us. Make a model. We want to see the model.
And if you want to stick by, all right, it's
And not
25,000
sticks.
miles approximately.
Yeah.
If
Don't show
you
us
want to say
sticks.
it's approximately 25,000 miles in circumference, show us the measurable curvature. Because if those were the true parameters, the law of curvature is inescapable.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're absolutely right there. And I forgot what I was going to say.
Guy Fawkes, I haven't had one of these chats for a long time, man. I don't normally do the shape of the earth chats because they're it's been an echo room for so long. It's such a polarized.
Yeah, but notice necessarily defining the shape of the Earth. What we're talking about right now is what we're trying to do is prove the globe model.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. Like ever
that's
since the beginning of our conversation, we're not even trying to prove flat Earth. We're just trying to prove the globe. Like we're trying to help the globers. We're just come on, man. We're gonna help you out, guys. We'll help you prove that it's a globe. Look, like make a model, man. Make a model. I want to see a model. I mean, I'm pretty much sure everybody would love to see a model, a real life model of our planet.
This is where people have been tricked, and science is no longer science because the scientific method cannot be applied. If the scientific method cannot be applied, it should be completely disregarded. But so you apply the scientific model to their model. When you apply the scientific model to their model falls to pieces.
Exactly.
Like they even did it. There's been 2 or 3 experiments done to prove that the Earth is spinning, and to say, yeah, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. They've done 2 or 3 experiments, Michelson and Morley, I think it was, and something else, and all they've been able to prove through scientific experiment is that we're on a stationary plane. That's all they've ever been able to prove, is that we're on a stationary plane. That's why all of their engineering is done for a stationary plane.
Yeah. Think about it. When you're asking them for a model, okay, I'm not talking about models with fucking styrofoam balls and sticks spinning around on ropes, okay, guys? I'm talking about a legit model, one where you have
reconstruction,
an absolute replication of the planet Earth. I mean, there's full water on it, and you can literally see it spinning, and you can literally, you guys gonna make this thing work, man. You guys gonna make this. You guys invented the internet. You guys invented computers. You invented all kinds of stuff. Make a model of the Earth. If your data is so accurate and everything you guys say is the truth, then it shouldn't be hard for you guys to recreate a model. Not at all. And not a holographic model, not one created with a computer, not one created with sticks and stones, man. I want a freaking model that I can look at. That doesn't mean I have to be able to necessarily touch it, but in a sense, if I can,
the argument why they can't do that, they'll say, well, it's impossible for us to recreate that because it's impossible to create anything on this earth with enough mass to have the gravity to hold water to it. That's what they'll say, right? We could do it with a pebble, but how do you create or a little ball bearing or something, or that, you know, use that thing that you've got. But how do we? They're unable. There's nothing of that mass, and they'll say that it's the mass of the Earth creating gravity, and it's gravity that's sticking. That's why it's stuck to the Earth.
So the reason a drop of water, which is lighter than a bird, is that a drop of water doesn't have wings. That's why it stays, you know, it drops, right? It's like, what the fuck, man?
And that's why it drops, because it doesn't have wings as well. If it had wings, it'd fly, wouldn't it? Fly. It's droplets of water flying around, and that's what snow is, I guess.
Yeah.
But the trouble is cognitive dissonance. I remember when I first started looking at it, watching the videos, and all the way through the videos, like Eric Dubé's video, all the way through it, there's 200 proofs, and I'm sat there, and I cannot disagree with a single thing that he's said. And at the end of the video, I'm like, wow, what? No, what? Fuck off. No, man, no, this has got to be, you know. But
dude, I'm like you. I reacted the same way. It blew me the fuck away, man. Dude, when I started watching those NASA moon landings, man, you know, when you're looking at it for the first time when you're a kid and stuff like that and whatever, it's just, to you, it passes because you don't know anything in life, right? But later down the line, their movies get better and better. CGI gets better and better. Everything 4K, digital, fucking awesome, fucking visual quality, man. The graphics are fucking phenomenal, man. So you could actually think it's real. You're looking at it, and Godzilla looks like he's fucking real, man. You literally think they took a camera and filmed Godzilla, and you literally think he's real, man. You're looking at the way he moves and everything is like he's real. Fuck. So and now you look back on the footage of the moon landing, and you see, holy fuck, man, they had no special effects at all. These guys were it was, you can see that it was all fake. Everything was fake.
But it was relying on people's. It was relying on people's. It was relying on the diegetic effect, right, which is a key part of filmmaking, where they want you to accept the unacceptable, basically, to suspend your disbelief. It's the willing suspension of disbelief. That's the diegetic effect. So, in space, we know from science that there's no noise in space, right? There's no one can hear you scream. There's no noise in space. Yet in Star Wars, when the Imperial ship flies past, it's
you hear it. Yeah.
Right. They've just made a remake. They've just made, on the computer games. There's a computer game called Dead Space, right? And they've just remade it, and the graphics are 4K. It's unbelievable. The graphics are amazing. But one thing that they've done, they've not done this in, I don't know any other game or like that's done this, but they've when you're out in the vacuum, when you're out in zero gravity and you're in the vacuum, there's no sound really. There's sort of this muffled sound because they had to put something in there, but they've really deadened the noise. Like when he fires his laser and you can't hear it. When he's outside, you can't hear it firing the gun. And then you can hear these muffled explosions and stuff. But they've tried to address the thing that there's no sound in space. But everybody just suspends their disbelief or their ignorance of the fact that there's no sound in space. But it's about suspending your disbelief. They managed to get people to do it Like they did it with movies. I remember watching Superman. I remember writing. I said about it yesterday. I wrote to Jimmy Savile to ask him to get Superman to teach me how to fly because I believed Superman could fly. We look at the graphics of those movies now. Superman, the first Superman movie, it's terrible. The black line around him, you can see it's not real.
Yeah.
But it was real to me back then. And now, yeah, graphics are so good now that it actually looks real. Now I'm sat here I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
like the movie graphics and stuff. It's
The Avengers,
wow.
man. Look at the Avengers, the Hulk, everything that they put into those, man. It's just fucking crazy, man. So,
World of War, World of Warcraft.
Oh,
You seen that?
Yeah, I
Like
saw
the
that movie.
graphics and that's just it's phenomenal. The only reason you know it's not real is because you know it's not real because that sort of stuff isn't real, man. It doesn't happen.
But your
That's
brain,
the only reason you know
your
it's not real.
brain, sometimes I've asked myself, like, sometimes you watch like these really, really well-made virtual movies. Like I wanted to give an example, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, man, there's a movie they made. It was a virtual CGI one, and there was parts in the movie where you're so into it, like it looks real. There are some parts where you're like, oh my god, like sometimes how they make water. Okay, if they
They're my
sometimes,
favorite movies, man. Them
yeah,
that sort of like I love CGI movies and stuff, because they are able to do things that you're not able to do in reality, and they're able to make it look real.
yep, that's what's freaking crazy about it. So, point being is that if they can make these things look so real now, that when you look back on the past and you look at all the footage that they gave us, you can see that it was all fake. So now that it's all fake, and you know that presently whatever you can perceive as reality is CGI'd, it begs the question, like, okay, so in other words, all of this stuff is being pushed through the screen, any screen. It could be a
Yep.
computer screen, a telephone screen, or a television screen. It's pushed through a screen. So keep in mind, people.
What's up, Jace? How you
My
doing, mate?
father.
Sorry, man. I just saw you there.
All right.
So
My
wait,
father,
sway
when I
left.
was a kid, always used to tell me, son, don't believe anything you see on television. And I was a kid. He always told me to believe that everything I saw on TV was fiction, was not real. It wasn't reality. All right. So, but I've always kept that in mind. So in my mind, it was simple. The news, everything. It was all television. It was just a show. It was just nothing was real. You understand? So I carried that all my life. You understand? So so maybe in a sense I was kind of a little bit awake because I knew that what I was watching was, to me, it was fiction. Nothing was real, even the news. So that's why when the 9 to the 11 happened, I knew that it was just a staged thumb. It was staged. It was, to me, it was just television. And I was watching everybody freak out, and I was like telling them, "No, man, what are you doing? It's just TV." They're doing the same thing they did with War of the World, whatever. You guys remember that?
Yeah, in 1911,
It was a radio show, and they had pretended that
Awesome
we were
Worlds.
they were pretending that we were being invaded, and people were freaking out everywhere, and it was fucking chaos.
People were having heart attacks. People actually ended up in the hospital, and
Well, dude,
I think people
they
committed
they did that
suicide and all
again.
sorts.
They did that again. I was a kid. I was maybe 10 years old, and there was a news broadcast, okay, that came out, and they did that again, saying that we were being invaded by aliens and na 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 na. and it was all super serious, man. And my mother and father, and we were all watching TV like that. We were all going, "Oh my God, we were freaking out, right?" And right at the end of the broadcast, they said, "This was a fake broadcast. We were just, it was a
They've
joke."
been testing that. They've been continuously testing.
And we were like, "What? It was a joke? It was
Seeing
a
how
fucking joke."
effective. Seeing how, I mean, they've been preparing for the last 3 years, for the last 100 years. Like the thing that they played out, I think they played it out too soon. They actually implemented it too soon. But that playbook has been there for at least the last, since World War II.
7,500, almost 100 years. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
At least, it's yeah. Dude, this is Patrick Lee. Jason, sorry, mate. This is Patrick, otherwise known as OTW, or Joey
Jones.
Joey Jones. Joey Jones. That's it. He's a fellow musician and truther.
Yeah, I could change my my screen name. I put it up to
Patrick. He's in Canada as well. It's Canada. I was going to say, oh, Renstar, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. It's gone.
There we go.
It's gone.
Do we see our screen names? No, eh?
Hang on. No. What, are you showing something?
No, I just changed my screen name to
the
name of my channel.
Yeah. I don't know why the screen names aren't there.
Maybe they're not activated. I'd have to take it to this Restream. Seems to be working very well.
It's doing all right today. Sometimes there's a bit of a lag with it, but it's doing all right. I still haven't been able to use my desk and do the music. I haven't been able to do that because for some reason it overloads it completely, and it just all you hear is just clipping out constantly. So yeah, I don't use it for the music, which is a shame because I'm streaming to 2 platforms, and you can get the chat up on the screen like this, and there's no time limit. There's no
I like that. I like that.
month. It's like use it as much as you want. And you could, when I first started it, you could record something, even if you like free, you could record up to 5 hours. You couldn't record and stream at the same time, but you could pre-record up to 5 hours. But now they've put that behind the paywall, so you can't do that now.
And how many people can you have on the panel at the same time?
6.
6. Okay, that's good.
Same as StreamYard when you're not paying. Same as the free StreamYard. 6 people.
Interesting. Yeah.
And it's got the nice background as well, like the animated background. You see it. Yes, and they've got a couple of different animated ones.
Yeah. Maybe I'll stop paying StreamYard and use Stream and StreamYard, use them both. When the 20 hours of the StreamYard is done, you switch over to Restream.
Dude, I just gave them a different for StreamYard. The thing is, when you pay for StreamYard, you can upload videos and stuff.
Yeah,
you can still share the video file though. If you're not paying and you can't upload it to their server, you can still share the video. So it is nice to, like, I've got some uploaded onto one StreamYard because for a while we were paying for it, so we were able to upload like 100 videos and media clips and stuff. But I just opened a new one with a different email address, and I get 20 hours free on that. So, but I don't have any of the videos on that one. I haven't got anything uploaded onto that one, so it's just bare freebie. And the same with this as well. Same with Restream. I have nothing uploaded to it. It's just a basic free version, and it's much tidier than StreamYards.
And we have 21 people watching right now. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe people to Richie. Show him some love, guys.
Thank you, man. I'm not good at doing that. London man, how you doing, buddy? Do you wanna? There's a link in the chat if you want to jump on.
Yeah, sometimes you have to repost it because in YouTube the chat scrolls down, but after a certain while, if you posted it in the what you would have to do is you link it at the top. That's what you did?
Oh, pin it, yeah, pin the comment.
You pin it at the top, yeah.
Part of that is part of not doing that is sort of just because of trolls. I mean, they can still go in and get it. It's just even more.
Well, just leave them backstage, When you don't know someone, you just leave
Actually,
them
hang on, no, man. I can send them a link anyway. I can just send them a link. I've got his WhatsApp number. Where have you gone?
Hey, dude, I'm gonna go make myself a coffee. I'll be right back.
All right, mate. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, London man. I sent you a link. No, you don't have to. You don't have to, mate. You don't have to join us. Totally cool if you don't want to. No pressure at all. But there's a link if you want to. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a video. Right? I'm going to play a little video, and I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee myself. So grab yourselves refreshments. We're going out for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you to everybody that's here. 21 people. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. I just want to. Where's it gone? Share a video with her. If I can find it. I don't know what's happened to this bloody video. Oh, bugger it. Do you know what? I'm just going to play this. The psychology of possible evolution. The development of evolution that is possible for a person on this earth in their lifetime is psychological. Remember that man is created on earth as a self-evolving being capable of self-generated psychological change, development. This work, which begins with self-knowledge, is called self-evolution because it is only through sincere efforts intentionally made by yourself that the possibility of evolution exists. It is in and through the energy of the effort to work that evolution happens. Each person must make their own efforts in order to evolve. No one can evolve automatically or by intellectual understanding, by vicinity, by osmosis, or by knowledge. Only personal inner work effort produces the force for evolution. This process in the work will take you from self-interested psychology to self-transcendent psychology. Awakening from a sleeping mechanical psychology to an intentional conscious psychology is your destiny. It is what each of us is here to do. The fact that this teaching exists is hard proof of God's unconditional love reaching down to us even in our insignificance. His very personal love for each of us individually and equally. The practice of self-remembering. Every student beginning to practice psychological exercises of the work is taught first of all to practice self-remembering in a particular form. You are instructed to call to your attention your remembrance of your most authentic self, recollecting the essential sense of your being, outside of time and events. Several times a day, or when you remember to, practice self-remembering by standing upright within yourself outside of the moment and its influences. It makes no difference whether you follow an alarm clock method of practicing self-remembering or if you simply try to remember yourself. What you will discover first is that indeed you do not remember yourself. You will start remembering that you forget yourself. And this is the beginning of light. Since this exercise relies on something more pure in motivation than rules, legalism rarely works. Keeping a notebook of your experiences may be helpful if this is your style, or it may disrupt the experience of your perception of it if it's not your style. What is important is that you actually practice self-remembering, and that you taste that state and remember it. All of the other psychological work practices are different forms and degrees of self-remembering. Self-observation is not self-remembering, although it allows you to observe that you do not remember yourself. This is where the confusion lies between self-observation and self-remembering. Self-remembering and self-observation are very different kinds of psychological activity that touch the same state of consciousness, the third state. Self-awareness and real I belong to this level as well, each resonating to some degree in the others or sharing the same taste of state. The work teaches that bringing the work ideas to the moment of experience, incoming impressions, is also a form of self-remembering. Practicing any work exercise, i.e. self-observation, inner separation, etc., is a form of self-remembering. Remembering your aim is another form. In full self-remembering, it is your real I that is experienced in relation to all things. Your individuality, your nothingness, your interwoven place in the universe. In this state, you feel profound peace and inexpressible enlightenment. It cannot be reproduced to adequate words. Although everyone has had moments of this experience during their lifetime, the practice of self-remembering can intentionally evoke this state and help to develop it into a permanent condition of consciousness. This kind of permanence must be built upon practice. You must remember yourself. No one else can do this for you. Self-observation. Watch. Do not sleep.
My coffee's going to take about...
Self-observation is the most fundamental practice in this teaching. Even more so than self-remembering, because it provides the light of consciousness and the means for developing your
reading the fourth way,
the one
or the teachings of the fourth way. It's not been written
Everything begins with
by Gurdjieff, but it's written about Gurdjieff and his
The
teachings.
subsequent practices and exercises all depend on it and realize illuminated by it. It is consequently critical that your practice of self-observation
It isn't the video that I was looking for.
For this, you will need a teacher. When
When you begin to practice self-observation, you must divide yourself into two sides, an observed side and an observing side. To do so, you must take part of your attention and create a vantage point within your psychology from which you can see yourself objectively. When you try to see yourself from this new position, you should be able to see all at once your outer circumstances, your actions, your words, your attitudes, emotional states, posture, tone of voice and inflection, intentions, motives, facial expressions and body movements. This kind of awareness takes some practice and only comes in small glimpses at first. Each glimpse is a photograph of yourself that you will remember because of the special quality it has. And each effort to practice self-observation will carry more light because self-observation lets a ray of light from higher consciousness into your psychology. The analogy for practicing self-observation
goes like this. You have many eyes, one of which is observing eye, and you are attending a play. The play represents life. The audience, your many different eyes,
Just for anybody that hasn't
giving their
arrived,
attention
just
to the
arrived
play,
during
and then
this
each
bit.
responding
This is
differently to
actually
it.
just an interval.
Some eyes are excited,
It's making coffee.
some eyes are bored,
Patrick was a bit quicker than
some
me.
are angry, some are pleased. Observing eye turns around from the stage and watches the audience, noticing each eye's reaction to the play, which is life. Remembering to practice self-observation and refining that practice are the first two challenges. Reminding yourself can be a simple matter of taping up notes that say, observe yourself all over your environment, or deciding to practice at a particular time every day, or using small tricks which remind you to observe yourself. Once you begin to practice self-observation, you will be horrid at times regarding what you observe. This is the biggest obstacle to overcome in the refining of your practice of self-observation. When you observe yourself and you begin to see the insincerity, the lies and selfishness, and the legion of negative emotions that characterize your inner experience and shape your life, the shock can stop you in your tracks, in a literal way, developmentally speaking. As soon as you feel negative emotions about what you are observing, like guilt, fear, humiliation, frustration, or shame, you are immediately stuck. Since nothing conscious can grow from a negative state, you are effectively stopped. As soon as you begin justifying what you have observed, you are equally stopped. If you are justifying, you may be sure that you are identified and in negative emotions. It is vital to practice self-observation uncritically. You must be able to see everything clearly with a dispassionate eye. This does not mean that you become oblivious to conscience, but you must learn not to ascribe everything to yourself. Doing so is identification, which is the condition you are seeking to change. The process of the work will enlighten you about what to ascribe to yourself, your real I. The first thing to do, in the case of becoming negative in response to what you observe in yourself, is to withdraw the feeling of I from it. Say to this observation, "This is not I." Then turning your observing eye on your negative responses and notice what they say to you. When you say, "This is not I," you are differentiating between your mechanics and your real I, which is clarifying. You are making a small withdrawal of force from the energy of mechanicalness. If you find yourself justifying, simply stop saying the words. Practice inner silence. It will take a long time of actual practice before observing I functions accurately or has any permanence, or before you have experienced enough internal light to verify that the work teaches regarding your own psychology. The light of self-observation shines a ray into the darkness that is the unconscious side of you. This darkness is not evil. You are not instructed to look for whatever evil might be unacknowledged in you. That idea of confronting inner darkness is evil. Your dark side very well contains multitudes of negative emotions, but that is not all. Your dark side is all that remains unobserved and unacknowledged by you, unconscious to you. You cannot change something if you have no awareness of its existence. So real, personal change, which is the aim of esotericism, depends on the light of self-observation first of all. Some of the many reasons the work asks you to observe your negative emotions and states from the beginning is because they are not part of your essence, they are acquired. And what is most important, they stand squarely in the way of your development. Also, each student in the work is asked not to give expression to negativity from the beginning, as work on being. In doing so, you will begin to see the stranglehold negative emotions have on you, and you will feel their force when you try not to express them. But first, you must be able to observe them. Your practice will show you how you go from complaining to feeling irritable, to speaking and acting with anger, followed by self-justification, feeling dejected and guilty. You will observe inner and outer talking in slanderous terms and find yourself grumbling about how you must endure worrying about it. You will see how you're constantly being critical about everyone and everything you encounter. And this is what you call discernment. You will notice that you are plagued with dissatisfaction no matter what you have, and you feel anxious and feel fearfully vulnerable. When things are going well, you will be afraid that they will change, and you will suffer. When things are not going well, you will be afraid that they won't change, and you will suffer. In any case, you're afraid and you're already suffering. You will catch yourself reciting grudges against people and events and circumstances, and you will observe frustration. You will catch yourself gossiping and be shocked by how often you lie, feel insecure, embarrassed, or rejected, or how often you flatter yourself, judge others, and relate to everything in terms of like and dislike. It is
pretty cool. Good, yeah. I love this stuff. What's me? Let's see where your audio's come. Oh, I know what's wrong.
There's something wrong?
No, only my end. Right, so it's me. Say something.
Testing, 1, 2.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Right, yeah. So, what were we talking about?
We were trying to prove the globe.
Yeah, we're never going to be able to do that one. That's why, you know, that's what, just briefly, that's why, like, Nathan Oakley does his flat earth debate thing, and I point blank refuse to enter into a debate with anybody about it, because as far as I'm concerned, there is no debate. There might be a debate about the parameters, but there's no debate as to whether or not this earth is observably flat. And when scientific method is applied, it's observably flat.
Yeah, observably, you know. And when you here, I'll give you a. You know, there's something that we can't do. Okay, unfortunately, well, in a sense, it's cool because right where I live, there's a bridge that goes up really, really, really high. Okay, and it crosses over a big, you know, surface of water. When you're at the top, unfortunately, you're going like at 100 kilometers an hour, right? So you're not staying there very, very long. But when you're at the top, you can do this with, you do like a 180 degree, and you can look at a whole plane. And there, if you see from, let's say, from one end to the other end, we're looking at hundreds of kilometers of distance when you look at it at a wide span. So when I'm looking at it, it's all flat, dude. The horizon, everything is flat. So I don't see, like when I do a 180 degree, when I'm looking at, when I'm at the top of that bridge, I don't see like I should be able to see some sort of a little bit of curvature or something. I'm pretty sure, but it's all flat, man, everywhere.
If the model was, they set the parameters wrong. Let me just shout out London Man. Hey dude, sorry mate, I didn't realise you were back there then. How you doing?
I'm good, Richie. How you doing, OTW?
All good.
Good stuff, good stuff. I'm just I've got a bit of spare time, but I've also got my daughter with me, so just forgive me if I have to mute up and you don't hear from me for a while.
No worries, mate. No worries. No worries.
Nice,
it's good.
I just like to be up sometimes here on the panel instead of being down in the chat, in case if I need to say something, I don't have to hit the link to come up to say it, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Salutes.
Yeah. What's your opinion about the model that they give us about the Earth? You know, what they try to make us believe the Earth is. What's your opinion on
that? My opinion would have to be, from what I've seen, I think every so often they present us with a new model, whether it's flat, circular, or crater, right? But one of the
crater, that's it. I forgot. I completely had a complete mind blank then, mate. You're a crater earther, aren't you?
There you go.
Yeah.
Right? And the reason why I mentioned these three, right, because they actually published the Crater Earth map, right, in the 1800s as well. It's been published, but what I've noticed now with the globers and the flat earthers, right, none of them two ever really discussed the Crater Earth. It's like that's a topic they've been told not to discuss. It's almost like the Republicans and the Democrats, and they vowed not to speak about Crater Earth.
There was a bit of concave, like people. There was a concave Earth theory, which I guess would fit into a crater Earth theory, wouldn't it?
Well, yes and no. Yes, you're right to some degree. Yes, to some degree, it could spark the interest of a Crater Earth, right? But I feel even the concave one didn't get as much exposure as Crater Earth. I did see the concave one, and to be honest, I think it was more so of it had more of like a Spanish movement behind it when I saw it. It wasn't more of like a English speaking group. You understand? It was more of a Spanish people that had that on the back foot.
Right.
So I don't think it really. Well, I'm not saying it didn't get no justice, but in my opinion, I don't think it reached the certain platform that it should have, right? Because we over in this sector of the YouTube, the platforms are heavy for the truthers, bro. Heavy. We kick in the door with the truth. So much platforms with good quality truthers and content, but
And
I haven't seen it over here, so to speak, as much as it should be. It's only me really that's doing it over here.
what in London?
In London, I would say so. Yeah,
Oh,
in London.
So me and Roxanne's she's my best friend. She's from London. She was living in Richmond for a while, but she was in Brixton for a bit. I'm not sure where she is now because she's kind of there's stuff going on in her personal life, so she's not able
to come on live. Like me and Rox did a show together. We started in 2018 doing a show together where it was just me and her. We're like, I'm going to say this. People probably maybe won't accept it. They can accept it or not. But as far as me and Rox can tell, like we were the ones that actually first started doing the whole panel thing and having people on and talking to them. We started using StreamYard as soon as it came out. We were like one of the first ones to start using StreamYard, and we were trying to get them to sponsor us. Like we wanted them to give us it all for free, and we'd sponsor them, but it didn't happen. But we were. All we were doing was trying to make socially unacceptable things acceptable to talk about and have people discuss things and use critical thinking and actually listen to different theories to then discuss and take apart and try and get to the truth, because there's always more than one story, and there's always more than one side, and there's always more than one perception.
It's like an onion.
We've been doing it. Me and Rox have been doing it for the last 4 or 5 years. It's just been that this year has things have really got difficult. I've been really lucky in my situation, and Rox has been not so lucky in hers. So we've been around doing it, mate. I mean, the flat Earth thing, like I wasn't. I was there in spirit. I was online, with Rox while she was there with her phone, doing Speaker's Corner every Sunday, with the flat Earth movement. Did 2 flat Earth tours. Well, not flat Earth, globe denier tours, because that's all we're doing. We're not claiming a flat Earth. We're saying the model they've given us is bunk. The model they've given us is a load of bullshit. So all we're doing is denying the claims that they have made. We're not making any claims of our own. We're just saying the claims that they're making are false. They're fake. It's not real. So there was the first tour went all around the UK in a camper van, and then the second tour went all around Europe.
Wow.
And that was in 2019, and we were planning to do, this is the crazy thing, right? This is conspiracy theorist minds. We were planning to do another tour in 2020, and boom, COVID. And so we were like, wow, look at what they've had to do to stop us, man, because we were making some tracks. There was some really good discussions going on with people in the public, in their main squares, in their cities. Go into people, like you can, I think all the videos are still up on Roxanne's channel. My channel got deleted, so I lost them all, 2,500 videos. So yeah, we've been doing it for a long time, dude. You're not the only one.
That's crazy, man.
Hey,
I love hearing
tell
these
you what,
stories.
you got how do I can't even see the. It's my first. Well, it's not my first time on this restream, but I've never stream share. How you call it, screen share on this, right?
Are you on your phone?
No, my laptop.
Oh right. Down beneath the thing it says, if you hover your mouse over it, tells you there's it will say add source or
Screen share. Okay,
screen
okay.
share.
I just want to show you something real quick.
It's not porn,
Can
is
you
it?
see that?
Yeah.
Right now, this is coming from the powers that shouldn't be. Right, this is what they've published, and this don't look like a flat Earth or a globe Earth to me. This is what they're showing you as the world is depicted. A crater, right, with four corners and somewhat of a pyramid in the middle, so to speak. A hill in the middle, right? Now, if you look closely, they're showing you we have 3 suns, or it could be 2 suns, but I'm thinking it's 3, right? Because even the Dogon tribe, they spoke of the sun trinity, meaning there's 3 suns up in there.
The Dogon, the ones they're whoa, there's a massive echo there. Where's that coming from?
Is that me or you echoing?
I can hear me. I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, wait. I'm
Do you
gonna
want to
take
just?
What, shall I mute up?
I'm just gonna mute you for a second. No, it's not. It's not. Hang on.
Do you have YouTube playing?
Right. No, I'll tell you what it is. It's yeah. Have you got YouTube playing?
No,
right now, Richie.
no, I didn't.
I've muted it up. I've muted up your share screen, and it's stopped happening. So it's cool. Carry on. It's stopped now. Go on. I was going to say though, the Dogons, they're the ones that are linked to. They're the ones that think that there's a twin Earth, isn't it? There's a twin Earth that's invisible. We can't see it, but we are directly connected to this dark. It's like well, it's a twin, but it's the opposite or something, and the energy passes between the two Earths, like a parallel.
Well,
is that the
that
Dogons? And they're linked. They mapped the Pleiades as well. They're linked to the Pleiades, aren't they? The star system, 7 sisters.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you?
Yeah. Can hear you.
Oh, cool. I just saw you said I was muted up here, so I didn't know if you could hear me.
No, I've muted the share screen because I can hear myself. Whoa. Yeah, I can hear myself coming through your share screen.
Okay, but not my mic, just a share screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You're there.
Okay. Yeah,
No, I mean,
it's funny you mentioned that, right, with the twin sister, the twin planet rather, because I've heard something similar as well, right, where they call Venus the twin sister of Earth. They say if you look at Venus, right, it's kind of similar to the set out of Earth, you know, with the colors and the amount of water and these things, but it's just a bit bigger apparently. But I've come
I
across
mean,
some.
the thing is, they talk about water on Venus, but how do they know there's water on Venus? They're assuming that they're saying, "Oh, we sent these space probes out there, and they came back with the information that there's water on Venus." Oh yeah, really? Did you? Yeah, you see, you
Yeah.
got rockets. You got rockets to leave this Earth realm and break through the firmament that absolutely has to be there. The firmament has to be there for the pressure to exist in this realm. Right?
I listen. I kind of agree with that to some degree, right? But check this out. Just imagine like a firmament over us, right? That
Yeah.
has an entrance, and then when you step out of that, it's got a greater firmament over everything else.
Yeah.
That kind of would make more sense to me, right? For some reason, I can kind of see in that model working a bit more than just a firmament over us, right?
Yeah, because it's like, what's outside of the firmament then? What's outside of the firmament? Is it space? What's outside of it? Like, I mean, if we go by their model, it's a vacuum and there's nothing. There's just other bodies of matter and gases and, you know, and elements. But the majority of it is is nothing and a void. And there's even areas that are antimatter. They're dark matter. They're not matter, but they are. And they make up 69% of the universe, but they don't know what it is. So they call it dark matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know too much about this dark matter stuff, so I don't really speak upon it. But I
Neither do
just like
they,
to.
though. Neither
Yeah,
do
I
they.
know,
That's
I know. That's a fact. That's a fact. I mean, how do we know what they talk about matter is true? So yeah, you're totally right in that sense. You're totally right in that sense. But what I've been looking at with the crater Earth and things like this, that kind of makes more sense to me because I look at Earth as I look at it like this, right? They're lying to us about the size and the shape, but most importantly, they're lying to us about the size of it. The shape to me don't really
I've got a
matter at the
question for you.
moment.
I've got a question for you. Does if it turned out that we live on a globe, and if it turned out that they were able to prove their model, would it change the way you behave? Would it change the way you treat your neighbor? Would it change?
Well, it wouldn't change the way I treat my neighbor. It would change the way I look at science, so to speak.
Right.
Their
It would make
opinion.
you respect them more and listen to them more because obviously they've been telling the truth, so we should listen to them more. Right. If the Earth
Yeah.
was proven to be flat,
Mm-hmm.
what would that, if we were proven to be living in a crater, if it was absolutely beyond any shadow of any doubt shown to us that we live in a crater and it's one of many, how would that affect the way you live?
Well, wouldn't you want to explore? Wouldn't you like? Wouldn't
Yep.
you want to? Yeah,
Yep.
man. I
Yep.
want to go
Yep.
see those other craters. Man.
Yeah.
Go,
Yeah.
those other lands.
Would it affect the way you treat the people that you meet when you go out there?
Well, of course. Well, it depends how they would react to me. I guess.
What if they weren't human?
Well, if they're trying to eat me, I mean,
Would you give them the chance though? Would you
Of
give
course,
them the benefit of the doubt when you like and approach it gently and try and make contact with them,
of
or
course.
would you try and suss the situation to see if you should make contact with them or not? And maybe they wouldn't like you. Maybe they'd be really hostile. So
Hey,
would you decide not to contact them, or would you go in there, right, raw guns blazing, fuck
Richie,
you?
let me
I
put it to
think
you like
they.
this, Richie, right? You see
Mm,
how, look at this now, right? We've got planets around us. We got bodies of, you know, quote unquote light bodies around us and everything. But if you're gonna say that, right, if we come across other people, I look at it like this: these people who probably control the world and I would say the solar system, right, would
mm,
be an elite force, right? Now, you imagine this elite force conquered most of the world's the craters already, right? And they're spreading their same ideology through all of the craters, the world, saying you all live on a ball planet. So imagine them going to people in Jupiter saying you live on a ball planet called Jupiter, and coming
would you
to
want
Earth saying you live on a ball planet called Earth, going to other places, right? But these are all craters, but they're telling them they live on a ball. Now imagine if all of these inhabitants made it out of their craters and they came across one another, they would possibly have their similar story to tell. We've been held
mm,
captive, right?
mm.
We've been told we lived on a ball. Um, we've been told the sun, we revolve around the sun, all that crap. So it's like the reason why I think they even stop us from coming out of the crater is for things like this, because we might meet up with our real tribe members, you know, that got dispersed through catalysm events or, you know, wars and all these things. I
Into
don't even feel
districts.
a connection to this realm, bro. I don't even feel like I live here. There's too much giant stuff in the way, big doors, big gates. It don't feel like it's made for me. I feel like I got brought here or something.
Well,
I
think of
This
Hunger
is why I
Games,
like
where they had different
this.
districts.
Yeah, that's what they're pushing us towards now. I mean, if people can't see that, if people can't see that they are trying to turn Earth into districts where there'll be 15-minute districts. You know, your 15-minute fight, or they're talking about 5-minute cities, aren't they? 5-minute cities that will be in a district that will be controlled by, you know, whatever um, faction.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Bugger.
Let me just add one thing as well, right?
Go on.
When you even look at these Hollywood movies, because what I've started to see now, Richie and OTW, there's a lot of truth within these Hollywood movies, right? And there's like a lot of pre-programming. Like they actually tell you what they're going to do in these Hollywood
Yeah.
movies that come out,
Yep.
right? I'll give you one example. Do you remember that movie with Will Smith when everybody's turned into zombies and he has to find a cure and he's got a dog in the movie and it's just him and the dog?
I am
I am
not
Legend.
Legend. No, no,
Thank you.
not.
Okay,
Is
I
it
Am
I Am
Legend.
Legend? Is it
Yeah,
I Am
I
Yes,
am
Legend?
Legend. Yeah.
yes,
Oh yeah,
yes.
that's not the one where he's a superhero. Yeah, yeah, I Am
Good.
No,
Legend.
that's
Right.
Yeah,
Hancock.
yeah.
Okay, right. If you look in that movie, it's a movie, right, about him in the world of zombies. Now, there's a part in that movie where he's walking through the streets, and up in the background, there's a billboard, right, that says, "Coming soon, Batman vs Superman." Right? Everybody looked past that. Nobody would have ever thought Batman vs Superman would have come out, but they were showing you in the movies within the movies, right? It's almost like when an artist back in the 1500s would leave a secret hidden message, so to speak, So to see who's really paying attention to what's going on around them, right?
To
Now,
be fair, dude, we used to talk about Batman versus. I mean, it's something that's been discussed in that kind of genre for a long time. It's Batman versus Superman, Predator versus Alien. I remember back in the 90s, right, talking with me and my mates were like, "Yeah, have you heard, man? Have you heard? They're bringing out Alien versus Predator. Alien versus Predator is coming out next year, man. It's coming out next year, until it finally came out. It did
finally came
finally
out.
come out, but
There
it
you
was
go.
it was there. It was always there in the conscious, you know,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the or in the subconscious. People were so them putting that in there was just a
Basically, it's like I was saying, these people put out stuff to see who's really up on game, right?
yeah.
To see who's up on game. Now,
See who's observant, who's
yes,
actually observant and taking things in, or not taking them in, but observing them and being able to recognize when they see things.
recognize, yes, right? Now, with that being said, right, like I said, they put these stuff in the movies. Now, another thing that's come to light with me with these movies now,
Mm.
when I've been remembering stuff like your Star Wars, Star Trek, your intergalactical movies, right? There's always seems to be a group of people that is trying to dominate one half of the galaxy, and they
Yeah.
always seem to be in charge of it, right? These big
Yep.
fleet ships and everything.
Yep.
They seem to be proper dominating half
Empire. There's
empires.
always
You
an
understand?
empire. Yeah.
Yes, bro. And I feel like that has happened already, but they're just showing us in small doses.
Hmm.
And I think the worlds that they're capturing is the craters. I don't think it's literally physical floating planets in the air. I think it's just craters they've captured.
See, dude, I think that's all just hubris. I think that's what they want. That's what they're imagining. That's how they imagine themselves. They imagine themselves to be exactly that. But outside of, I think this realm's been quarantined, or maybe not quarantined. This is an experiment where they
So that's,
know the outcome. That
but that's another
it's a
word of captured,
process.
though. Wouldn't you say that's captured also? If you're quarantined, if you're captured, like you've been segregated. So that's what I mean by captured. You know what I'm saying? Quarantine, captured. It's still
Yeah,
the same
we've
word
been.
to me.
Yeah. I
You
think. I
know.
mean, I think that has happened, but I think it's for benevolent reasons. I think that this realm is all about evolution of consciousness. Right? It's all about us becoming more consciously aware and in control of one of the most powerful things, which is emotion and physical. I think it's all about. I said this yesterday. I've said it before. I think the story of the Greek gods is a like a is a lesson. The Greek gods were humans, but they were humans full possession of all of their power, and that meant that they were very destructive. They destroyed and they killed. They became victims of the worst, the lowest emotions, the lowest vibration emotion, like hate and anger and jealousy. All of those things cause them to act out and destroy creation and do bad things. And the whole point of us now is it's like this is a chance to get control of, become emotionally intelligent, get full control of the emotions that we experience, so that we're able to then use that energy. Once we're allowed to, we can then use that energy to create, to literally make things manifest. But we're not allowed to. It's like I said, that meditation where I listened to the ringing in my ears, and I ended up in the bloody room, surrounded by different eyes, all looking at me, saying, "Yep, what do you want? Why are you here? I'll have my power, please." Okay, then there you go. How does that feel? Shit. That's like you just basically you've given me a gun with a hair trigger, and it's capable of firing nuclear bombs, and I've got a twitchy finger, and that's how I felt. That's what it felt like. The responsibility that fell on my shoulders in that moment was just I'm not ready for that much responsibility.
Yeah.
That's what I think the point of this realm is, so that we can then go outside of this realm and go and create our own realms. You know, it's this whole idea of them versus us, like left versus right, is duality, and I think duality only exists in this realm to help us to get control of, to find balance, to be able to find balance, to put us in a place where you have to find balance to be able to navigate constructively and positively, and without stepping on people, without destroying anything. Just with the whole point of creation is to create. We are part of creation. We're here to create. We can imagine something in our mind, put it down on paper, give it to somebody else that can take that drawing and put it into practical physical terms. We can create a computer that can then send a program to a bloody laser printer that will then print out a three-dimensional laser printer that will print out what you've imagined in your mind. Well, nothing new under the sun. We're imitating what's been done already with us. And I saw an interesting video actually about I forget who it was. Was it you, London man, who is suggesting that this old architecture has been basically 3D
Yes,
printed?
that's my work, correct.
Yeah, mate. I thought, do you know what? Why not? That makes sense.
It does.
The precision of the 3D printing, that makes sense with some of these buildings and stuff. What if there was some sort of, we had some technology that could 3D print with a funny, with different clay-like materials that was soft when it was laid, but then, it
Yep.
hardened in, or maybe a frequency was put through the air that made it go instantly hard
Mm,
and
mhm,
perfectly formed.
mhm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was even some more bits that I took out of it, and it would have been much more, I think, better if I did leave it in there, because it would have made the point even more prominent that I was trying to make with that. But I thought, let me save some more seeds for, my next document.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't want to give
Yeah.
everything away.
I
Nice.
really like the way you edit your videos, mate. I do. I'm a little bit in awe of it, and not jealous. Just like, damn, man. I wish I could do them that good. It's really good, mate.
Thanks, my bro. Thank you.
You know what
Who
it was making me think,
Oh,
Richie, what you were just saying about how they were making these forms. Think about the sculptors in those days where they maybe found a way to mix certain metals or magnetic metals inside the mixture of the cement that they were making, and were able to sculpt and make beautiful shapes with magnets. And you
mm,
know you can make a form a have it spinning on a platform, and then having it shape itself into a post, and using
mm.
magnets to make these forms and shapes perfect. You know what I'm saying?
When you look at the way what's it called, the ferro liquid stuff, the way that reacts when you put a magnet underneath it and stuff, the black liquid, that magnetic, it goes all spiky. They can make it do all kinds of stuff, man.
Exactly.
and it's geometric. That's the thing. The geometric shapes and patterns. There's
Yeah.
a geometry to it.
So who
A
says they
divine
didn't
geometry.
have a sound technology in those days where they could make a mix of certain ingredients, where then they would throw, like they do when you were showing the example of that black goo jumping around on that plate. Same principle, but they can make it into a shape like I think there was an experiment done where someone was playing Stairway to Heaven, and that substance, the substance that literally made the shape, I think it was water, that made the shape of a ladder, as if the water would understand like the song, and it literally made a shape of a ladder. So if this technology is possible, then they could use that to create buildings just with like a sound
Have
frequency.
you seen how they bend water with harmonics and
Yeah.
I've seen how
frequency?
do
They
that.
can make
Yeah.
water curl, like spiral down. It's
Right.
insane.
Okay,
It's
so
absolutely insane.
think of that water as being cement, because you
Yeah.
know, if you mix cement with water, so you use that same technology with cement until
Geopolymer is, is liquid, isn't it, when it starts? So and to answer your question, sorry, Guy, going back, that was about I know what that was. That question was about the things that asked me what I wanted. That I didn't, that I couldn't see anybody. All it was eyes. It was eyes that opened, and they weren't. I don't remember seeing two eyes, like, side by side, like it was two eyes in the same head. It was just one eye, one eye, one eye. It was just lots of eyes, and they were different, and some of them were reptilian, and some of them were human, and some of them were, they weren't all they weren't all human eyes. They weren't all reptilian eyes. They were different. They were all different eyes, but it felt like they were entities. It did feel like they were entities, like they were entities that were not in charge of me, but I had a lot of respect for. Like they were like elders.
you know what, that would be in like maybe a spiritual realm. I don't know if it would be possible if these entities exist in this plane of existence, but I always thought everything was in the mind, for a lack of better terms. Coming back to what
No,
we were
they did.
talking about previously about the fractal aspect of our reality, and there's a lot of stories that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say quickly to Guy, no, they didn't feel evil, mate. They just felt powerful and knowledgeable. They felt like they knew a lot more than me. A whole lot more. Like I was completely, it's, yeah, I was.
Dude, I don't know, have you been through a bit of my material, Richie?
Do you know what, mate? I'll totally honest. No, I've listened to your music, but I've not heard.
Well, do you mind if I share a video with you? It's not very long, and it correlates directly to the conversation that we're having right now, and it's something that maybe our viewers would like. It's pretty mind-blowing, actually.
Definitely, man, definitely. And hey, just a shout out to people watching. We've got 27 people watching now. So, and I know that's because of you two guys. I know it's because of London Man and you, Patrick. So I just want to say thank you.
All right, so I'm
Go
just
for
gonna
it.
bring it up real quick. Yeah, hold on a sec. Give me a minute. My computer's slow.
Yeah, no worries, man.
It's not the top of the line thing, but
hey, no, listen. Let me assure you of something, right? It doesn't matter if you get the top of the line, fastest, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. They all get clogged up, man. They all end up like one of the things about iMac. They've got an advert for iMac Cleaner where they basically state, yeah, and you know what it's like. You get your iMac when you first get it, it's super fast, and then within about a month, it's slowing down, and you're getting the spinning wheel of death. Because they get clogged. Doesn't matter how bloody powerful and faster. This thing is so slow. I'm like, you're meant to be really fast, man. You're meant to have 24 gig of RAM. How is it that you're so slow? I had a 4 gigabyte. I mean, it was a lot worse, but I didn't expect 4 gigabyte. I thought that's really bad. So 24 gig will be insane. It'll be so fast, man. Because 60 fast. So 24 gig, but it's not. It's always struggling.
Yeah, same here,
Sorry.
man. Just like right now, it's doing it on purpose.
What have you got? What are you operating?
Oh, I don't even remember what. I think it's like a dual core something. It's a pretty old machine.
There's Windows. Or are you running Linux?
Okay, I got it. I found it. Woohoo! All right. Okay, it's called What's Up, Doc.
You need to add it. You need to share screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's true. I forgot. I was like thinking it was already sharing itself. I was like, that would be fun, you know? It's like, hold on a sec. Okay, here it is. Brain streams. It's 15 minutes, not too long. And I'll speed it up. I'll bring it like to half speed so we can get any strikes or anything.
Is it your video?
So quality, I'll bring it here.
Is it your video?
Yes, sir. This is my content.
It's your content. So if it's your content, we won't get any strikes. If you didn't get any strikes, oh,
okay.
You shouldn't get any strikes because you're the one showing it. You're the one showing your content. So.
Oh, okay.
Unless you make a copyright claim on me.
No, I didn't. Okay, no, I won't. That's a good one. All right, Hans.
That was quite funny. Yeah.
All right, so I'm still gonna bring the speed up a little bit just because I don't want to. I want to make sure it's not too long. I don't want it to be long-winded.
That's cool. Yeah, 1.5 times. That's cool.
Okay, so I don't want to go back. I'm lost, guys. Okay, hold on. I got it. No, this is not right. This is, where am I, guys? Sorry, I'm lost. Okay, I got it. Here we go. I'm gonna play.
And the hair falls a tree eventually, right? Everybody knows the story, right? The tortoise and the hare. They both race, and the hare falls asleep under a tree eventually, right? And the tortoise passes him, and eventually wins the race because this guy's winning the race, but he didn't win the race, and in the end he cries because he lost the race. And
Richie.
So this is it. That's like the quick rendition of this story. Okay. So what I wanted to show you guys was the correlation that it has with brain and where this story comes from, literally. So this is what
you need to stop it. I can't hear you.
Funny. We're going down the rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen. There's the brain, right of the front.
It's a bit fast, man.
With a rabbit.
Yeah. I'm gonna slow it down. I was just gonna ask you, can you remove chat from screen so everybody can see?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess that would be
1.25. Yeah.
And right under the rabbit ears, you have the tortoise, and tortoise's head, and the shell next to the cerebellum.
Here, I'll start it over, guys. Sorry about that.
That actually looks like
everybody
a lady.
knows the story, right? Tortoise and the hare. So the hare falls asleep under a tree eventually, and the tortoise passes him, and eventually wins the race. This guy's dreaming about winning the race, but he didn't win the race, and in the end he cries because he lost the race. And so this is it, like the quick rendition of this story. Okay. So what I wanted to show you guys was the correlation that it has with the brain, where this story comes from, literally. So this is what I'm going to start with, but we're going down. It's going to be funny. We're going down the rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen. There's the brain. Right to the right of the frontal lobe, you have you'll have the rabbit ears, the head of the rabbit and rabbit ears, and right under the and head and the and you would call the cerebellum, I think, that thing that looks like a tree. Okay, well, that thing that looks like a tree there, right underneath, you see like the rat sleeping there, dreaming underneath the tree, right here, right in front of you. In other words, you're looking at the brain and you're seeing the story of the race that they're doing being portrayed right there in front of you in the brain, right there. So you got the right at the head of the brain, you have the whole lobe, and right after that, you see that little white. This is why they're telling you follow the white rabbit. Let's go down the rabbit hole. This is very significant. These are all kind of like spiritual messages that are being given, and I'm trying to point this out by showing you guys that the story of the tortoise and the hare comes from the brain. So if you look at this with spiritual eyes, you'll literally see the rabbit ahead of the tortoise, and the tortoise is a race rabbit. And then if you look to the next scene, you'll see a tree with a rabbit sleeping underneath the tree. Okay, so we'll move on to the next my next diagram. So this is a picture. Let me bring it up. This is a picture of the brain. So I guess the first thing I wanted to point out was, well, like the first story I told you was about like a kid story, right? So let's go further with this, and let me show you guys. Okay, you guys know a certain superhero. I think I'm gonna just zoom in like this. I see a superhero here. I don't know if you guys see a superhero.
Dude, I think you're going to need to play it at normal speed.
You recognize that superhero? Well, let me bring it up.
Some people are having real difficult because it's skipping. It's being.
This is your superhero here.
Just press pause a sec.
Can leap tall buildings in a single bound. Stronger than a locomotive. Because he is the savior, the superhero. Superman is you. Okay, so that's that. But in this diagram here, that's not the only thing I see. I mean, Superman is just one. I see many things here. I see Hinduism, Ganesh, the Hindu god Ganesh. Look at this. I see her. Da, 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 da. Here, I'll zoom in. Here's the elephant head right there, her ears. And with that on top of her head. There, look. There.
Yeah,
that's Ganesh. All right. Now, I'm not. Do you think this is done? This is gonna blow you out of the water completely. It literally blew me out of the water while so, and this is all because through spiritual discernment. It's like your eye, you get like spiritually awakened, your eyes change. You see everything differently. You see the truth in everything. Like literally, you see the truth in everything. So I'll just like zoom out of the brain here. Okay, we have Superman, we have Ganesh, but what other character do you see? Well, I'll show you. Everybody loves this character. Boom. Dumbo. Check it out, people. Dumbo, right here. Look, I'm gonna zoom in, and I'll put him in focus. This is his face, or his ears. Look at his face. These are the big ears here, and this is his body. Look, he's sitting down. He's sitting down here. So there's Dumbo, friends. There you have it. When I did Ganesh, I want to break down, in other words, the story of Ganesh. Okay, so if you look at the synopsis of Ganesh is, in other words, Ganesh was the son of son or daughter of Shiva, right? And the other god there, I don't know his name. So
Rama.
But I don't know what happened, but accidentally the father of the child cut off the head, and to save God's life, they off the head of an elephant and put it on top of the body of that person, Ganesh. And but Ganesh became the protector of Shiva. Okay, so this is the story. In other words, Shiva. So when you look at it, Shiva is also in the diagram, and I'll even I'll prove that to you right here. Because this Ganesh, right, sitting here, and I imagine meditating. I don't know what she's doing, but or he's doing, and look, Shiva, which is right here. Shiva's right there, but you have to turn this around. Okay, there you go. There's Shiva. You get it? This is Shiva. Like I'm gonna do now. I'll turn around. Ganesh is protecting Shiva. So the whole Hinduism, their gods, is based upon the organs that are in the brain. This is to point out that mostly all of my, I don't know if they're all, because I can't say it for 100%, but in my perception of things, all scriptures in any religion are practically 95% guaranteed. They're all allegorical. So let's move on to the next amazing story of the brain. That we went through Ganesh, we went through Shiva. I'm going to show you another Hindu god, which I completely forgot his name.
Rama.
Okay, and he is the diagram. So I'm going to have to zoom up over here. Okay, and I'm going to do like him. This guy is meditating, and he's meditating on the lotus petal. Lotus petal is the crown chakra. If you look here closely, okay, here he is. He's just like here. There are his knees. They're there. That thing here, this, and these are his legs. He's in meditative position. His arms are up like this. These are his arms. Okay, and it has more than one face. Look here, it has more than one face, more than one crown, and he's here. It says like he's holding a remote, like a remote control in his hand. Well, this is all like when you're looking at the brain. Obviously these are organs, but like an artist paints a rendition, let's say an archetype or a god or something, and he's using the brain as an example. Well, this artistic rendition that would end up being realized through using let's say an organ of the as a base, because in drawing, because I draw, I know you always have like this filled upon. So you start on like a sketch, and after that you put in shade, color, and the rest of it follows. So the picture paints itself practically. I'm gonna move it over, and I'm gonna move there. Here's your Jesus, guys, with the crown at the top. Here he is, handing out his hands like that. I have more pictures of him though. It's like I don't even need that one. I could use one here. There's one. There you go. There's the brain. There's your Jesus, guys. You wanted your savior? There he is. Here's your savior. So that's that. What can I say? Didn't want to bust any Christians' bubbles today, but the truth is there, man. All I have to do is turn over every stone, read your Bible, man. You'll understand something with spiritual eyes. So, and so back to the brain here, and here's another one, because there's not there's the Lamb of God, because in other words, Jesus is the Lamb of God. But look, if you take a look very carefully here, you'll see the Lamb. Look, I'm going to bring it up. You see the ram? You see those? This is the lamb. This is a lamb. A sheep, okay? And this is the ram. I'll bring up a picture of the ram. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
It's
but
all
the story doesn't end there.
pareidolia.
I mean, this is Jesus Christ, or the Lamb, the God, the Lamb of God. It's here. You see his nose. Here's his long nose, and here's his rams coming out of his head. So when you see CERN with Shiva in the front of CERN, think to yourself, maybe it's not like these particle smashing things, but more or less like some kind of mind control. It has something to do with the brain. Something to do with how now I know, because I know is a rendition that comes directly from the brain. That means that if they're using her as a symbol, that means that they're fucking us in the brain. So doesn't that wouldn't that explain kind of like the Mandela effect? If that's what they're
So,
literally doing over there is
dude, so that's exactly what I'm like, where I say perception is the key to your reality, and that it is the fundamental control mechanism that they're using is perception, our perception, the way we perceive everything. And I said a couple of years ago, it seems like Hinduism um, is talking about the different stages of consciousness, kind of like, it's not talking about a god with, that's an elephant and another one that's a monkey. It's all analogies and allegory and um, metaphor, which is all about perception. You paint a picture so that somebody perceives that picture in their mind, so that you can guide, what they're going to see. If you tell everybody how to, like, you make everybody terrified of lighters, and so when they see a lighter, they're absolutely that this is like a nuclear bomb. If you could get everybody to believe that this lighter is actually a nuclear bomb, you could throw it into the middle of the room and watch people have heart attacks and dive to get out of the way, because you've
Yeah.
made them believe that it's a nuclear bomb. Perception is the key to reality. And the way I think this realm works is the common perception, the collective. The more people that are seeing the same thing, then that's what's going to play out in reality, actually into reality. That's what will manifest into reality. And that's
Yeah.
why they've been guiding our perception for so long with these things that they want to achieve but haven't achieved yet.
Yeah.
So they
I
put
have
it
to
into
agree.
our minds to get us to make it manifest.
There you
Because
go.
they can't. They've got no. They can't. They don't have the connection that we have to source, which gives us the creativity. They don't have that creative spark. All they have is the ability to mimic, copy, to fake. That's why they have to make artificial intelligence, because they can't copy what's been done. They can't copy it directly.
Right. So what do you think about the video?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I totally agree. I
Pretty
mean,
cool.
I love
Never
that. I've
seen
not
anything
actually
like
seen
that
that.
on YouTube.
It's I've that's what I like about Jacob Israel, because so Jacob talks about all of his translations of the Bible. Basically, he's saying, look, he's talking about they're talking about the human body. This is all analogous to the human body. Like when they talk about the heavens above, and talking about God and stuff. It's all about inside. What's
Yeah, they're talking
inside
about the
us?
brain. The heavens above is the brain. It's the skull. It's like in the children's shows, like He-Man and Masters of Universe.
Mm.
When He-Man transforms and becomes He-Man from this
Oh, mate,
frail little boy,
mate,
he
mate.
holds up the sword and he says, "By the power of Gray Skull,
Of
I
Grayskull,
have
yeah,
power."
the power, yeah. That
And
was
what
one
does
of
he
my favorite
turns into a superhero.
cartoons,
I
dude. That
love
was one
He-Man.
of my favorite cartoons. Right? Have you watched it recently?
Oh, dude, I can't watch it. I've tried to, and I just can't.
How camp is it, man?
Destroyed the franchise completely, man. They fucking ruined it.
No, no. I'm not talking about what they might have done to it now. I'm talking about the 1980s cartoons that we actually watched. They're camp as fuck, mate. It's when you look at it through these eyes now, with with the filters and whatever that have all been now I see, it's like raw. He-Man, he was proper 80s disco gay, wasn't he? He was like with his leather straps and everything, and the I remember his what was the tiger called?
Oh,
was really cowardly, wasn't it? Until never wanted to change, was really cowardly, and then once he changed, it's like real, fierce monster type thing. But it's mate, it was gay as like DN said, it's gay as hell. And He-Man now is gay. They've just gone all out. But when you look at it back then, it's like, yeah, I can see it. It's really camp. It's really, really camp. Like all of it. It's just why didn't I didn't get any sense of that when I was a child watching it. It was just brilliant, man.
Yeah, because your perception of He-Man was like the man. Like why I want to be like that. It's like I want to be big, strong, and powerful, and righteous, and honorable, and he was like the perfect example of I don't know. I guess a superhero.
Well, it's good against evil, wasn't it? It was pure good against evil, and it's like they used to actually, they used to program us. The indoctrination was to recognize good against evil and strive to be good, to be prudent, and to be chaste, and to be, it wasn't. But the thing is, it was very sneaky. The way they did it back then, they were still sexualizing us, but not blatantly. It wasn't blatantly, it was completely subconsciously. And all of the people that were teaching us, all of the television stars that were teaching us, were all I'm not saying this in a judgmental way, I'm just saying it's a matter of fact. It is a matter of fact. Bisexual and gay. They were all bisexual and gay. All of them. So this agenda's been in place for a long time. Now it might be that it's just the way it goes, because bisexual and gay people are more flamboyant and more likely to go and put themselves in front of a camera and act stupid. I'm not saying anything bad at all. I'm saying that maybe they've got more guts. They've got more guts than your cis male who doesn't want to get up on camera and make himself look stupid. Because we take ourselves too seriously. But actually, maybe it's better to not take yourself too seriously, to be able to just get, what? Who cares, man? Just get up there and do it. If it makes people laugh,
yeah,
just get up there and do it.
If the people like it, fuck, don't stop.
It might be a completely natural thing. And it's just, this is where we've ended up. You know? Eddie Izzard was a legend. Eddie Izzard had me laughing so much that the next day my stomach hurt. That's how much I loved Eddie Izzard. What Eddie Izzard has become, what he's bowed down and kowtowed. Eddie Izzard wasn't transgender. He was a transvestite. He was what was it he called himself? He was an action transvestite. Yeah, wearing makeup, climbing trees, being a man but dressed as a woman. That was his thing. It was all about just being able to wear. Why shouldn't he be allowed to wear women's clothes? Why does there have to be this distinction between men's clothes and women's clothes, because women's clothes and women's makeup seems way more fun than being a man. You get to put makeup on and, you know, paint yourself up and wear really glamorous things, whereas men, there's just what do you wear? You wear a suit, or you wear a jeans and a top. We don't have as much, or men didn't have back in the 90s, didn't have as much versatility fashion wise as women do. Women can wear men's clothes and women's clothes, but men can only wear men's clothes. That was the whole argument of that. If you only like,
But
if
I mean,
a woman
if I
if a
speak
woman
for
put
myself as a man, I would never want to wear a dress. What kind of
no,
idiot?
oh my god, no, I can't think of anything
What the
more
fuck? Why would I want to wear a
uncomfortable.
dress?
But the warriors used to wear robes, not dresses, but robes, which have the freedom of a dress, because you've got maybe more freedom of movement with your, if you're doing martial arts or something. But it's not very practical in a battle situation, you know, to have your junk flopping about.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of could have to agree with you there. I tend to want to wear armor or something, or well, obviously it would have to be flexible, like maybe some leather or something like that, or hard leather. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I always thought of myself, you know, when I used to play like these like World of Warcraft. Always I like being a rogue, you know, rogue assassin, or that was like the character that was like one of my favorite ones that I'd play, because I don't know. I guess that's what I would see myself as if, say, if ever we were in like medieval times. I'd see myself as like pretty much. I wouldn't be like this big warrior paladin guy or whatever. You know, the size that I have and everything. You know, I see myself as a rogue. You know.
I've always been the same character my entire life. I am, in that world, I'm the Blade Master.
Double blades?
Like, yeah, double blades,
Yeah, same
throwing
here.
knives.
Yeah.
Like, and everybody knows me as the Blade Master, and I like, yeah. But
my name's Zethius.
I think now my character is actually it's becoming more sort of Elden Ring now, and my character's got, you know, he's got some magical powers now. So
wow.
Before he was just Blade Master. Now he's Blade Master that can also do things, you know. I don't know. I haven't decided quite what. I was gonna describe something. I was gonna describe something then, and then I just realized how violent it was that I was describing. Well, I'm like, man, why would you want to do that? But then no, but we're in the Elden Ring. This is in this universe where we're having to battle against monsters and stuff. So it's cool that I can tear matter apart with just my thought.
I like that. Yeah.
Dude, right. I've got a book in my head. I've got a book that isn't written yet, and what stops me from writing it is, have you heard about there's a comic book writer that did it, but there's also people like Stephen King can attest to this, or they do attest to it, whether it's real or not. But there's a comic book guy that did this. He wrote a comic, and in the comic book, the main character, some really bad stuff happens to him, and it's not good. And in real life, exactly what he described in his comic book happened to him, and his life was destroyed. Authors talking about things that they've put in their books coming true, or them seeing it come true in somebody else's life. And I'm like, it's almost like, I don't know, I'd say it's a healthy fear of writing something, and I know what I'll put into it. Like I'll know I'll get so into it when I'm writing it. It'll be all of me goes into it. And if I do that, what might I make happen? You know, like, oh man, I don't want to tempt fate. Maybe I just want to play this one out, you know?
Interesting.
That's almost like the sorry guys, I'm back again. That's
No
like
worries, mate.
that's almost like the Truman Show to some degree, right? It's almost like your life written out and everyone's involved apart from you. That's what I'm getting from that, like Truman Show vibes. What you just explained, but
No. I mean, I'm talking about describing things happening, and that so much of me and my emotion and my imagination goes into that description, that it actually, because writing is spelling, we're spell casting all the time, and so
You would be
the
manifesting
danger of spell casting something into my life that I don't,
or into
that I'm
someone
not
else's.
ready, or into somebody else's life. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally
So,
get that, man.
no, but the point I'm trying to make is, you see how the manifesting. I totally understand that part because I done it, so I'm proof of that. I definitely understand
I've
it.
done it. Yeah.
But
I've
I'm
done
saying
it
from a
too.
different. There we go. See, all three of us, wicked. I love that.
Yeah,
Now I'm saying,
I have one little story, and right after what you're gonna say.
thank you, OTW. We've seen it on a different level now, right? With Jim Carrey in that movie when he really thought he was manifesting stuff, but it was just people on the whole game was on one game apart from him, right? That's
With the
almost
Truman
like,
Show.
yeah, the Truman Show, right? He would have thought he was making shit happen, but it wasn't him. It was everybody was on one script apart from him. If you understand what I'm saying, right? So
Or they all
he,
had the script, but they all had a different script to his, kind of thing. They all had
yeah,
the show notes. He just had the
yes,
script, but they had the show notes as well. They knew what was going
yes.
on backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You understand? So it's like, if just for instance, if he said, um, I can see myself finding a woman, finding a new job or something like this, he would have thought it was him doing it, but it was the new woman from the script coming in, and the new job that's in place already, stuff like that. But I do understand this, the meaning of self manifestation, but I was just looking at it on a different level from the direction that they gave us from the Truman Show.
Yeah.
We might think that we're in control of certain things, but there's a bigger script out there that precedes all of us that we don't even know about.
I think that's true. I think that is true. I think that, like, so you might really, really want something to happen, and you're doing everything you can to make it manifest. But it's essentially like either God or your higher self, whatever intelligent entity is, watching over, whatever. That's not what is meant. It's just not that's not what's meant to happen on your journey. You are meant to do this, and that means that you can't win the lottery, or you're never going to be a millionaire, or that's how I feel with me. I feel that I'm not meant to achieve certain things, because if I did, it would stop me from doing the things that I'm supposed to do.
There you go. There you go. Hey, listen, my
I
bro.
like that.
Listen, my bro, very carefully. Oh, sorry, OT, you got it, bro. You got it. I'll go right after you.
Okay, well, I wanted to make reference to one of the manifestations that I had recently, actually. Small story, very quick. I was doing my job, delivering pizza, and I arrived. It was snowing, snowstorm, and it had just ended. There was snow everywhere, and the plows hadn't passed yet nowhere, so it was pretty hard to get to the client's driveway. But when I arrived at the client's driveway was really, really clean. It was all nice and plowed out. All the snow was gone. So, it was so I had imagined in my mind, and I said to myself, or I think I had said it out loud, man, I wish the road would be as clean as the driveway. So, I wouldn't have to. So I saying that coming into the client's driveway, I don't remember if it was a girl or a guy, but anyway. So I get out of the.
You sang it. Hang on. This is a key. You sang it. Did you say you sang it? Was you drove in? You sang it.
No. I said I just before I drove in, I imagined it, and I said it. I said it out loud.
Okay. I'll tell you why in a sec. I'll tell you
then
why.
I go. It was maximum 3 minutes that I between the time that I left my car and went back to my car and back out to the driveway, out of the driveway. So that's what happened. I go bring the pizza. And I don't hear anything because I'm outside, right? And I'm in the doorway, and the driveway is like not even 100 feet from her door. So I mean not the road, like where we were. So I get back in the car and I go back onto the road, and the road's plowed. And I'm like, and I'm take 2 minutes, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I look each side of the road, and this road is really, really long because we're outside in the country here. So, it's like a few miles that way and a few miles that way. So I'm looking on both sides, and I don't see the plow nowhere. And now I'm like really freaking out. And I'm saying, oh my God, did I just do this? It's like, was it me? Is it possible? I was freaking out, literally freaking out.
Hopefully this will reinforce something for you, right? One of the things that I noticed here in Tenerife very quickly was that there's nowhere to park. It's a small island, and there's a lot of cars, and there's a lot of tourists, and they just park everywhere, and there's nowhere to park. And when I was doing my gigs, there was one venue that I played in where it was just a nightmare, man. I had to park so far away and carry all my stuff in. And when I made the decision that I was going to try and manifest something into my life, I decided, hey, why don't I try parking spaces? That would be a really useful thing on this island to be able to manifest a parking space. And so what I started doing was I made up a little song, and on the way to work, I sang this song. And it was basically a song saying there'll be a parking space for me right where I need it to be, just for me. Like, and I sang this song on every single time I went to the same venue. Without fail, 100% of the time, there was a parking space right where I needed it to be. And if it wasn't there when I got there, all I had to do, either as I was arriving, somebody would pull out, or I'd go and I'd just go around the block once. And when I came back, somebody had either pulled out or was just pulling out. And that is the case anywhere I went. I don't have a car now. I haven't had it since December 2020. But whenever I went anywhere, if I forgot to focus on the way, if I forgot to manifest it, to say, right, there'll be a parking space there. Yeah. Don't know where it's going to be, but there'll be a parking space right where I need it to be, just within just a couple of steps kind of thing or whatever, just not too far away. And whenever I didn't do that, if I got there and there wasn't a parking space, it'd be like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot. But it was so good that I could just be arriving and think, damn it, I didn't focus, and then focus, and all I'd have to do is drive around once or twice and a parking space would come. So what I got from that was that it was really easy because I wasn't too emotionally invested in it. And it was kind of easy to imagine it happening. It was very, very easy for me to picture what it would be like for somebody to just pull out of a space and there'd be a space there. And for the feeling as well, it was easy for me to imagine the feeling of getting there and there being a space there. So I was able to imagine perfectly the entire thing, actually really feel it when I imagined it. And I thought, if I was able to do that with walking into a casino and putting all of my money on one number and visualizing me getting that number, and it's happened, it has happened. Me and a friend that I was with, we went in and we didn't put a lot of money, we just put €5 down on 34, and it came in. It was like, wow, 66 to 1, man. Woohoo! Or whatever the odds are, 33, I don't know. But we ended up walking out with more money than we had when we went in. It was just off €5. But the thing is, doubt. It's doubt. Whenever doubt enters into the visualization, as soon as doubt enters into the visualization, it breaks
Hey,
it.
let me
Yeah.
touch on that, please, bro. 'Cause that's dope.
Hold
That's
on a
dope.
sec.
I love to hear that, right?
I just want
And
to say an expression that goes with what he just said. Okay, you guys remember when people always say, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, actually, I think it's the inverse of that. Is you
see it
believe
when you
it, and
believe
then
it.
you got to believe it to see it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's dope. That's both of you. That's brilliant. I really like that stuff, right? Because it's almost like, how can I put this to you? All right, you was thinking of the parking space empty, right? So that's good because you needed a parking space. And then the only bad part about that you were saying is it's hardly any parking space. But you said you didn't visualize it not being a parking space. You said you visualized it being there or somebody driving away, right?
Just a
So
space, just there
yeah,
being a space there.
space.
Not specific as to where it would be, just be a
Yeah.
space somewhere.
So it's like you didn't go out of your way to picture somebody there, right? It's like you said, an empty parking space anywhere or someone driving out from a parking space. And I think that's the brilliance of the imagination sometimes. Like magicians, without even knowing what we're doing. Like I think the power could really lie within the mind, so to speak.
I mean, it does. This like I said, perception is the key. And what made me really firmly believe that is because when you look back through history, so how did they control us back in medieval times? Religion. They controlled us with religion. And then what took over from religion? Well, really, the government, but they were kind of hand in hand with religion. The
Yeah, I was
government
about to say
worked
that.
with religion
I was about to say that.
until television. Until television and radio, and then they realized, and like I said, like they've been running those programs where they, these awesome worlds, War of the World simulations. They've been running those, not necessarily with alien people. They've been, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're sat there in your living room or whatever, and you're watching a video of something that's going on in Africa, how do you know it's not all just been staged?
I know.
There you go, man.
Right. And now we know just what the media has been capable of. They've been doing it in real time, right in front of our faces. So then we think, all right, what about that Ebola crisis? Well, remember all the footage that they showed in Africa of the people with Ebola. Yeah, remember all the footage they showed of people in 2020 of people with COVID. Do you remember all that? And all the stuff that was proven to be faked and proven to be reused footage from other events. And oh look, and what about Ukraine? What about Ukraine? All those fighter jets that they took. Oh no, actually, what? It came from it came from the Call of Duty game. They were showing footage from games, and they were showing footage from previous wars. You know, it's like so. Really, they've just never been showing us anything true. Like you can't trust anything that they've shown us on the screen.
Yeah, it reminds me. I also made a video on mainstream news, and I used the Conspiracy Guru's soundtrack to make the video. And I had, I actually have permission to. I went and asked a Conspiracy Music Guru to use one of his videos, and I had his permission, so I was able to create a 5-minute video. If ever you guys want to watch it, there I can bring it up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, cool.
Cool, yeah.
Hey, OTW, I forgot to tell you, right, that because I was on mute playing with my daughter, but that the stuff with the brain you pulled up, that was awesome. I was watching it, but I couldn't communicate with you guys. But that was awesome. I forgot to say.
Yeah, and it wasn't even finished. So if you get a chance, go watch the rest of it.
Okay.
It's not long. It's
drop a link.
Minutes, that video. Oh yeah, I will.
Drop a link, dude, in the chat.
To be honest with you, there was something that you showed on it, right? That I kind of went over. Well, actually, I didn't actually go over it, but I presented something similar in one of my documentaries, right? To do with the crater and the celestial vault. But something you explained in it was kind of similar to what I presented. So maybe one day we might have to collaborate and you can present that again. And
is it Rodin's crater? Is it Rodin?
No, it wasn't Rodin's crater. It was the celestial vault. It was in the same documentary, but it was the one he built out of the in Netherlands, right? The one in Netherlands. But you're on the right page though, Richie. Yes. You're on the right page. Hold on, you know what? I've got it right here. Let me just quickly show. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. I had it right here, but it's gone.
Here, Richie, it's in I share screen, so if you want to put
it. That's me. That one.
Yeah, that's the one. So I'll go press play. Oh, that's not it. Here, put it up.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everyone. This is Out of This World. I am Patrick, and we are back with breaking news. This will blow your mind. All right, so what I did, I heard a video this morning. It was on video about the media, and I had to make a video about it. So I just absolutely love this creator. He knows how to create awesome music. I want you to just, after this video, just go down. I'll leave the description in the description about the description. Fucking awesome. Conspiracy Music Guru, man. Shout out to you. You got awesome talent. And what I did was I saw a clip on the internet, CBS News, about the war in UKR. Okay, I heard this this morning. So what a strange coincidence. So I decided to put them both together in a video, and I did a little montage that I got for you guys to listen to. So I hope you like it, and let's get this thing rolling, man. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Since the start of the war in Ukraine back in February, the U.S. military has added an additional 20,000 troops to the European theater, taking the total there to 100,000, and many of those troops are in Eastern Europe. Only on CBS Mornings, we're getting a look at the U.S. forces closest to the fighting in Ukraine. NATO allies sending a very clear message to Russia. Charlie D'Agata is in Romania for us this morning. Charlie, good morning.
The man with the suits and the tie looks me dead in the eye, and he lies. Yeah, he lies. Then the one with the makeup and the blouse beams right into my house, and she lies. Yeah, she lies. The man wants me to be scared. The man making red, 'cause I know that he lies. Yeah, he lies. Then the woman with the beautiful eyes is no longer beautiful, because I realize that she lies. Yes, she lies. Well, you ain't welcome round here no more. Been on this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through the so many lies you always
We're ready to defend every NATO soil. Why is it necessary to have the 101st here?
From the north to the east, to the west to the south, you cover much ground with your filthy mouth and your lies. Yeah, you lie so much you believe yourself. The day you tell the truth will be your day in hell. I despise all those lies. Will you welcome round here no more? Been down this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through the so many lies.
You know, roughly
always
4,700 soldiers of the 101st Screaming Eagles from Fort Campbell have been deployed
Well,
to
we the
reinforce
people
NATO.
see what you do with your plastic smiles and your oil cues and those lies. Yeah, those lies. How much longer can you hide the truth? This lion wakes, it's gonna eat you and your lies. Yeah, your lies. Well, you ain't welcome round here no more. Been down this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through so many lies. You always tell.
The Daggett Force in Romania, 101st Airborne, they've deployed to every major conflict since D-Day, and you sure hope they don't have to add another one to the list. Yeah. Scary stuff. Glad we have them.
Looks me right in the
Fucking
eye,
CBS.
and he lies. Yeah, he lies.
CBS is an acronym for continuous bullshit.
I don't see, and some that I do see.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. That's good. That's a good track as well. That's a
Oh,
really
yeah.
good track.
Yeah. So when I
Yeah, I
was
like that.
inspired when I saw that commercial and the song in the same day, it was like I had to make the video. It was like absolutely
Dude, I'm exactly the same like that. Sometimes it's like you see things, it's like, wow, I have to put that and that together. Like it's like using Rage Against the Machine, Wake Up.
right.
Using that track with Wake Up on it. It's like, rah, I have to have to do that. I have to make a video with Wake Up. I think I
Yeah.
heard a shot. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Fucking brilliant track that is. I love it. I don't know what happened to Rage Against the Machine. I disown them now. I completely disown them. They are kicked out of the circle of trust. They are whatever they've become now is corporate crap. But the Rage Against the Machine I remember from the 1990s, early 2000s, they were hardcore, man. They were hardcore.
I was listening. My dog's crying.
So, we watched the first part of your documentary, didn't we? On the other day. No, London Man. London Man shared a link to his documentary about AI, the AI Holy Book.
Oh yes.
So there's a link to the third. But watch the first. If you haven't watched the first two, you need to watch the first two as well. So it's good as well, man. I'll tell you what. We should put, like, we've been sharing some of OTW stuff. Let's put. Let me get your channel up.
Oh, cool.
I'll play some of the second one, because the second one's only like 16 minutes, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it's good to be amongst fellow content creators now, because I've only just stepped in the game, literally like 2 months or something doing this, and I think it's a good game to be in if you've got a passion for it. But I do like building on stuff like this, making things for the community. You know, I don't mind helping out if people want me to even help them put something together. I don't mind even being a part of that. You know, being diverse in a few other projects. But yeah, I think if people's got things, you know, if you're content creators, it's time we just probably start meeting up. You know, I've recently reached out to Martin and Paul from What the Flock and Martin from Flat Earth, and I can't wait to start working with those guys if they're up for it. So yeah, I mean, they seem up for it anyway. We're gonna have link ups very soon. So that's the type of people that I really want to meet up with, because they make some great content as well.
Yeah, Paul's content is the way Paul's mind works. What the Flock TV is just is brilliant. He doesn't get triggered or distracted. He's made connections. Like, it's like everything goes back to this Janus. 11 doorways. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that, because it's the same for me. I want to up my game a bit, so I'm gonna probably start creating more uploaded content and recorded content, and I'm gonna be doing less panels, but not like participating in other people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm gonna be participating in other people's panels, but on my own channel, I would rather just be putting up videos and pre-recorded content and premieres and stuff like that, and maybe go live once in a while.
The thing is, though, it's all about live. It's one of the things with YouTube is people are really getting engaged in lives, because it gives them a chance to connect with each other and chat, and like that. Sometimes it's what's going on in the chat room doesn't really have much to do with what's going on the screen, but there's something, there's a whole world being discussed in the chat room at the same time. It's one of the things that live streams do, is they give the opportunity for everyone to get together and chat. And
but premieres premieres have that same dynamic to it. You can also participate much more in the chat.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Premiering stuff.
So I've been looking into that lately. I'm thinking about making premieres a little bit more, and I think it's also a thing on YouTube. I think a lot of people like that, and it's the same type of dynamic. You're almost going live, but you're just playing a pre-recorded video and
If you
you're
get
premiering it. Yeah.
if you get to chat with the if you get to chat with the person that made the video, if they're actually present in the chat, it's good. I I I like the thing is, the only thing about it is that when you want people to really pay attention to the content, they can be distracted by the chat. I've watched entire videos and been just completely in the chat room the whole time, and then at the end of it, been like, "Shit, I'm gonna have to watch that again."
Yeah, you're totally right. You're right. You're right. You're not wrong there. Yeah, 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 yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny, I never got
You're
a
not wrong.
habit of watching the chat. Only one, I was kind of more interested in what I was watching than the chat. Actually, I got for 5 years, man. I've only started participating in chats like maybe for the past 6 months, and that's what brought me to coming back on screen and starting over again, actually. And that was all thanks to Bro Sanchez, because I just decided to click the link, went up on his channel, and boom, it started from there. And then I started getting contacts from people, and they wanted to get in touch with me and create content with me, and it was great, man. And the journey started from there, and it's been one heck of a roller coaster ride since then.
The best thing about collaborating with people and talking to people and connecting with people is we can get lost in our own imaginations and perceptions. It's good to bounce them off other people. It's good to it's good to bounce off other people as creative people. We bounce off each other, don't we? Like musicians up on stage, if they're not bouncing off each other, in a good way, I mean, in a responsive, spontaneous way, organically spontaneous. That only happens when you're working together, and things can grow much faster and in much more interesting ways when there's more than one mind involved, more than one perception. Just saying why why it's good to collaborate with people, and it's all about connection as well, isn't it? We share our ideas because it's nice to get validation when somebody says, yeah, man, yeah, I agree, and it's really nice to get validation, but it's also nice to get pushback as well. To get people say, well, no, hang on though, but what about this? And you go, oh shit, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Richie, that happened to me the other day, bro. It made me had to rewrite a part of my part 4, bro, because the pushback I got, I played it back doors with somebody, right? And they said, you know what? How about this? And I was like, fuck, now I've got to rewrite it now. Right. So it is good to get pushback, bro, because it led me in the right direction where I needed to go. And I found out something very, very incredible, bro, for part 4. So yeah, deep.
But there's people out there, and there's content creators out there that might go, yeah, but I'll have to rewrite it all, man, and then it's changed. No, because I want to say this. No, I'm going to leave that out, and they do, and they don't include the things that totally change the dynamic, and they're like, wow.
Well, that happened to me when I started. I made a video and I thought it was a Mandela effect, and and a lot of people they just weren't vibing with it because in my mind, tortoise was never spelt Toise. It was like something else, and I just like was completely mind blown. And to reference what I was thinking about the tortoise and the hare was, and that's not even about the video. It's just about the way it's the story, the title of the book. Okay, that like struck me, right? to me, in my mind, it was always it was the tortoise, but it wasn't spelt that way. It wasn't like, to me, it was like Tortus or TOUS or something like that, but it wasn't like TIO. Yeah,
OISE.
Yeah, that was like, it just kind of struck me when I saw that, and I was like, wait a minute, that's funny. So then I went to research it in French, right? And in French, it's it's exactly the way I remembered it, right? So it's
Yep.
that
You remembered the French spelling. You remembered the
right.
French
So when
spelling,
I
not the
looked it
English
up in
spelling. Yeah.
French, it was in the correct spelling. Everything was okay. So it's actually in French a tortue. Tortue. So I looked up tortue. What's the translation of tortue? And it went to turtle. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute, man. There's something going on here. I was like, what's happening here? Am I having translation problems, or where did that freaking word come from? What is TORTOISE, and how come people think it's,
Tortoise.
yeah, that sounds so weird.
But that's a very English way to say it, the tortoise. So
Hey, let me just say this real quick before you play the documentary, right? You see, when you were saying that the tortoise, right? You know what came to my head? Have you ever heard when the ancients say that we live on a tortoise, right?
yeah. It's Hindu, isn't it? It's in
Now
Hindu.
What also came into my head was a toroidal field.
Mm.
You understand?
Yeah,
Toroidal field. Toroidal field. You understand? I think it
Toid. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like the ley lines, the toroidal field, the energy grid.
Yeah. So one of my favorite authors, who I discovered when I was in my early teens, but who I could still read now and enjoy his books just as much now, in fact more now, because I have a better understanding of the world. So even more now, because some of the connections that he made were just unbelievable. Was Terry Pratchett. And Terry Pratchett has written a load of Discworld novels, all about the Discworld. And it's the Earth is a disc that sits on the back of 4 elephants that all ride on the back of a turtle. A great turtle called a twin. A''Tuin. And that mirrors, I think it's Hindu, the Hindu space thing is that we're on top of four elephants, which are on the back of a tortoise, swimming through space.
Wow, and it's funny you mentioned Tatooine, because isn't that one of the names of the planets in Star Wars?
Tatooine is, yeah. Atwin is the name of the it's just A-T. A''Tuin. But Tatooine is is thingies is where Skywalker's from, isn't it? He's from Tatooine.
So, yeah. So it's funny that their name it resembles a lot. Do you think it has some kind of connection, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I mean, and I think the reason this happens is not because these people are in on it. I think it's because it's all on the ether. It's ideas and and thoughts that are picked up off the ether from our brains, which are huge, great big transmitter receivers, and they're picking up on the ether. There's a thought, because when I wrote the song Patience, I wrote it about the same time that Gary Barlow wrote his song Patience, and Guns N' Roses wrote a song called Patience. It's this the idea was floating in the ether, and I caught hold of it at the same time, or around the same sort of time as other songwriter creators. And I'm sure there's 100, maybe 1,000 other people that all wrote a song about patience in the same sort of time frame, because it was something that was just in the air, something that was in the ether. Because I feel like when I write a song, because I'm so lyrically, if I sit down and say, I'm going to write a song, and I sit down, if I do manage to come up with anything lyrically, I'm just like, yeah, no, man, no. It's shit. It's fucking shit. Sometimes I get an idea, and it's like I sit down and I just, the whole song comes out on the page with no thought, really. No, I'm not sat there desperately trying to find the next line to rhyme and make sense and be in, be in context or whatever. It just, the whole song just comes out. And that happened with Patience. I wrote a song called Patience, about having patience, and it just went out onto the page. It was like I channeled it. It wasn't me that wrote it. It was already in the air. I just tuned into it and channeled it. And that's what I feel like happens every time I actually write a song with lyrics. It's like I'm channeling it, because I don't know where the heck it came from. And any other time I try and write a song, I can't. I have a complete mental block.
Same here, man. I write one song every 10 years or something.
yeah, man. Yeah, the last time I was prolific, I mean, I wrote a couple of songs in 2021. I did write a couple of songs in 2021.
Yeah, same here. I wrote one. It's called. I even uploaded it on my music channel. It's called "Can't Be Whole."
I wrote still the lyrics of this song, I'm so happy with, man. Observably Flat. Have you heard my song Observably Flat?
No, I haven't.
Right.
Well,
I'll tell you what. Right, we're just gonna
play the video, and after we could listen to your song. That'd be cool.
Yeah, let's play this AI Hurley book, because we've had it sat here waiting.
Welcome, it's London Man. In this segment, I will be going over Celestial Vaults, Donda's Home, Kanye and Friends. Let's go.
Let's go.
Fuck.
Excellent choice of piano, by the way. Excellent piano piece. It's Debussy, I think, isn't it?
Donda.
It seems we're back again on familiar grounds. Speaking of grounds, has anybody stopped and thought about the grounds we walk on? This place we call Earth has a very strange feeling to it. Once you lift the veil, it's like taking a look into Donda's room, knowing she's not at home. Since the last documentary, things began to fall into place. Adnod seems like a dream. If I'm dreaming, must be sleeping, or the consciousness is playing tricks on me. As I walked around Donda's house, nothing really left to have a look at, apart from a blue book. This book does not look familiar, but the title and description has caught my attention. Let's take a look. Chapter 1. In the beginning, Kanye created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness. Now this sounds very familiar. I almost forgot I was still in Adnod, and the sun was almost down, and the night sky told a different story. Kanye West was in town with a few friends. I had to plan my escape, somehow look for the exit. It was plain to see something was about to happen, about to take place. My research had led me here. I want to show you a few things I found through my research. Let's start with the word soil. Soil minerals, they are produced from rock parent material through the process of weathering and natural erosion. The process of soil sounded very plausible until I came across a word that had no use in this realm or my everyday life.
It's gravity.
Now, if you remember the mirror effect from the first segment, the same method applies with the word soil. Now soil would then become loyous. Let's take a look at the word loyous and the etymology. Let's go. The description to this residence fits a certain household: ring, halo, ancient dwelling, garth, enclosed, space. The more I researched, the more I came across words I've never used or heard before. Like the word rampart, which is used to describe a particular part of a castle. Now the etymology and the word which has been used to describe this place almost seems similar to some type of secure place or vault.
We've surrounded this chamber. Every type of detection device we could think of. Air pressure, motion, light sensors, ultraviolet, infrared, all spectra. Temperature to 1/100th of a centigrade, actually. An electric grid to a fraction of a millivolt. Magnetic, electromagnetic. On the quantum level, we've constructed an atomic net, exactly 1 particle thick, right? So if anything passes through it, anything, be it strange or charmed or up or down or backwards, it'll create a wave pattern. Measurable disturbance.
The room is a vault, not of steel, but of detection.
I'm happy for you.
I love how people have just accepted the way.
In this very room, we intend to verify empirically in the human species the existence of a soul. Nature does not know extinction. All it knows is transformation. And everything that science has taught me and continues to teach me strengthens my belief in the continuity of our spiritual existence after death. Nothing disappears without a trace. So,
I'm incredibly attracted to that woman.
So my music, my films, every conversation, every room I go in, we're here to save souls.
Whatever.
as in Jesus died to save it. Doctor, your patient is not deceased. Not yet.
You're not troubled by this.
No.
I love Minnie Driver.
Actually, I think we ought to spend more time on things like this. Death, life, what came before, what comes after. It's basic.
I agree. It's the fundamental things in life that get overlooked or taken away. Right from wrong. Back to Kanye and friends. The Baby is an American rapper and songwriter, 30 years of age. 2021, July the 25th, The Baby performed at Rolling Loud Hard Rock Stadium, Miami. During his performance, he made homophobic and misogynistic comments, also referring to the HIV and AIDS. He has since been cancelled. Compton rapper The Game, born November the 29th, 1979, 43 years of age, recalls awkward relationships with Kanye West over Kim Kardashian during the collaboration of the music track Easy, due to past music which The Game made back in 2019. N. Hugh Warner, 53 years of age, known as Marilyn Manson, the only prominent figure in music to support Marilyn publicly has been Kanye West, who featured the musician on his album. Playboy Carti, Drake, and a few others also found their way to Adnod. I started to see a pattern within the rap culture. Getting cancelled could be ascending, so to speak. If these celebrities, rappers, athletes have claimed to have sold their souls, why would they want to save our souls? And where are they leading us to?
It's like something is trying to get in.
Oh my God, this is so much bigger than we thought. The hand of God reaching down to collect a wayward
Hand
soul.
of God. That's not the hand of God. He is trapped. He's hanging there like bait, and something has come.
Pleased to meet you. Won't you guess my name?
I agree. Something has already come, or it's on its way. We are approaching Christmas. Guess who's coming to town?
There, it's inside.
I must admit, Kanye West had the last laugh. He knew exactly what he was doing with his fashion and moon boots.
Is there anything there?
No.
This last post by Kanye West was uploaded and taken down immediately. As you can see, he is on the moon's surface looking into a crater. I'm only here to expose the powers that should not be. The rest is up to you. Till next time, lay low, look after yourself. Love over war.
And the Bible said I can't have any more sex till marriage. No drip to Paris, the meek shall flourish. So where's my Eris? Wouldn't understand out there in this area.
Mate.
That was good. I like that.
Good stuff, man. This is good stuff. And part 3, London Man put a link to part 3 So it's they're each one is like the second one's better than the first one, and the third one's better than the second one. So definitely
Cool.
go over to his channel, sub him up, and go and watch his Holy AI series. I think he's with his daughter now. But yeah, it's mate, whatever's going on, we're not in on it, and they don't want us in on it. They want to keep us out of it.
That's for sure.
At the end of the day, all we are is cattle to them, consumers. That's all we are. They just see us as consumers. We consume the information they give us. We consume the food they give us. And because they want to have control of everything, it means that they have to have responsibility for feeding us and stuff. So they see most people as useless. That's why they see most people as useless eaters, because they're not really contributing. And there's no need for them now because they've got AI. They've got fake intelligence that is as good as their intelligence because they're not very intelligent. They are, but that's only as a result of what's happened. That the wrong people being in control of things for too long, steering society and steering. I'd love to know what really happened in the Middle Ages. Right? I don't believe that the Middle Ages are anything like what they tell us. It's a completely false narrative that's been spun to make people perceive what's going on now to be the natural result of all of the things that happened before. I think they've been rewriting history all the time. They're rewriting history, and they've been having to do it for the last however many 100 years. Like, they've been doing it for a few 100 years at least, and they've been just rewriting history. And maybe back then, all they were doing was rewriting history, and they weren't. Nobody's attention was brought to anything. And it's just got to the stage now where they're so emboldened by their own success with what they've been doing. They've got to look at what they've got control of now, man. Our minds. Like I said, they've got people convinced that they need to go and have this thing. They've got people thinking that it would be a good thing to have a Neuralink put into their brain. It's crazy. I say that the reason they're doing that is because that's the only way that they can make us inferior to the machine, is to make us part machine, and then we'll be inferior to the machine because we'll always have the organic part slowing us down. But we won't want to be what we could be. We won't even realize what we could be because we're convinced that the machine's already better than us. So we want to become one with the machine.
That's well said there, Richie, man.
I'll put the chat back up. India, welcome, India.
Imagine,
how you doing?
Society becoming, completely reliant on the chip. Could become like, like imagine putting your phone inside your head. Then you have like unlimited access to everything, all the information you want. And This is the kind of propaganda they're going to start selling people, probably. I imagine.
And it's also the only possible way that they'll ever have of being able to read your mind. It's the only possible way, is if they've got some sort of interface, physical interface with your mind, that they'll be able to read it. And I don't believe that they'll be able to read it then. I don't think that they've decoded the way that the signals run on the brain to be able to create images and memories of sound and things like
No,
that.
but
I don't.
imagine them being able to access, let's say, your hearing frequency with that chip, and all they have to do if you don't listen is press some kind of freaking button, and all of a sudden you're going like, and you hear
I mean, they've
you're,
done that. They've kind of done that with voice to skull technology, haven't they?
yeah.
And they've already practiced it with where were trying to tell everybody in Iraq that it was Allah speaking. They actually did that, didn't they? On a village, they tried to convince they did a thing where they basically made the sound appear in the head, not anywhere else. It just vibrates in the head. Like they get the frequency of the skull, and it
Hey,
vibrates.
it's funny you mentioned that because I went to it's a salon, a big they did it at the stadium in Montreal, where it's like all the innovations and technologies for the future of home and construction and all that, right? So you have like so many different cubicles, and they're presenting all kinds of different materials and new technology, all kinds of stuff. So I'm walking through there, and eventually they have a presentation of a living room, right? And in the living room, you're like when you're outside the living room, you don't hear nothing, right? Right away, and it's like an open corner. So right away when you step onto the the kitchen or whatever, the living room, I'm sorry, and then you would hear the music playing, right? But there was no speakers anywhere. Okay, there was just this thing on the wall, and you'd see metal posts, all right, like tubes, but there was no speakers, just like metal tubes, like could I show you? Well, something like this. It's a metal tube. It was really long, okay, and it was in like one of the corners, and I think there was one in each corner or something like that. So when you walked into this stereo system was worth $25,000 at that time. Not this is like 27 years ago.
I bet it was made by Bose or someone.
No, I'm not sure. I think it was. It could have been Bose, but I'm not sure. So what happens is they were using some kind of frequency technology where those tubes were emitting some sort of frequency, and the sound was in your head. All right.
Yep.
So if you would step into the area where that frequency was being emitted, it was like you were hearing sound from all over the room. The bass frequency and everything was like not too loud,
dude,
but it was just perfect.
They've got technology where they can isolate sound to specific dimensions within the room. So you've got a part of the room where outside of that part of the room you might be able to faintly hear the music, but it's not really. And then as soon as you walk past that barrier, it's loud and you can hear it.
Yeah.
But they've got that technology. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Yeah. But what was really insane is like the sound was like as if I had earphones on my head, you know? It's the
it
music
was like direct into your ears kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was what was really insane. Is as if it was like right next to my like earphones. Same thing.
But scary though, because if there was no sound, but all that happened was somebody went, Patrick.
Oh
you'd
shit!
Shit your pants. You'd be like, what? Who? What? Patrick. What? Hey? Fuck off. I can hear, you know, and you'd be me.
Yeah, you'd be
there might have been a time. There might have been a time where I'd be like, yeah, who are you then? Like, are you God? Are you God or are you a demon? Whereas now I'll just be like, yeah, all right. Look, whoever you are, just fuck off. You're military. You're obviously some sort of military, but maybe that's why they won't contact me, man. Maybe that's why they won't contact me, because I'm too skeptical of like any contact that is made with me. If any entity or anything makes any contact with me, I'm going to be, maybe initially I'll be taken away by it, but soon afterwards I'll be going, yeah, but who was that really? Was that real? Was that somebody else trying to make me believe that they were this or that or whatever? You know,
Yeah,
it'd be like,
I'm down with that, but as long as it's not something like I'll see for real in like a 8-foot tall beast with really long claws and really big teeth and that looks really mean, and hungry. That's like I don't, I'm not too sure. I want to.
there's so the Egyptian Book of the Dead says that basically it's just the same. It's the same thing that repeats. I think it's 7 times you have to do it. It might be 11, but basically you walk the path in the dua, and you come face to face with a demon, and it is a terrifying demon. But you have to realize that that terrifying demon is you. That's the
Oh,
whole point. That's the whole essence behind each time that it gets more scary. Each time it gets more scary, until you realize that the demon, there's nothing to be scared of, because the demon is you. And as soon
wow.
as you realize that, you transcend, right? So I don't know. I feel like for me, I'm meant to work this out. I'm not I'm not ever gonna have somebody come and tell me. I'm meant to work this out for myself, as frustrating as it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree on that. I think we're all on our own personal journey to figuring out our own place in this lack for better term reality.
Mm.
You know?
And I think messages from that, messages from God, or however you want to think of, like, perceive it, I think it comes through other people. You know, a lot of the time it comes through other people. You have to, and they might not. They don't even know it. They don't even know. They'll say, somebody will say something to somebody else and not even realize how profound it is, or it might nudge something in the other person's life, and it might be completely channeled. That person might have channeled it when they said whatever it was that they said. They might have not really known where that came from. The amount of times when I say things, people have sat down and they told me that, and I've sat there and said, right, okay, well, blah, 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 and they're like, wow, crikey, and then I'm sat there and I'm like, yeah, wow, crikey, what the fuck did I just say? I don't know what I just said. I can't remember what I just said. And I cannot remember. I don't know what it is that I've just said. I wouldn't be able to go back and tell you what I just said. I'd have to go
Yeah.
back and listen to it again to hear what I said.
God, do I know how that feels? Yeah, you're right.
I think we all channel way more than we realize. When we watch these people on YouTube that channel, and they say, I am Thoth speaking through so and so, and I am channeling Ra, and I'm channeling a Palladian or whatever. I think, okay, all right. I've never had Thoth or a Palladian. I don't. My only issue with that is Well, why did Toth contact you but not me? Why won't it speak to me? If it'll speak to you, why won't it speak to me? Is it that you're more worthy than me to speak to Thoth? Is that what
Well,
it is?
think of it this way. These people are channelers, so they're like their talent is channeling. So it's not because it's
No.
the person has more righteousness or the like this entity comes and speaks to them because they're better than anybody else. It's, these people have maybe the ability to channel.
Right.
I'm just saying. I'm
This is
not
the
like
thing. I
defending
might
it.
no,
I'm just saying.
you're absolutely no, but you're absolutely right because I'm not saying. All right, I'm not saying that they're not. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that my ego, or more than one part of my ego, is saying, "Why won't you speak to me?" I'm sat here going, "Please talk to me, talk to me." But then another part of me goes, "Yeah, but Rich, if he talked to you, what would you do? You've just sat here and said, if anyone talks to you, if any entity could contact you, you will be questioning it afterwards, and you won't be able to trust if that person was or that entity was who they said they were, right? You've just sat there and admitted that. So why is anyone going to come and talk to you? Because you're just going to dismiss it afterwards, or there's a chance you're going to dismiss it afterwards, you know? So I have had experiences. I've spoken to my higher self. How do I describe it? I stood there in a mirror talking to myself, but I didn't know what I was going to say. I didn't when I spoke to myself, I didn't know what it was I was saying, although I could hear it. I didn't know what I was, although I could see it was me saying it. It wasn't coming from me. It was coming from outside. It was coming from something else, right? So the only the way I feel about it is that the only way that anything spirit can speak in this physical realm is through the avatar. The only way you can do it through the avatar is to go through the ego, because the ego is the operating system of the avatar, right? So it has to use the operating system to be able to pilot that avatar, which means that whatever flavor that operating system is going to have a little bit of a effect on the message coming through.
But
You
this,
know,
but
but
yeah, this is what brings me to the conclusion that we're in some sort of a scripted place because of how things are laid out. You know what I'm trying to get at? Okay, watch. I'll give you an example. Like you were talking previously about the manifestation that you were getting for the you know, when you're trying to get your driving spot, like I mean
parking
your
space.
parking space. Sorry.
Parking space. Yeah.
So you're trying to get your parking space. So what this manifestation of yours, unless if this other being or person that's in that car does not really exist and is just a figment of your imagination and your construct of your universe, or if this entity or this person, whether it be woman or man or child, whatever, actually exists, then somewhere in the universe you influenced free will. Did you not? So my conclusion is, here's my point, is if you influence free will, and we all have the power to influence free will, doesn't that kind of like put free will in a kind of in the corner, kind of?
No, free will. It's not about influencing free will. It's about exercising free will. Because
Yeah, but what if you're exercising your free will, but it influences the free will of, you know, the next human being?
But
Because
that's
in
right.
my
So
mind,
that's where you're not right. So that's one of the reasons why spiritually there's an idea that you have to earn your sovereignty because you like to be given more control. You have to realize that the only thing you're sovereign over is your own. That's it. You can just like, as soon as it's going to affect somebody else, you don't have permission. Like, it's like healing. It's like Reiki, right? When you perform Reiki on someone, they have to ask permission to do it first. You should ask permission to perform, especially at distance healing. You ask permission to do it first because you don't have the right to just go in and change somebody else's reality. Because
Okay.
it's their reality. It's not yours. It's theirs. It's their take. It's their version. It's their go. It's their
Okay.
It's their turn round. You know. So
So that, just like to interrupt really quickly, would that mean like when I was telling you about my manifestation where the road had been like completely cleaned out as if there was a plow that went through and cleaned the road? Since there was no one around to witness what was happening, it could have just happened without affecting any other person. And the fact that the road was plowed would just benefit any other person that would pass on that road. So do you think this is the reason why
wouldn't be detrimental to anybody for the road to have been ploughed? Would only be good. Wouldn't be detrimental. Yeah.
So that's why the manifestation was so easy to realize, because of there was less resistance to the.
The thing is, you didn't realize that you were manifesting it. You didn't. You had the thought, but you didn't say, "I am going to manifest a clear road." So you weren't
Exactly.
emotionally attached to it. You weren't. Waiting to turn around and see that the road was clear. You turned around and went, and you're driving and suddenly went, hang on a second. Fuck me, the road's clear. Did I do that?
You just gave me the missing link, man, that I was missing. You're right. I wasn't invested emotionally, man. I had a clear conscience. It was just a clear thought and a clear comment as well. My comment was nice, loud, and clear. I heard myself say it.
With my parking spaces, it's a similar thing. It's not about. It wasn't about taking a parking space from someone else. It was about all it was about there being a parking space there for me. It was always there, intended for me to park there. You know, like I wasn't. It didn't hurt anybody for there to be a parking space there for me. It didn't hurt anybody at all. It didn't affect anybody's life for me to get a parking space. So it's easy to manifest. Whereas me winning the lottery, even if I don't think about it, I know that subconsciously I understand the ramifications of that. I understand how much would be, just all the things that, imagine suddenly, oh wow, suddenly I've got 100 million. Wow, that means I can do all the things that I wanted to do. And right, so who do I help first?
But Richie, think
what
about
do I
it.
do first?
What do you need money for when you can manifest whatever you want? It's like
exactly,
like you want
exactly.
You
This
can't buy a
attachment to
parking
money.
space. You can't buy a parking space, Richie.
No.
You can't. You arrive there and all the cars are parked there. If there's no space, then you can't buy one. You know.
I mean, if you're in a place where you can buy one, you could, if you can, and you can buy your own parking spaces. In some places, you can pay in in some of the hotels or well, if you've got a room, then technically you can be paying for a parking space as well, and there's a
But in
space
your
there that's
situation,
specifically for your room. But in my
your
situation,
yeah, exactly. You can't
yeah,
just go ahead and buy a parking space right off the, even if you are a billionaire, okay, maybe you could buy the guy's car and tell him, okay, dude, I'll give you 30,000 if
exactly.
you move, maybe,
And
but that's
and
still not. If you're a billionaire, you're not going to be going off to that town, going to work and doing whatever you're doing, Richie. You understand? That's a completely different paradigm. So you're manifesting the parking space is already telling you that you have the power to get whatever you want without even having the need for money.
right, but subconsciously, still got all these attachments, and money's attached to so many things within this reality that doubt is easier. It's easier for doubt to sprout and say, yeah, but it's not going to happen now, is it? Come on, mate. Come on. It's not going to happen. Like, can you really truly imagine what it'd feel like for it to happen? Well, yeah, I think so. Can you though? Have you ever been a millionaire before? No. Have you ever even had that much money before? No. Have you ever even had enough? Has there ever been a time when you haven't been worried about money? No. Okay, so how are you going to imagine being a millionaire? How are you going to imagine suddenly going from 1 minute being flat broken on your ass to suddenly being a millionaire? How are you going to actually, how are you going to visualize that to the point that is needed for that to manifest?
I'm going to have to agree with that. You're right.
But also, I go back to, I've also got this deep feeling that it's not going to happen, because if it did happen, I wouldn't achieve what I'm meant to be here to achieve. What I'm meant to do is something else, and it needs hardship. It needs me to have lived 5 different lifetimes, and each time be completely destroyed, and to have nearly been killed 4 times in my life, to have nearly lost my life 4 times. It needed that. I needed for my mum and dad to basically just disown me. I needed that. I needed every single thing that's happened that's been shit and that's made me feel like crap, or I've needed it, because otherwise I wouldn't have been honed properly. I wouldn't have been sharpened. I wouldn't have been tested. I wouldn't be strong enough now, or when the time comes, I wouldn't be strong enough or sharp enough to make the decisions that will need to be made.
Yeah. Hey, dude.
I needed to learn to be able to disconnect myself emotionally.
I'm going for another coffee, bro.
Oh, no worries, mate. No worries.
Empty, bro.
We've been going for 5.5 hours, man. I might just put the video on, the little filler video. We'll have some more fourth way just while I make a coffee myself.
Oh, okay, cool.
Another one. All right.
Awesome.
Cowboys panel, by the way. Cowboys 8 panel. Welcome. Not seen you before, so welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We've got 20 people here, so I'm just going to put the fourth way on just while I make some coffee. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Be back. Enjoy.
It's very clear that all of this wrong work in your psychology must be eliminated before you can function at a higher level of consciousness. Self-observation is the first step in being to purifying your inner life and getting rid of the mess and uncleanliness of negative emotions. When you observe a negative I, you are already less under its power. Observing I is not identified and so cannot be captivated. It uses the force of intentionality which would otherwise be engaged in the mechanical negative emotion. Repeatedly observing the same negative emotions weakens them and makes separation from them progressively easier. Students are also asked to observe their false personality in action. This includes attitudes, opinions, preferences, mannerisms, repetitive phrases, postures, body language, facial expressions, and a whole multitude of changing eyes. This stimulus-response multitude is called imaginary eye, and it has the illusion of unity. The formation of it comes from ideas you have about who you are. These illusory ideas form pictures of yourself based on imagination, vanity, and self-love. Imaginary eye believes that it is the pictures and imagination you have about yourself. But honest self-observation will show you that you are not as you suppose yourself to be. All of the multitude of eyes spring from automatic responses which are dictated by your individual acquired personality. Self-observation will show you that you are not your false personality. After you have practiced self-observation for a time, when you have a work memory full of photographs of yourself and verifications, the idea of multiplicity will begin to have more meaning to you. Seeing that you have no stable center or controlling eye means that you are not living life. You are only responding to stimuli. That is a very grave bit of understanding which, if you get hold of it, will increase your desire to change. This point in the work can be frighteningly disorienting. Becoming aware of your multiplicity happens in the work process long before your real I or true personality have the strength of presence to save you from the psychological vertigo of feeling your nothingness in the acute manner that self-observation creates. It is here that the first really dangerous place in the work is reached. When you get a first harsh look at all of the hordes of eyes in your psychology over which you have no control, and you see them reacting mechanically to life without your assent, and when you hear them say things that you don't mean, you suddenly feel like a stranger to yourself. You don't recognize the massive changing eyes as a reflection of how you have always pictured yourself, and so the illusion of unity, an imaginary I, is dissolved. What follows is the question, who am I? And this is the necessary condition that must be reached. In the moment of reality, when you are experiencing your true nothingness, to feel the question, who am I? If your motives are sincere, the response you receive is an assertion of your real I. You begin to perceive your observing eye as separate from other eyes in quality and position. It stands apart, above from the other eyes, so to speak, and you can see them in action, remembering that observing eye informs and defines real eye, and real eye stands above observing eye. This perception becomes a tangible inner experience as you proceed in the process through self-observation. You begin to feel your sense of self as different from the eyes of false personality. The difference becomes the space between false personality and real I, defining both. But this process takes time, and observing I has the ability to see it before it gains the strength to act. You will feel the falsehood of the eyes of personality and know that this is not I, yet be unable to change anything. What is worse, you won't know what is I, having no developed sense of your real I yet. It takes a level of stable, mature being and accurate instruction to traverse this part of the path. It can be valuable at this point to ask yourself this question. What is it within me that is doing the observing? The answer gives observing eye clarity and definition. The more often you practice self-observation, the more quickly you can pass through this stage in the work as observing eye becomes more defined. In practicing self-observation, observing I will see the multiplicity of I's, habitual personality traits, negative emotions, associative thinking, self-justifying, inner considering, fear, and vanity, each vying for your attention and using your energy. At such a moment of seeing, a discerning choice has to be made, one that negates all I's that are false or negative, and also attracts and affirms all I's that belong to higher consciousness within you. The faculty that can make this kind of discernment is real conscience, which becomes active in the light of self-observation. Right here, at this point in the process of the work, is where the purity of your motives comes into play. If your work is serious and your aim is God's will and not your own, then real conscience will discern and choose and inspire you.
Otherwise, the opportunity is lost when an I of personality imagines that it chooses, selecting what pleases it most. In this case, false personality is strengthened and nothing is gained in terms of the work. It is only in the purity and humility of your nothingness that objective, real conscience can illuminate the real I of your being. So, if you've been working from a false basis, such as a desire for gaining personal power, this is the point at which you'll fail due to your motives. It is a tragedy perpetuated by corrupt schools and corrupt teachers teaching corrupt motives and professing corrupt aims. The work takes the place of real conscience, while your own emerges. Conscience is a function of spirit that needs a degree of purity in order to become active. Self-serving, self-aggrandizing motives haven't the purity to accommodate the activity of conscience. And if you find yourself at this point of choosing in the work process without the assistance of real conscience in discernment and choice, you have no connection with higher mind to guide you. This is a very dangerous psychological position in which to find yourself. Having no direction, you cannot move out of the stage of seeing your multiplicity towards unity and authenticity, and you cannot unknow what you have seen and verified. Such misguided motivation is cosmically criminal because it leads students directly to the point of soul-shattering loss of identity, and it leaves them there, when the real aim of the work is creating unity and authentic I. However, let us suppose that your motives are right, and you do come to the point in the work where you have to choose which I's to nurture and which to eliminate. To speak in very practical terms, suppose you observe yourself justifying being critical of someone. Well, he's very bad, you know. He's rude and he's stupid, and he caused you great difficulty, even pain. He talks too much. He finds sarcasm amusing, not caring if he causes offence. He even deliberately insulted you and tried to undermine you with callous disregard for your feelings. You've heard him lie and gossip and slander everyone he talks about, and his clothes, and that hair. You'd think that someone so intent on making a spectacle of themselves would care more about their appearance. You suspect he has a problem with drugs or alcohol, and are almost sure that he steals and cheats others. You really can't stand him, and with good reason. Now, if you observe some thoughts and feelings like this going on in yourself, and you remember the work ideas and your aim, you will have to think about them in relation to this event. First, you stop criticizing, because it's a negative emotion, and the work teaches you that to stop expressing negative emotions is central to the process. And then you have to practice stop again and again, as the thoughts and feelings return repeatedly, resisting your aim. Then you recognize that your personal mechanics are at work, since someone else finds this fellow quite charming and witty, even lovable, maybe his mother, and others take no note of him at all. So it is your subjective mechanical responses to him which are now at fault. Your negative emotions are always your own fault. But how can you possibly not object to him and his behavior? Then you remember that he is also subject to his mechanicalness and dead to the world, asleep in it. It dawns on you that he is not his behavior any more than you are your behavior. Having observed your own inability to behave always intentionally, you understand what being mechanical means, and that he has very little choice in the matter. You realize that his mean-spirited personality had to have been formed by pain and imitation, and that his constant remarks are an attempt to make us feel less than himself so that he can feel superior. You know that he actually feels very inferior and insecure, and that his personality is driven by these conditions. The moment of compassion enters you through understanding. You think, am I so different? You see that your criticism and slanderous thoughts of him aren't very different from his gossiping, slandering, insulting behavior. You verify that suspicion accommodates the facts to suit your negative attitude, while you are sitting in your own superior little niche, looking down on him, judging and condemning him for looking down on others. Is your feeling of superiority any more correct than his? Have you ever acted badly in order to get attention or power? Can you remember the last time you lied or gossiped or said an unkind word about someone? Today? It doesn't matter if your expression of these things is not like his. You see that they are the same negative emotions in action in him and in yourself. You understand insecurity and the pain of feeling inferior very well from personal experience and long-term self-observation. You experience an affinity with him. You realize that you do not know the real person. You only see the false personality, which is actually more painful to him than you. You feel remorse for being so critical and mean-spirited toward him. You are humbled and you feel the pain that you inflicted within yourself. You desire forgiveness and you need purity. You recognize that you have been given the immeasurable gift of the work and its ability to free you from negative emotions and the suffering they create. Then you remember that this person has not received that opportunity and you feel sympathy and compassion for him. A prayer arises in your heart that he be also blessed. You feel forgiven and you are freed. This more purified and enlightened state is an experience of your real I. Its consistent presence is built upon repeated experience. It is not necessary that you learn to like everything you consider bad or negative. There is another point in esoteric teaching which gets misinterpreted regularly. The idea of learning to like what you dislike is an exercise meant to be practiced with discernment and an appropriate spiritual disposition of releasing your subjective requirements. If a man spits in the street in front of you, you do not have to like it. However, you must forgive him, knowing that he is unconscious of his imitated mechanics. You do not have to like what you dislike.
To apologize. It's taking me a little bit longer than than normal to make coffee because Raquel was making pasta when I went out there, and we can only use one hob at a time. So I just had to wait for her to finish making her pasta to put my coffee on. But I've put my coffee on now. It just means I'm just going to set a little alarm here so that I don't miss it and it boils dry. I'm going to have to go and finish making my coffee. All right, so just letting you know now. Sorry about that. Yes. I'm going to go back and listen to those. I'm going to listen to those videos, not because I like hearing my own voice, just what's been said, what's been written. It's weird. And when I was reading it all, it was like I was ready to read it. I was ready to hear those things. Can you hear me there, man?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was just concentrating on I was texting someone. Sorry about that.
No.
Yeah. Just want to repeat what the last phrase that you said.
I was ready to hear, like, when I heard when I read it, it was like I felt like I'd already achieved. I felt like I'd already achieved similar things, like being able to observe myself and do it non-judgmentally, and to be able to appreciate, like when he's talking about what goes through your mind when you see somebody else that you don't like and their behavior and everything, and you sit there in judgment of them and they trigger you, but then you realize the bigger picture, like why are they being like that? What's caused them to be like that? It might be the result of pain or whatever. And it just puts when you put everything into perspective, it's easier to make allowances, to be understanding for people who they're not on the same, they're not on the same frequency. I won't say level. I won't say that they're not on the same level. They're not on the same frequency. So they're just not perceiving what you're perceiving. They're still stuck in their in their box, man. All they can see is what's been presented to them.
Yeah,
they don't see
that's
what lays
absolutely true.
behind it.
I have to agree, man. You always have to look at the bigger picture, man. You never always get the full story just from looking at one aspect of things. You have to take different perspectives to make a global idea. Man, I don't believe I used the word global.
Yeah, but that is deep rooted indoctrination.
Yeah,
that we call it global, isn't it?
I'm not immune to it, man. I guess I'm just like
None of
everyone
us,
else.
no.
Yeah.
And the same with I really don't do it now. Use the term good morning or hello. I still might, maybe I still use, maybe sometimes pop. It's like hello, but I'm pretty conscious of it now. I catch myself before I say it. I'm like,
yeah, I'm pretty much
good morning, good day.
Yeah,
hi.
I try to avoid morning because morning is to me is like morning. Morning.
More than hi, I say hey.
Hey, yo. I like yo. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, because what's up? It's like it's up. It's an upper, man.
Right, let me just go and check my coffee. 1 second, mate. Sorry.
It's all good.
You can talk to the beat.
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Magic Tree House, the show. This part of the show is the one where we do a commercial. So we do not have any products to commercialize except for Richie, which is not presently right now. So we will be back to you shortly with another awesome presentation on behalf of Richie from the Magic Treehouse, which is a phenomenal musician and spends his time with talent and quality, and also loves animals. He's a great soul. So please welcome Mr. Richie from. Okay, well he left probably because the coffee wasn't ready. So great soul. Please like, share, and subscribe, and yeah, mostly like share out the video. So once he comes back, he'll get to reach out to more people because he does phenomenal shows with a very great big variety of songs from different eras and from many different singers, songwriters, and groups. So uh, please be sure to tune in when Richie is live with the music. And what I like about the content that Richie puts out is he engages his viewers and is a very well-spoken individual, and also is like highly intelligent, obviously. And you know I'm trying to find more comments or great things to say about Richie. Obviously you know um, really well versed in technical and musical production, right? Is able to produce phenomenal videos and to remix music at will. So we can understand where the title of the stream, I mean not the stream, but the channel is The Magic Treehouse. Well, I most would like to point out that Richie has magic touch. He is the Magic Treehouse, and when you enter the Magic Treehouse, be sure to buckle up because you're gonna go for one heck of a ride. So please make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Once again, there's a message scrolling down the screen, and I don't know what else to say. I'd be a better commercial dude if I practiced at it. Maybe I'd if I had a product. Well, I do have a product. Well, Richie's not a product, obviously, but yeah. So I'm trying to be funny too. If that's not working, be sure to mention that in the comment section, and I'll try to tune up my humor switch to from like 3 to maybe 5 or something, right? But if I start selling jokes, see, I'm starting out pretty badly. If I start saying jokes and people leave, I can't be held responsible because Richie left me here alone to talk to you guys, and my so funny. I really, really, really want to entertain everyone, so that you guys can stay till Richie gets back and we can continue our awesome conversation that we were having. So please, while we are waiting, please meditate. Yes, we could do that. We could all like sit in silence and meditate, and time might just go by faster, right? Or we could find like the equation of Einstein, E equals mc squared, and we could like run through the equation just for fun while Richie gets back. I mean, that could take a little bit of time, right? I mean, okay, so we'll start with well, Well, there we go. I guess we don't have to go.
Sorry about that. Listen. I told you, our kitchen was nearly burnt down twice, right? Twice by the same guy in less than a week, leaving stuff on the hob in fat, and the flames up here are nearly burning our fucking kitchen out.
Holy
twice.
shit!
I go in there just now. He's turned off my hobs, and he's waiting to cook more. And he doesn't even live here.
Really?
So I just kind of said no. I just had to quite forcefully say, "Get fucked." No, you're too much. And I had to do it all in Spanish as well. You're too much. It's too much responsibility. You're a liability. You're a fucking liability. No, you don't pay anything to live here. So fuck off.
Well, I'm glad you came back and saved the stream, bro. I was trying to hold it up, man, and I was just spewing out a bunch of nonsense.
Dude, you held it. You held 20 people. You held 20 people in there, so
yeah. I was
Nice
trying to
one.
be funny. So when you look back on this stream, notice I was trying to be funny. So I was probably not working.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. If you were getting lots of laughs in the comments, then it must have been. I can see some laughy faces. Oh, still could stop talking about him. He's come back yet. No, so
I was basically doing a commercial about you, dude.
About me? Oh, cool.
Yeah, because
okay.
I didn't have any products to sell, so I sold you. But I ran out of compliments. I was like,
yeah, no. Where were we though with the conversation, man? Before we departed to make coffee, where were we?
oh boy.
Oh, he's sulking outside the window now. By the way, he sat right outside the window sulking.
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 Okay.
Like, got a proper strop on because I've said no. Look, he stole my food on more than one occasion. He stole my food. There was a moment where I had some. I had a bag of weed, right, and I wasn't locking my door, and I swear it went down faster than I was smoking it, but I had no way of proving it. So from that moment, when I realised that, I had the camera. I put the camera on all the time. Every time when I left the place unlocked, I left the camera on while I was walking the dog around, and I had my phone. But if I didn't have data on my phone, I couldn't check, so I'd lock the door. Right? It got to that point. Right? He's a lovely guy, right? Seems to be able to, although he pisses everyone off all the time, always manages to get everybody back on side and just just allowing it. And the thing is, I would, but there's an 8-year-old girl that lives in the room next door to the kitchen. I've got my animals. There's 2 other, there's 5 people that live on this floor, 6 including Magdalena, the 8-year-old. So 6 of us living on this floor. He's been kicked out of this floor by the landlord because he owes like 4 months rent. And he keeps putting cocaine up his nose, and he keeps getting drunk. He keeps being able to party and going, disappearing off for 3 days partying, but he hasn't been able to pay any rent. And it's like, after a while, you just got to stop taking liberties. He's constantly taking liberties, and I'm in this little torment in my, this little battle in my mind, like, just leave him. If you wouldn't want to be made homeless and literally kicked out on the street, you wouldn't want that, would you? And I'm like, no, I wouldn't. But I tell you what, I'd take a damn sight more fucking care. I wouldn't set fire to the kitchen twice. I wouldn't steal people's food. I wouldn't do any of those things.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, sad sometimes to see how low people can go to just like, you know.
It's just complete thoughtlessness, complete narcissistic thoughtlessness. They don't think about anybody else but themselves.
Absolutely, I agree 100% on that one. That's for sure.
Guy, it's the lad that lived next door for about 3 months or something, 2 months. He was in the room next to me, and he's been booted out. I mean, the landlord came around the other day and called us all out into a group meeting, and said basically he is not allowed back here. He's not allowed anywhere in here. This is your house, and now you have to pay the electric, you have to pay the water, you have to pay the internet. This is your house, and he's not allowed in it because he's not paying, he's not doing anything. So, you know, this is the thing. Now, now apparently we have to split the utility bills for this part. We have to split between ourselves. I don't know quite how he's going to calculate that, but I know that I had to pay €40 last month for the internet to stay on.
Wow. That's like what for us, for here in Canada, it's like what, $80, maybe more. Yeah.
Bit of venom. I've got a piece of paper that says that I live here, and that this is my home address. Because I went to the council with him, and he declared it that I actually officially live here, but rent free. Right, I'm a friend of his. I'm not paying any rent for it. Because at the moment he declares that he's, you know, tax evasion and all that. But yeah. Anyway, I'm sure he's going to completely ignore and wait until an opportunity when he thinks he can slip in there and cook something while I'm not looking. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Right.
I don't want to be an asshole, man. I don't want to be an asshole about this. But for fuck's sake, if somebody doesn't hold him to account and actually create consequences for his actions, the consequence is, no, you don't get to use this fucking kitchen anymore. No, you don't get to use our bathroom and use all our fucking hot water anymore. No, you don't get to sit there and use the internet that I'm paying for. Because you fucked up too many times. Once, okay. Twice, okay. But stealing
after that,
my
it's
food,
a choice. It's not after
stealing,
that. It's not a mistake. After that, it's not like an error that you can correct. It after that. After 3 times, it's a choice, man. You're choosing to do that. You're not. It's not no longer forgivable.
once
You
is
know
a
what I'm saying?
fluke, twice is coincidence, 3 times a pattern.
Yeah. So after the 3rd time, dude, you're choosing it. It's plain simple. And once you realize that, well, then you know that that person is stuck in that paradigm, man. It's like you can't do anything to help them. You know, you can only help yourself, man. You can only save yourself. Everything is about you, man. You know, like, obviously there's other people in your life and other people in this world or this realm, but mostly your own life is about you. You know, it's how you perceive things, how you deal with things, it's how you manage your emotions. It's about how you react to other people. It's how you present yourself into the world. It has nothing to do with other people. The other people comes after it. You know,
Well,
everything starts
you
out.
have to, you have, but yeah, this is the trouble. This is where the narcissist has it twisted. Because you do have to think about other people, but only in the context of how will this, what I'm doing, how will this affect other people? And
Yeah,
you know, is
like the
it
butterfly effect that I was mentioning earlier.
yeah. So
Yeah.
is it like, well, if I go and punch this guy in the face, how's that going to affect him? How's it go? You know.
Yeah, I guess you could
Oh,
experiment.
yeah, but you know what I mean though. Like,
Yeah.
you're not going to go and just punch somebody in the face, obviously. But what if what you're going to do is like, the other day I got up to go to the shower, right? And I couldn't, as the door was locked, and guess who was in there? Yeah, he was in there, and he used
Right.
all the hot water. I didn't have to go to work or anything, so I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. I had a little moan about it, but at the end of the day, I've got no commitments. So it didn't make a difference. I had to wash later in the day. I waited for an hour, waited for 2 hours for the water to heat up again. I prayed that nobody would use it in the meantime, and I went and I had a shower later. It wasn't a big deal. But what if it had been a big deal? What if it had been a big deal? What if it had been a big deal? What if I had a really important meeting? I worked, and I had to be at work or whatever.
Well,
And
maybe you would have
it's
reacted
different.
differently. Yeah, exactly.
Then it's different. Then it's like, hang on a second, what the fuck are you doing in my bathroom? I need to get to work. You know, I need to. I don't want to go to work. I haven't had a shower in 3 days. I need a shower before I go and do. Or I'm meeting this girl, or whatever. And it changes. It then changes the parameters, doesn't it? And then it means I would have been banging on the door then.
Right.
But the thing is, I didn't know that it was him until he came out. I had an idea because there was music playing in there, and he always plays music. He's always got his phone on. He's always singing and whatever. So I had an idea, but it wasn't until I opened the door and he came out, and I didn't bother saying it. I was just like, yeah, all right. And because there's the language barrier as well. If he spoke English, it would be a completely different kettle of fish, because I'd tell him exactly what I was thinking when I was thinking it. The only thing that stopped me from
Barrier is the
doing that
language.
is
Yeah.
the language barrier, right? But I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because it's made me wind my neck in.
It's interesting. But if I get back to what I was saying before, you got your what you were explaining when you're talking about like we're all the stars in our own movies. Well, this is a little bit what I'm referring to when I say it's about you, because like you said before, we are all the stars in our own movies. So the movie's about you, right? So what do you want to see in your movie? How do you want to portray that character or that main role in your movie, right? So this
Yeah,
is why
yeah.
I always refer to saying that it's about you, because you're the only one who can make the changes that you want to see.
Yep.
You have to become what you want to see, and you also have to focus on that because you are what you focus on, right?
Luke Rudowski said it. I was the bastard got the thing out there before me. But be the change you want to see. Be the change you want to see, and it's got out. It has got out there, and it's something in 21 when I wrote the song "It's Your Movie." I was saying at the same time, because of the message that I'd got back from myself, was basically exactly that. You are like, what character do you want to be? It's your movie, man. What character do you want to be? Pick it and be it.
Yeah.
Own it. Be that character. Like, even if you don't feel like,
I think it was Jim Carrey that said it the best. They were having an interview with him, and he said, you have to learn when you want to be an actor, you have to learn to deconstruct your own character, and then you have to reconstruct the character that you're going to incarnate, right? So you got to learn, read about that character, and assimilate that being. So when you're in front of the camera, you're able to have people believe that you're literally the character that you're incarnating, right? So through that interview, he says that, well, through this process, I learned that Jim Carrey is a poor character. Didn't have too much
Yeah,
continuity, and
who
so he
who
broke
is Jim
himself down.
Carrey? Who is
Exactly.
Jim Carrey at the end of the day? Yeah.
Exactly. So he goes, man, he says, I've played characters that have had much more depth and much more, the background story had much more power to it. And I've played characters that had much more continuity than my own personal character, my own life. And then when I look back at my own life and see that I could have become much more than I really was in certain points in his own life. And that didn't prevent him from becoming super popular and the guy that he is today, but it permitted him to realize that you have absolute control over the character that you are. All you have to do is break yourself down. And if you really want to realize yourself, make the changes in yourself that you really want to put out there, right? You want to be the change. You can make those changes for yourself, because if you don't like what you see or what you hear, you can become whatever you want to see and hear. It's your choice. It's all about choice, And sometimes I would even say that the problem is the choice, because of the free will factor, where your choices can influence the destinies and lives of others. Just like the guy chose to go into the washroom when it affected your life. You understand? You had no power over it. And when it happened, when you arrived there, that person was already in the bathroom. You had no power over that moment. It was there. It was already happening. So, so this other people's decisions affect your life indirectly without you having absolutely any control over that situation whatsoever. And that's why I think free will is an illusion.
No, absolutely not. Free will is just very difficult to fully appreciate. Right? Free will is the free will to perceive something as you choose to perceive it. That's free will. Not being made to perceive something in a certain way, choosing to perceive it in a way that makes more sense to you.
Right. But his
and
free
expressing
will
that,
cause you
but
cause you
expressing
loss.
that as well.
Yeah, I understand, but his free will caused you loss. You lost time. You lost patience. You lost. It affected you involuntarily, I guess, because nobody could have known that you wanted to go to the washroom at the same time.
But it gave me an opportunity to exercise my free will over how I reacted to that.
Okay.
It gave me the opportunity to actually be able to say, because really, I was really angry and I wanted to bang on the door and say, get up. And I wanted to scream and shout when he came out and said, don't come back. I wanted to do all of those things, but I reflected on the situation and I thought, oh, mate, at the end of the day, does it matter? No. And would it be nice if you were in the same situation as him to be able to go and have a nice hot shower? Yeah. All right. So
yeah, I guess.
Just
all right.
It didn't really affect anybody too much, so don't get too involved in it. And and just don't react. Don't react to it at all. That was free will.
All right.
Because I had another part of me saying, no, fuck off, man. No, it's taking liberties. No, you wanted to have a shower now. You should have been able to have a shower now. And all right, if somebody else that was paying was there and they were in the shower, then, you can't really, but they're paying to be here and use that shower. He is not. And that,
But
so
the
I had that
situation
voice.
was the situation was still presented to you. That's the part of free will that I kind of disagree with. Is you had the choice to either react one or two. You had like there was two choices. You either had the choice to react correctly or through your ego, and you chose
That's
to
the
act.
butterfly effect. But there's the butterfly effect right there, isn't it?
Yes, because
Because
the situation had presented itself without you having any control over it. So this is the part of the free will that you don't have any control over. You understand? It was someone else's free will that's manifesting into your reality.
right, but you're in a reality where you accept that chaos or chaotic things, unexpected things can happen, and so subconsciously you've already accepted that something might happen to change your plans, and you have to adjust. And if you can't adjust, then that's bad for you, man. That's bad. And yeah, it might be bad for the person that caused that. It might be bad for them as well. Oh man, you come out and get in a fight and beat him up. Oh, yeah, you won't fucking do that again, will you? But the fact is that's then that it's escalated then into something really that shouldn't have ever happened, because really what you should have done is just adjusted to the situation and said, right, okay, I can't have a shower now. I really need to be clean. I really need to, okay, I'm going to get a bowl and put some cold water in a bowl, grab a flannel, wash my junk, go and meet the girl. It's like, instead of running away with the emotion that immediately gets kicked off, which is one of frustration or anger, or like in that case, it was anger. So instead of getting carried away with the anger, saying, well, let's just look at what's going on here. What's going on here? You got a guy that is taking liberties and he's jumped into the shower, and it just happened to be at the same time that you take a shower. What time do you normally take a shower, Rich? Oh, fucking hell. There is no time.
But there are no
In the
coincidences either.
afternoon, in the evening, at 2:00 in the morning, when I think I'm going to have a shower, I go and have a shower. Right. So, and there's one, it happens that I go to have a shower, and normally it's not, nobody else showers in the afternoon. None of the other people here shower in the afternoon. So normally it's,
available.
Yeah, it's available. It's just on this one occasion it wasn't,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How ironic that is the fact that things aligned for that certain situation to happen, and you found growth in that, which is absolutely phenomenal. But I'm still trying to underline, kind of like leaving you out of it, but underlining the reality behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like what was manifested in that reality for that person to be there at that particular moment. Like I was saying, there are no coincidences. Coincidences are translated in the dictionary as act of God, right? So that's why I'm trying to kind of like,
I don't, yeah, I
have you
don't
seen the
believe in
movie
coincidence.
The Adjustment Bureau?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
believe in
well, that's a
coincidence
little bit
at
where I'm
all.
getting at. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Neither do I.
I don't. So in that sense, and that is also something that I'm aware of as well. All the time, I'm aware of that. So maybe not in the moment, but soon afterwards, I'd think, oh, but what if that was a test? Ah, shit, that was an opportunity for me to not get triggered. That was an opportunity for me to do something, or to think a different way or whatever. So, like, actually enforcing what Caesar has said he wants enforced, right? Nobody else on this floor has enforced it. They all just after the first time, that's when Caesar said no more, can't do this anymore. No, the rules have changed now, so these are the rules. Nobody else here has taken any fucking notice of them, and he's just carried on like nothing happened. And so I'm like, all right, let's leave it. I'll leave it. But then he comes into the kitchen joking about fire. Oh, fire, 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 because that's what they were screaming yesterday when they saw the kitchen was on fire. And he was taking the piss out of it. And then he turns my hobs off. I go back out to expecting my coffee to be ready, and the hobs are turned off. And it's not ready. And he's sat there with his frying pan with all the food ready to cook. And I'm like, hang on. No. Ends. Line drawn here. No.
That's where you have, I guess, free will. That's the only point I think is free will. If it's limited to a couple of choices, I think it's not really free will. But anyway, if you have multiple choices, like I have 10 choices, I think that I could agree that free will is a thing. But when you're limited to just a couple of choices in your mind, where your mind is telling you it's either this or it's that, and
you always have three choices. You always have three choices. If in that case, right, if you've been given a this or that, there's always the third option. No, I'm not going to choose. You want me to choose this or that? I'm not going to choose.
Okay, I guess, yeah. Well, actually, I had come to the same conclusion where the problem is the choice. So if you don't play the game, then you don't lose. Well, you don't win either, but if you're not playing, you're not going to lose the game, right? It's like those TV shows, the Squid Games or whatever. Like, don't play the game, you won't die, dude. It's like, in my mind, it's pretty simple, and the way this place is, presented to us to be completely binary, where they're trying to make people believe that there is only two choices, especially when you go into politics or when you go into sports. It's always one team versus the other team, and then you can get into racism, you can get into all kinds of other
duality. All it is a different expression of duality.
The globe flat earth, okay? And then you got like the Mandela effect, and then you also have the, like, I'd say the opposite side of that would be CERN and science, and so there's always a contradictory somewhere, and but I'd like to think that there is more than two choices, like, in my perspective of things, I like to believe that there's more than just having two choices, because I think this is what the system has presented to us throughout all our lives, and it's kind of the same kind of psychological process that you use with children when you want them to do something that without, and you're tricking them into doing it by giving them two choices, and either way it's going to benefit what you want them to do, and they either, whatever choice that child makes, it's it's a good, it ends up being what you want, right? So to give you an example, it's like, okay, either you do your room, or your other choice is you won't be able to watch television today. What do you choose? Do you choose not to watch TV, or do you choose to do your room? So anyway,
because in that case, the not making a choice is actually choosing to not, because if you don't make a choice, you still don't clean your room, which means that you don't get to watch TV. So in that situation, you've only got two choices.
Exactly. And this is how the system presents things to us all the time. If you don't make that choice, we're going to make sure that you end up making that choice anyway.
So then you get some children that go, fuck you, and they smash everything up and they act out because they've been put in that position, and they make
where
a
they
choice.
have no choice.
Some
people realize that they're not given a choice really now. And it's like, well, wait a minute. It's either this or that, but both of them suck, man. What the, you know?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the clean your room analogy, at the end of the day, it's kind of,
it's ambiguous, but it's just trying to prove a point where
it can be used as an analogy, like Jordan Peterson does it. I can't do a Jordan Peterson. Tyler Fisher does a really good one. I can't do it. I wish I could imitate Jordan Peterson, but he's saying about clean your room, get your shit together. Get that, like when you're a child, your room is your space, your bedroom. That's your space where you live, right? And your parents don't sleep there. That's your room. So keep it tidy. Keep your space. Keep you tidy. Just at least. It doesn't necessarily have to be in that sense, in the sense of actually being tidy. It could be, it can relate to your how you behave. You can meet some people who are they present themselves as so together, so on the ball together and sharp, and you go back to their house and it looks like mine. It's an absolute chaotic mess, right? And because it's they're not, it isn't important to them to keep that part of their life tidy. They know where everything is. They know they've got a fair idea of where something is to go and find it. But it's, and that's linked to never judge a book by its cover, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So anyway, the mystery of life is not always easily to explain, and I'm gonna have to shout out everybody in the chat and shout out to you, Richie. Thanks for having me on. I have to be in work in 15 minutes, so I'm gonna have to drop out. But it's always a pleasure to be here, and it's always a pleasure to have these great conversations with you, brother.
6.5 hours, dude. Nice one. Yeah.
Peace, man.
No, cool, man. Cool. Peace.
Right.
Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good time at work.
You too, man. Thanks. See you next time, man.
Next time, tomorrow. So I'm considering the chat room. I don't know. I need to. Oh God, going live, man.
Oh, there it is.
You
I was
can't.
looking for the leave. I was looking for the leave button. I was like, where? How do I get out of here? Okay, bye, Richie.
See you later, man. Right, there we go. There we go. So it's just me and you now, guys. I haven't raised enough money to pay my running expenses this week, so we should really go and I should really get the guitar out and do some busking. But that will mean starting up a new stream, because this one's been going for 6.5 hours, which is long enough. So I'm gonna end this stream and come back on StreamYard and do some busking. All right. So much love, peoples. Thank you very much for being here. Let me find my outro. Next month, I'll be back. Before next month. Oh, hang on, we still got London Man here. I just realised I'd taken him out because we hadn't heard anything from him for ages, and he's actually still here. It's back on the screen. If you can hear me, London, I don't know if you're still here, mate, but I'm going to bring the stream to an end. So thank you very much for being here. I will. I'll see you soon. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back with I'll be back on StreamYard to play some music. So let me find my video. Here we go. See you later, peeps.